Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down pun.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4?
Mati!
Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
hutan belantara. Hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik. Box akan terus dikirimkan burst down pun.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4?
Mati!
Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Homebois di hutan belantara. Hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya, seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan, seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat, seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang
Ya,
cemerlang.
cukup baik. Box akan terus dikirikan first down, Mus.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get on my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rock star.
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita
Get out my way,
naik.
aku nak push. Naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera.
I'ma go hard for the win. On the battlefield till the end. Trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar,
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntong, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of mobile legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatix dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Tugas utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan Todak menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan angin. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Driver fokus kepada Lot. Mereka dapatkan Lot. Ditugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan penendang.
Todak tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Tim Hak dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Ya, dan sekarang ni selamat pagi kepada semua orang. Kita akan mulakan hari ini dengan perlawanan revenge match antara Orange Esports menentang dengan pasukan Tim Hak. Kemudian pada pukul 3 petang, RSG MY menentang Homebois, dan game terakhir pada pukul 6 petang, Red Esports akan berjumpa sama dengan Orange Esports ataupun Tim Hak.
Ya, benar sekali. Telah pun selesai hari pembuka dan kita teruskan dengan hari yang kedua dengan semangat yang baru, dengan perlawanan yang penuh lagi dengan aksi sememangnya untuk anda semua di playoff kali ini.
Yes, dan lagi sekali selamat pagi dan selamat datang kepada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua. Saya suka walaupun kita pagi-pagi sunfrost, tapi semua yang hadir kat sini, semua semangat, semua muka senyum-senyum.
Ya, betul sekali. Hari ni kita mulakan dengan hari yang cukup ceria. Pagi-pagi lagi diorang dah datang. Saya awal macam risau sikit kan. Sebab start pukul 10.30 ni kita rasa macam awal, tapi diorang saya memang dah cukup bersedia lah. Lagi-lagi penyokong daripada Orange Esports dengan Tim Hak ni.
Ya, semua cukup-cukup sedia. Saya sebenarnya terkejut. Game pertama, Orange dengan Tim Hak. Tapi kita tengok RSG pun ada. Rasanya Homebois pun ada. So kita boleh tengok, kita punya MPL fans, tak kisahlah game apa pun. Betul? Semua game nak tengok.
Ya, benar sekali. Memang itulah dia kata penyokong sejati, peminat sejati. Jadi kita macam nak bercerita tentang peminat juga ni Lapel, bukan setakat pemain saja untuk hari ni.
Saya sebenarnya nampak Ibu Stormy kat situ. Jadi Sunfrost, kalau awak izinkan, saya sebenarnya nak turun. Boleh. Nak tanya khabar kepada Ibu Stormy. Guys, tolong berikan tepukan kepada dia. Kita marilah tahu. Aunty rasa nervous. Hi Aunty, how are you?
Fine, thank you.
Fine. So, sekarang ni Orange Esports, diorang akan main sekejap lagi lawan Tim Hak. Just tell us, betapa like how proud are you dekat you punya anak sampai ke sini?
Bangga jugalah sebab dia dapat layak ke playoff dan dia fokus untuk ke M4.
Yes, dia fokus untuk M4. Jadi saya nak tanya juga Aunty, disebabkan dia fokus sangat training, Aunty sempat tak nak jumpa dia?
Ya,
Oh,
siap peluk sekali.
Siap peluk sekali. So, sebelum kita nak pass pada Sunfrost, rasanya mereka dekat backstage boleh dengar apa yang Aunty cakapkan. So, ada tak apa-apa yang Aunty nak cakap kepada semua player Orange Esports?
Okay, for the team Orange Esports, Aunty ucapkan good luck and stay focused.
Good luck and stay focused. Thank you. Oh ya, sebenarnya ada lagi satu benda Aunty, sebab Aunty pun, okay, Aunty support Stormy. Ada tak apa-apa yang Aunty nak cakap kepada semua parents lain yang macam sure tak sure nak bagi anak dia masuk dalam esports?
Sure tak sure, Mama Subway sebelah.
So ada apa-apa nak cakap pada parents yang lain macam, ya ke anak saya nak main game ni?
Actually okay juga sebab kalau kita selalu support diorang, kita memang dah tahu dah memang diorang nak pergi hala tuju ke mana daripada kita tengok diorang tak tahu terumbang ambing pergi mana kan. Yang ni memang dah confirm dah. Kita tahu diorang pergi mana, main apa.
Ya, dekat situ kepada parents kat luar, daripada kita tak tahu anak kita buat apa, sekurang-kurangnya kita tahu diorang main game and diorang tengah pursue diorang punya career sendiri. Thank you very much to the both of you. You guys are amazing. Tapi dengan ni, saya sebenarnya nak tanya juga. Saya dah berbual dekat Orange Esports. Jadi Sunfrost, awak nak berbual dengan siapa?
Jadi dekat sini saya bersama dengan para penyokong Team Hub pula. Yang mana sekarang ni saya bersama dengan Felza untuk memberikan serba sikit kata-kata semangat untuk Team Hub. Hari ni betul sokong Team Hub, betul?
Ya, betul-betul.
Jadi dekat Team Hub ni daripada pukul berapa tadi datang untuk sokong Team Hub?
8.30 dah sampai dah.
Wow, 8.30 guys. Dah sampai. Saya pun sampai 8.30. Saya caster pun, host pun sampai 8.30. Team Hub punya penyokong pun sampai 8.30. Memang cukup bersemangat. Tapi hari ni agak-agak yakin tak Team Hub boleh menang lawan dengan Orange Esports?
InsyaAllah semoga ada sinar bahagia lah.
Semoga ada sinar bahagia. Sinarnya dekat sana, bahagianya dekat sini. Macam tu ke? Tapi yang terakhir lah. Apa kata-kata untuk pemain-pemain Team Hub sebelum match mentang Orange Esports ni?
Okay, untuk player Team Hub, good luck, do the best. Buat yang paling terbaik lah. Good luck, fighting. Fighting,
okay, itulah dia serba sedikit kata-kata semangat untuk pemain-pemain daripada pasukan Team Hub. Jadi, kita akan bersama dengan Lafel semula selaku host utama.
Pukul 8.30 dah sampai Kalau macam ni kan, Fiza nak jadi caster pun boleh. Kita punya kota 8.30, so kalau siapa kat sini sampai 8.30 agak, next season dah boleh apply dah. Sebab kita nak cari caster ni sebenarnya, yang paling penting bangun pagi. Betul ke Sunfrost?
Betul, memang betul. Jadi caster ni yang paling pertama sekali bangun pagi, yang kedua kena handsome macam Lafel. Betul tak? Betul ke Lafel?
Farisa pun handsome juga. Tapi tak apa, macam mana sekalipun betul, kita boleh dengar untuk semua orang rasa sangat-sangat happy. Semua orang dah rasa sangat-sangat ready. Tapi ni, kita dah tengok betapa ready-nya player kita untuk naik ke atas pentas. Jadi tak buang masa, mari kita invite kedua-dua pasukan. Team Hawk.
Baiklah, Team Hawk memulakan langkah pada pagi hari ini berhadapan dengan pasukan Orange Esports. Kali ini menurunkan kembar maut mereka, Min dan juga Man, menjadi combo mid lane yang cukup menggerunkan.
Alamak, Team Hawk tunjuk merch yang baru. I tak tahu apa tulis tu. Tapi macam mana pun, Team Hawk kita sangat swag.
Orange Esports.
Seterusnya pasukan Orange Esports. Kali ini perlawanan pertama di playoff. 9 kemenangan secara berturut di regular season. Adakah kali ini masih lagi mampu untuk melakukan kemenangan yang sama seperti yang sering kali mereka lakukan.
Pasukan Orange Esports juga ke depan menampilkan mereka punya varsity jersey yang baru. Tapi dekat sini, pasukan Orange Esports boleh ke tidak mereka dapat revenge berdasarkan apa yang jadi dekat regular season.
Ya, betul sekali. Bukan setakat baju saja diorang lawan, tapi sekarang strategi juga yang bakal ditampilkan oleh para coach dan juga analis untuk kedua-dua pasukan. Yang mana untuk tim Hak diwakili oleh Pops, manakala Orange Esports hanya ada Haru bersama dengan mereka.
Dengan ini, marilah kita terus pergi kepada English caster dan juga BM caster. Take it away.
At the end of this road lies quite an empty throne with only one potential to claim it. And of course, I can see we're both quite excited about this right now. Little bit of tension, electricity in the air, but it's understandable. Former teammates, their paths now diverged, heading on their journey to the top.
A clash of heads, a clash of styles, and more importantly, two very different supporters here on the casters desk. Welcome everybody to the MPL MY Season 10 playoffs, day number 2. 2 teams have already been eliminated. Another 2 teams will be going home here today. Now, Stafa, I don't know about you here, but I've got some strong opinions about both sides. Again, a lot of the rosters from both Team Haken as well as Orange Esports both have been elected for both of our dream teams, our fantasy teams before. I can't wait to see who's going to be coming on top.
Yeah, these 2 teams have been super solid throughout the entire regular season. So we got to pay a lot of attention to the keys to victory because this will be an intense match.
It will be, and I mean, number 1, picking and winning the war seemed to be very ideal for both Team Hawk and Orange Esports. It's around their play style. It's definitely something that these teams have put a lot of thought into, especially when it comes down to Orange Esports. Team Hawk has a little bit more flexibility, but when the call is made, that's when the mid and gold laner start to creep in.
Yep, the mid and gold laners of each team respectively have been doing a great job of maintaining their control over these very crucial lanes in the current meta, making sure that their heroes can scale up to become the cores that their team requires to carry them through the late game. But of course, none of that would be achievable without map control.
Now, Orange Esports known to be very tactical as a team, usually investing a lot inside the gold lane, but more importantly, making sure that the gold lane actually gets to where it needs to be by controlling that map. I know you guys are excited about this, but what is your current prediction here? A majority leaning towards Orange Esports, and I have to throw the question to you, Sadafa. Who do you think is going to be taking this away in this upper bracket match?
I do believe that Orange Esports overall do have the greater potential, but Team Hawk have definitely shown us what they're capable of as well. There is a reason why we can see the audience votes seem a lot more split in comparison to other teams. I'm supporting for Orange. They've been underdogs for a long time, and now in this season, they're one of the favorites.
I'm going for Team Hawk, and that's why we have strong opinions here. But what about you at home? We've seen your votes. What about your predictions? Use the hashtag MPL Predictor. Use a very creative comment, and hopefully we get to see it. Make sure you use that hashtag MPL Predictor so we notice it, and more importantly, include your game ID as well as server ID so that you can win surprises.
Yeah, you saw on the camera just before this as well, there's a lot of supporters here in the live audience to provide their support, but that doesn't mean that all of you watching at home can't show your support as well, especially in determining who is going to be your choice of MVP. Participate in our INI MVP Kita by scanning the QR code below to decide who you think is the true MVP of the match.
True MVP indeed, man. Milo really knows how to impersonate that face. He's got that on lock. But so far, I don't know. This is going to be a really tough matchup. We've seen Orange Esports actually beat Team Hawk before. Team Hawk has beaten Orange before. And it's just a back and forth continuously between these 2 teams, whether it be in the MPL or outside of the MPL. So buckle up, everybody, ladies and gentlemen, because the drafting phase is about to begin to kick things off for day number 2. Welcome to the drafting phase.
Orange Esports versus Team Hack in the upper bracket. Some of you may know through history that these players have played together before, with Min, Man, and Gary formerly being part of the Orange Esports roster that represented Malaysia at MSC. Now split apart, their paths diverged. Only one of these teams will be able to continue their journey in the upper bracket.
And now we have to talk about the ultimate shot caller here. Valence claim to be one of the best gold laners currently in Malaysia. Team Hawk have already started the chance, and I'm trying to figure out where they are. They're on the first floor. Okay, all right, we see them here. They are going to be supporting their favorite team, but Valence so far with the highest total damage dealt to heroes at 6 million so far.
Up 6 million damage, the highest total damage dealt, like you mentioned. He even has the second highest kills achieved this season. So this is a player not to scoff at. Unlike most other gold laners, Valence wants to be in the thick of it. He wants to be right in the fray, aggressive positioning, looking for those kills. And that's why you tend to see the other players on the side of Orange Esports taking a more passive route to support around the gameplay that Valence wants to achieve.
Now looking at the bans so far, this is the most standard bans we've seen compared to day number 1, right? We're finally seeing Julian getting banned out here. We see the Akai as well as the Valentina for the side of Team Hawk coming over to Orange Esports, the Wanwan, the Claude, as well as the Fanny, which means that Farmis is wide out in the open here. I'm assuming Team Hawk is going to pick it up for themselves. It's something they've done before. It wouldn't be too surprising if they do so, but instead they opt to go for the Grok first.
It does seem like Grok as a hero has been gaining a lot more prevalence lately. Now, Farmis would have been an obvious choice considering that Team Hack, they tend to have this gameplay style that really focuses around team fights, big ultimates. But in your opinion, Gideon, what is it about Grok that has made him suddenly pop out again in the meta when he was more of a uncommon pick before this?
Now, a lot of Grok players, it's a hit or miss, right? But when it comes down to somebody who understands how Grok works, understands the hitboxes of that wild charge specifically, you're targeting the gold lane. You can isolate targets, you can stop artillery mages, and more importantly, you can get a big setup on a gold laner to allow the rest of your team to collapse upon. And I think that's what Team Hawk is ideally trying to do with this Grok. Orange Esports, on the other hand, completely different style. You've shown what your support is going to look like. Possibly it could be Lola on this EXP lane with the Grok, to be fair, but we'll see in a little bit. Paquito is always good. Atlas, just a monster in team fights.
But an Atlas pickup on Orange Esports is pretty unusual. Not typically a hero we see AIM being comfortable with playing. So I'm going to be assuming that this Atlas pick is specifically to make sure that Team Hawk cannot pick it up themselves.
Well, I would agree with that, but we have seen AIM pick it up, well, a couple of times at the very least during the regular season. Usually around the last 3 weeks is when we did see him play these harder tanks. Team Hawk, on the other hand, back to the denial, taking away Melissa, one of the highest DPM heroes that Valence was able to achieve within a game. 7,000 in a matter of fact, which is not a common number. Most people at highest hit about 5.4.
Yeah, that's the Valence effect right there. The aggro play from the Orange Esports gold laner makes a big difference, something that Team Hack does not want to have to deal with. Plus, having Melissa around provides a lot of defensive power. Just set down Muddle somewhere, instantly makes it very difficult for the enemy team to engage, and that's exactly what Atlas is looking to do. So AIM might have a bit of a difficult time here.
Yep, Orange Esports going to be locking in the Farsa, and this is great because that means Team Hawk actually gets some kind of return of investment by first picking the Grok. You can cancel it out with the Guardian's Barrier, and it will be, well, a safer way to stop it rather than sending in Lilia or arguably even Muddles. But this time around, we go to the second part of the drafting phase. The second bans will come in. We haven't seen EXP laners come out. Two flex picks from the side of both Team Hawk and as well as Orange Esports.
The Paquito pick, obviously, again, being a very powerful flex pick here. Now, before this, we would have expected that this would be an obvious Neo hero because Subway always played those objective-focused tank-style jungles, the Akai, the Balman, but recently we have been seeing him play on more aggressive assassins and fighters. What are the chances that this will be a Subway Paquito?
Possibly. It's a little tough to say because we've seen Subway play more tanks during the regular season and actually netting a lot more wins that way. We don't know what has happened over the past 2 weeks before we got into playoffs. Maybe he's got a lot more practice, to be fair. But the fact that they're banning out Assassins, which generally Paquito is good against because of his high kill rate and his high kill power at level 4 itself, I would imagine that Neo is going to be picking up Paquito.
I actually think this would still argue for a Subway Paquito though, because they could easily let the Ling through and then have Subway pick up the Ballman and easily bully Ling or Hayabusa out of the jungle. But we will have to see, as Team Hawk on the other hand are completely focusing on the EXP lane. They believe that this is definitely going to be jungle Paquito.
Yeah. I don't think it's that bad. I think that with Team Hawk having the Melissa, making sure that Paquito, even if Paquito gets close to Melissa, it really doesn't matter. But when you're up against Yuzong and Lapu Lapu, then it becomes a significant problem when your get away from me, her ultimate, isn't going to be as useful, especially when you're dealing with the Black Dragon form, especially when you're dealing with the Rage Blade coming in from the Lapu Lapu. Masha, on the other hand, is where it gets a little scary, right? Thunderclap, very powerful tool, but if you time the get away from me right, you can cancel it entirely.
But I think that's exactly what Orange Esports are betting on right now. They have the Paquito that mainly wants to jump into the backline, but because of that Melissa ultimate, very difficult for Subway to do so. So using the Thunderclap and the Feathered Airstrike as a way to bait out Melissa's ultimate and make it difficult for the Grok to defend the backline may be exactly the style that Orange Esports is going for.
Well, let's see here, because Team Hawk, they're playing a very... Whoa, Hellcurd! Very interesting change here. Now they have a second layer of depth to their composition. With the darkness falling, they're allowed to actually deny the Feathered Airstrike, completely turn off the lights as soon as the artillery is laid down, so the rest of the team can actually start peeling for the Melissa.
That is an excellent choice. This is obviously a Gary comfort pick. We haven't seen it from it in a long time, only picked once the entire season, but that was a victory from the Hellcurd pick. Like you mentioned, blinds out the Feathered Airstrike. Orange Esports are obviously playing a team composition that wants to have control over vision so that they can move around Team Hawk's team fight. But Dark Knight Falls just makes it so that that is impossible.
Yep, Irithel, the final lock-in for Orange Esports. You want to be able to kite it out as much as you can, and hopefully Valence is going to pick up Sprint here. I don't think there's any real reason to actually take Flicker like we've seen on day one. So, I don't know. I think Team Hawk has a really good composition on their sides. It feels like they've almost taken it away from Orange Esports.
Yeah, Team Hawk, really balanced comp. I think it really fits their style as well, but doesn't lean too far into the team fighting that they are known for and could be used as a vulnerability. Orange Esports going for a lineup that wants to control the tempo, control the battlefield, but when darkness blinds them, will they be able to maintain that control over the battlefield? The land of dawn beckons, and the cheers and cries of the audience shall support our players as we enter the gateway into our first upper bracket series of MPL Playoffs Day number 2.
Welcome everybody to the land of Dawn. Playoffs day number 2 kicks things off with Team Hawk on the blue side up against Orange Esports on the red side. And honestly, funny enough, it really feels like the roles have been reversed for both Team Hawk and Orange Esports. Orange Esports playing a composition based around team fighting with a lot of the heroes we usually love to see from Team Hawk during the regular season, and vice versa.
Yeah, there's a lot of respect from both these teams right now, and we can see AIM trying to do a little bit of annoying bullying towards Gary, but this is a Hellkit. His clear speed going to be pretty solid at level 1. They're even gonna force out the flicker from AIM with Min's presence.
Yep, they're gonna stall things out here, and the fact that AIM doesn't have his flicker, by the time he reaches level 4, he should have it back up online because he has pulled himself together, but it does slow down Hellkirt's clear speed, right? Now we're seeing a 2-buff start coming in from the side of Orange Esports, and a potential punish on AIM once again.
AIM gonna be the first blood man, gonna layer down the shadow energy to just completely burst down the roamer on the side of Orange Esports. The Guardian's barrier making it so that Stormy and AIM literally cannot walk away from the minefield that Man is planting down.
Yep, it's just a good follow-up. They got the flicker out of him, they see him show up in the mid lane once again, they cut him off, made sure that he doesn't have his perfect match, and as soon as he's off that cooldown, they instantly get a kill.
This is unfortunately one of the issues with having the Atlas as a roam, especially when compared with a Grok. He's going to have a lot less early game pressure.
Yeah, it really comes down to that level 4, right? And that's what AIM is looking to get to.
But speaking of getting someone, Neo going to be the target. Maybe not the best choice here. Even in a 1v3, they're going to focus on clearing up the EXP lane as Neo gets the trade onto Gary. Perhaps the most valuable target he could have found.
Oh, they definitely underestimated how strong an unbending will Neo is going to be on this Masha.
Ooh, but Min going to slightly miss the wild charge timing. They do still pick up aim though. Feathered airstrike not able to finish off the Grok, but with Subway and Neo coming back in. Neo going to get another revenge kill on his opponents. Valens and Panda going for a 1v1. The ultimate from Melissa already popped down as Muddles will continue to zone out the Irritel. But watch out! Here comes Stormy! Does he have the feathered airstrike? No, he doesn't! But his presence is more than enough to secure Panda.
Yeah, nicely played here. Valens is able to outplay the situation, and Inspired Panda is not going to be enough, especially when he has the movement speed to dip in and out of those fights, making it really tough for Panda to actually commit to getting those auto attacks down. He has to waste time actually trying to close the distance at the same point.
Both teams right now playing very aggressively across the map. Orange Esports especially knows they want to play around this early timing. But the Fatal Link is going to be instantly purified by Man. So the Lilia plays it safe with the black shoes.
That was played really well by AIM, delaying his abilities to make sure that Man is going to have no resources at the end of the engagement. No black shoes, no purify as well. Potentially could be punished in this upcoming fight.
Unfortunately, though, he is going to have about 70 seconds left on that Purify timer, and the 10x Turtle is coming up in 70 seconds as well. So by the time that Orange goes for a big fight again, it will be back up unless they go a bit hyper aggro in the next few seconds.
I would expect Orange to do so. They know Lilia is pretty much out of the fight for the time being, so they are trying to make plays towards the top side of the map. Min looks to cover, but notice on the bottom side, Neo, he wants to get that first push. He wants to proxy the waves early and then start making his way to start affecting the top side of the map.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Neo knows that he's not going to win the 1v1 lane against a Masha, so better to cut the wave and force Neo to do the same so that this Masha cannot be unlocked from the EXP lane to start roaming elsewhere.
Yeah, but look at this first movement. He's already in the mid lane. He could look to move up or just deny Masha the space.
Oh, but they're looking for the wild charge. They get it on balance, but here comes the rest of Orange Esports. Feathered airstrike gonna secure Gary. He cannot find the kill onto the Irritel. Now Lola jumping in. Stormy taking too much damage. That's gonna be a killing spree for the Esmeralda, but Neo doing an excellent job. He finds Man. He finds Min. The double kill on the Team Hawk twins, breaking the 5G connection.
Ooh, a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Orange Esports. Not what you want to see when Team Hawk had the first move. It's sad because Gary instantly died there. Orange Esports making sure that they coordinate their efforts to locate Gary despite the ultimate and looking to punish him straight away.
I'm honestly impressed that Orange Esports were able to find the Hellcurt there. Min even flickered in with the wild charge so that he would be the first one targeted by the tower. Orange Esports, though, still able to maintain that vision despite the Dark Knight falls, but because they lack resources after that fight, Gary continues to rack up the turtle kills.
Yeah, and the only way that Team Hawk was actually walking away from that situation even was if Man or even Panda was able to actually pick off 2 kills.
But they're still looking for it. Fatal links onto Lola. Wild charge going to find 2 underneath the tower, but Panda not quite enough damage yet as Stormy finishes off the Grok. Lola and Panda now, they're going to be able to pick off aim, but Panda pays for it with his life. Stormy adds another kill to his rank.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. Stormy at the last second lands the stun onto Panda, and he takes one extra tower shot before dashing away. You hate to see it, but right now, Orange Esports, even though they don't have gold on their side, they are stalling this game out. They will scale at the same time as Team Hawk, and that's exactly what they want to do.
We can look at the items so far. The first item on most of the cores on both sides going to be completed. Not a notable net worth difference either way. But we can see that Team Hawk is all... Oh, hold on. They're looking for the pickoff potentially onto Neo. He's on his last HP bar. He gets blocked off by the Guardian's barrier, running away. Dark Knight Falls has been popped. The wall comes back up to block. Team Hawk, they cannot continue the engagement. And now AIM gonna force Min the flicker over the wall to safety.
Such unlucky timing there. There really is no way to describe how unlucky that was, but Panda losing everything here.
Talon's gonna be able to pick up the 1v1. Min, no resources, no flicker, no wall charge. He cannot save his gold laner, and RNG Esports comes out on top.
He had to walk up there. Now the Feather Airstrike coming down too.
Yup, they're still looking for it. Man, gonna be forced to pop the black shoes. I'm not too certain about the cooldown on the wall charge on Min, but they definitely cannot look for this fight. So Orange have control over the turtle pit.
Right now, I think that Orange Esports is going to clean up the lanes. They know for a fact they can win the upcoming team fight because they're lacking resources, right? Right now, Panda, he's significantly far behind. Lola is the only person who's actually scaling on tempo with the rest of Orange Esports. So they're going to be focused down on making sure they know where he is.
But the Dark Knight Falls has been popped again. Lola by himself, distracting both Valens and Stormy. So AIM dies, not being able to do anything. But Feathered Airstrike finally finds the Esmeralda. Man now jumping in, but forced the Black Shoes back at massive distance to escape from the heavy crossbow damage. Turtle dropping real low. Subway is in the area, but it's Gary who secures it. And now Subway is silenced inside the turtle pit. No way he's getting out of that one.
Subway tried. He really tried to steal that away from Gary there. I mean, you can tell by the retribution timings, they were exactly on it. Both exact same cooldown timers, just a little bit more damage with the stickers coming in from Gary to ensure that he gets it. But on the top side of the map, because Orange Esports very diligently clearing up these lanes.
Oh, that's gotta be rough. Gary nearly takes out Valence, but the Fatal Links from AIM making sure that his gold laner stays alive. They are feeding everything into the Irritel.
Honestly, Team Hawk, even though they have a 1,000 gold lead against Orange Esports, it's not going to mean too much. They're still basically even.
Yeah, they are even for now, but Orange Esports are definitely getting a lot of scaling on their late game heroes. Wild Charge though going to find AIM in the bush, and he basically cannot move. Muddles whittles him down to 0. That's going to be a nice pickoff for Team Hawk. They might look for the engage. They know that the enemy tank is not alive, but the tower is, which means they cannot push this matter.
I think as of right now, Team Hawk have to play off of Lola's pressure. He gets first move every single time. I don't think Neo, even though Neo is about the same amount of gold here, Lola should be able to outpush Neo in 9 out of 10 situations, so he will have that first move. He could be the difference maker in these 5v5 fights.
Absolutely, and that's what Team Hawk will want to capitalize on, the pressure that Lola can apply on one side of the map, because Orange Esports does require the number advantage to truly take a fight against Team Hawk. In, he's gonna pop the wild charge to stop AIM as Stormy. He doesn't really. Oh, I thought he got out, but he didn't. Man gets the shutdown, but Lola will be traded instead. Here comes Neo. He's looking for Panda. Gets the thunderclap, but he's inside 4 members of Team Hawk. They're not gonna let their goal laner die in vain yet again.
Oh my goodness. Lola ends up dying, but they trade against Stormy. A huge shutdown for the side of Team Hawk. With Stormy gone, this Lord might be contestable, but he's coming back up in 2 seconds, and it looks like, you know, the wave management is more on Orange Esports' side.
Yeah, because Team Hawk had to invest a lot of their resources into that one. Their housekeeping wasn't able to quite keep up. Right now we can see as well, Valence trying to get as much split push on the map as possible. They know that if they can pressure Team Hawk, it'll lighten a lot of the pressure that the Esmeralda can apply on Gem. But AIM can be forced to flicker yet again.
Yup, they are just burning his battle spell every single time. It's going to be difficult for him to force a play.
Yeah, very difficult. Team Hawk now, complete control over the Lord Pit. Fatal Links onto Lola, sets it up for Subway, but it's AIM who pays the price. Killing spree going to Man, the Lord going over to Gary. Lola gets picked off, but they find Subway as well. That's going to be the RNG Sports jungler taken out of commission. And Team Hawk will have a Lord to push with.
4v3 here, and right now Orange Esports just cutting their losses. Very disciplined team fights. They knew for a fact that they couldn't sacrifice Valence. He needs to keep on scaling, but Man!
Ooh, Man, one shot, mega kill going over the Neo with a thunderclap timing. No chance to even use that Black Shoes.
Dang, I didn't expect him to die like that. He got stunned, instantly a thunderclap came out. Man just popped gone, sent out of existence, back into the Shadow Realm. But with this Lord pushing, right, can Team Hawk at least get a 5k gold lead? I don't think they can develop it to that point.
And the thing about Lord pushes is that Team Hawk will want to play around it, gathering up, and that could set up for a fatal link, but they're going for the backline instead. Wild charge! Gonna find Valence as the falling Star Moon lands on both Valence and Stormy. Aim not finding any chance to engage. Orange will have to sacrifice the tier 2 tower.
Min kind of mispositioned the wall there. He needed to get it in between both Stormy as well as Valence to cut them off in the middle, allowing Valence to be closer to them while keeping aim on the other side of the wall. Bit difficult to get and achieve, but so far, I don't think there was much of an advantage off of this Lord push. Orange Esports played it as best they could.
But now Man, he might be forced to use the Black Shoes, but he delayed it long enough to get Lola with the 3-man falling Star Moon. So the Esmeralda a little bit out of position. He will be able to buy enough time for the tier 1 tower to get taken out as aim flickers in, gets the 2-man fatal links, but the rest of Orange Esports too far behind to be able to follow up, and Atlas will pay the price.
Neo got so very close to killing Gary, but unfortunately didn't have enough. Gary was able to kind of kite it out at the end of the day, while Team Hawk was able to pick up a kill for themselves. Now they start invading into the jungle, and now they're really developing their lead here, something that Orange Esports is, again, allowing them to do for the time being. Look at the gold scores right now, 38,000 to 35. They're not too far away from their final components.
Yeah, but Orange Esports definitely recognizes at this point that the team fight is not going to be matching up to that of Team Hawk, especially since they will be doing a lot of damage through Man as well as Panda. Not to mention Lola being a huge distraction in the backline, because it's very difficult for Neo to achieve the same sort of effect due to how far back Orange needs to stand in these team fights.
I think Orange Esports needs to let Team Hawk go for the engagements. They can't really force these plays, but here we go once again.
Yep, Lola distracting Subway, feathered airstrike, not going to find... Actually, he does find Gary, but the wild charge will connect onto aim instantly. Drop down, Neo taking massive damage from Panda, who picks up the double kill. Valence, he could be out of position. Wind of Nature keeps him alive for now, but not for long as the triple kill goes to the hands of Panda.
Oh, you hate to see it. Orange Esports, they missed the engage. They didn't layer their ultimates correctly, and unfortunately, getting punished very, very heavily there. This is why Melissa is so good.
Team Hawk, very strong rundown comp right now. Most of the cores have achieved their power spike, and Orange Esports, we can see how both Valence and Stormy need to keep their distance, but it's so difficult to do so.
This is some Wing Chun action coming out from Team Hawk. They block the engage and immediately look to punish.
Lola gets 2-man falling Star Moon. He is by himself, but all he's doing is distracting, so Panda gets the Lord. Fatal links on the Esmeralda, but he is still alive now, dancing his way to escape the clutches of Orange Esports.
Oh my goodness. Well played by Lola. Zones them out, manages to live. Team Hawk lose nothing off of that, finally developing that 5k lead we've all been waiting for. Orange Esports has 3k more until they get that 4th item, and that's when they're going to start popping off. For the time being, Team Hawk have a very small window to get there. If we're looking currently at Valence, he's at 3 items. He's looking for that Haas Claw as a 4th, maybe a Demon Hunter Sword, arguably. If we're looking at Stormy, he's also at 3 items, and ideally, he gets a Glaive.
But it's going to be difficult for Orange to do so. Team Hawk are enabled right now. They are online and they want to push to end this game ASAP. Neo, he's looking for Panda, but he's being held back by both Min as well as Gary. Godlike going over the Panda. And now Orange Esports are lacking their EXP laner. No Masha to distract the backline. Fatal Link's going to find 2. That could be a good setup, but no follow-up. Panda does get shut down by Valence. They're going for it. Subway pushing in. Getting one more, the double kill onto Man. As now Abe, he's keeping Gary in his sights. He will die though. Orange Esports not quick enough to follow up. They may settle for Min instead, and they do pop the immortality. Valence still on top of the Grog, pops the heavy crossbow yet again. Wild charge keeps him locked down, but not long enough as Min will pay the price.
Get a taste of your own medicine, my friend. Min trying to taunt Valence to his face. The commitment coming in from Orange Esports, knowing that they managed to achieve their win condition in that team fight, will punish Team Hawk heavily for it. Now, with 3 members already down, they look to push back the gold lead. from Team Hawk. At this stage of the game, the gold lead does not even matter.
Yeah, absolutely not. It's all up to execution right now. And Team Hawk, unfortunately, underestimated their opponents a little bit. Orange Esports has a really strong high ground defense with this Atlas and Farsa. And once they caught out Panda, they knew it was go time.
Yep. Stormy currently at 87,000 on the damage dealt ranking so far. Second will come down to Panda. So, again, as I mentioned before, this is a lot of weak chung happening. You gotta block the initial engage and then stop the big ultimates. The Feathered Airstrike coming in from Orange Esports, and that way Team Hawk have a very clear opening to get in on Orange.
Basically, right now, both teams... Oh, hold on. Dark Knight falls. Looks like Gary looking for Stormy. Feathered Airstrike pop down. He will die, but he'll trade his life. Oh! Fatal Links finds two in the backline. Here comes Balance, pelting them, peppering Team Hawk with armor break, with damage constantly littering the field. Man will fall after all of that, leaving Min and Lola the only survivor.
Oh, Panda couldn't even get his ult off in time. He died before the entire situation completed, and now Orange Esports looking for this final push.
They know they can end. They are 4v2. It'll take another 15 seconds before Gary is able to respawn. But Team Hawk has the wave clear that is necessary to prevent them from going to the crystal. So all they're doing now is distracting them so that Subway and Balance can get that Luminous Lord.
Yeah, but now that, I mean, the crystal currently is exposed. They're forcing Team Hawk to come out of their base. They might be able to get two more picks here, and that's what AIM wants.
Fatal Links onto Min.
Oh no! Oh no!
Man! Get the Lord Steal somehow or another! A massive mistake by Orange Esports. They get the Grok, but he got the Lord.
Where was the communication from Orange? Where did it go? Grok gets a free steal. They were committed to killing the Grok. What happened?
That was a huge mistake. Orange Esports could have ended the game off of that, and now they're going to have to defend against this. Team Hawk, the rest of their members have already respawned. They are lacking Min, but this Lord has bought them the time necessary to make it so that Orange Esports could not end the game in a single fell swoop.
Oh my goodness, a single miscommunication has bought Team Hawk another 3 minutes into this game. And now that the scaling is basically complete from both sides, as you mentioned before, it's about that execution. And right now, Team Hawk have to be extremely careful with how they manage the situation, because it comes down to whether or not they can abuse the fact that Orange Esports are currently missing 2 inhibitor turrets compared to Team Hawk's middle inhibitor being missing. So it's a 2-for-1. They can play the side lanes if they want to. They can push advantages that way and force Orange Esports to split up.
Right now, looking at the state of the map, it is very even. We can see that both crystals are exposed. There is no net worth difference to speak of, and both teams do have solid high ground defenses. For Orange, having the Farsa and Atlas. For Team Hawk, having the Melissa. So these are going to be major priority heroes for either side if they want to push in and potentially end the game.
I mean, as of right now, Lola is really strong by himself. He can solo push, and Neo can't really stop him. And the fact is, he clears way faster than Neo as well. So Neo, he's hovering around the mid lane, while you can see Lola playing towards that bottom side. They're ready to push out as soon as there is an objective to contest. So until we see about 30 seconds on this lore timer, we're not going to see Lola show his face.
Absolutely not. And he's going to be managing that bottom lane wave specifically to make it so that Orange Esports doesn't send people over to respond to it too early.
So smart. He's just delaying it ever so slightly. He's not completely clearing it, he's just touching it, forcing them to slowly come to him. And once he sees more movement, all right, now I clear the wave, move back into the jungle, allow Team Hawk to take a better position on top side.
Right now, Team Hawk evidently have control over the map, and with the Lord coming up in another 30 seconds, this is going to be quite dire for Orange Esports. What are the steps that they need to take to overcome the map control their opponents currently hold?
Right now, in this 20 seconds before Lord spawns, they need to clear out bottom side, get some control over mid, and that's why a majority of their forces are hovering around that side of the area. They want to be close enough to the Lord to threaten the team fight, but not fully commit to it.
Lola, he is going to constantly be by himself, but Orange Esports, oh, hold on, Lola gets the 3-man falling Star Moon. He's gonna be CC'd by Subway, but that opens up the map. Team Hawk gonna force the Fatal Links out from AIM as he is caught out by himself. Valent going to be silenced. He has to return to his base. AIM just going to try and pull them as far away as possible, and he escapes with Neo popping Gary's immortality with the Thunder Clap. Somehow, AIM still alive on the opposite side of the map as Orange Esports prolongs this fight, but Lola gets another massive falling Star Moon. Gary, unfortunately, going to be able to finally find AIM. I actually thought he might be able to recall back, but with that victory, Team Hawk, they should be able to get this Lord.
Wow, I didn't expect Team Hawk to actually get away with that. A really good call by Lola, specifically jumping into the middle of 4th, threatening Orange Esports and forcing out the wings by wings from Stormy.
But now Subway, he's been caught right wild charge. They get the mega kill on Panda. Where did that happen? Valent securing the enemy gold lane. Man, forced to use the black shoes as Subway dismantles the backline, finding the kill onto Min. Though now he's in the clutches of Gary. Immortality popped down and he will be brought down as well, shut down by Gary onto the enemy jungle.
What a game this is. 20 to 25 kills, both teams not giving each other an inch. When you think Subway is completely out of the fight, he makes a play to get Panda with the help of his teammate Stormy to ensure that this kill will go through. Team Hawk, and especially for Panda, he needs to respect that space. He cannot be holding up his ultimate until the very last second. He might even have to preemptively put it down now.
Yeah, right now we can see that both these teams are very evenly matched in terms of mechanics and map awareness. So name of the game right now comes down to disruption and control. Which team is able to mess with the tempo of the opposite side when they're taking these big battles and split up their ranks so that the squishier heroes are exposed.
Yep, Lola, he needs to abuse that. He's pretty much unkillable at this point. Neo doesn't stand a chance. Lola is literally trading against him while pushing the waves at the same time.
Yeah, that's gonna be a difficult one, but the thing about Neo is that he can at least hold his ground. He can make sure that Lola doesn't get the free push while providing vision for his team in a way that doesn't expose him to vulnerable to the rest of Team Hawk.
Yeah, Lola, he needs to shove out these waves right now. He needs to put a threat because Team Hawk are sitting on top of the Luminous Lord. Orange Esports, they recognize this, and AIM is looking for a particular angle to go through. Here comes the perfect match. No, he's just hovering. He's just taking the space slowly. He wants to make sure that Panda does not feel safe.
Yeah, AIM definitely knows that he cannot afford to get caught out right now, but Lola, he finds balance on the opposite side, gonna force out the feathered airstrike. That's a lot of damage. Lola does still escape, but that's gonna be massive cooldowns wasted. The heavy crossbow and feathered airstrike no longer available for Orange Esports.
More importantly, Valens actually popped his sprint to ensure that he has the damage to survive and potentially chase down Lola. Lola did lose his own sprint, but it's not as valuable as Valens, who has a much bigger role to play.
This is tense, honestly, right now. Both these teams have the chance of taking this. And yes, this is only the first game of our series today. But you can imagine that after 24 minutes, the momentum from this first victory is going to be crucial in securing yet another one. Valens, he wants the combo with Neo right now. He's going on top of Lola, but Panda is nearby as well, and I don't think they're aware. Panda gonna pop down his ultimate, pop down Muddles, as Stormy comes in to support Neo, making sure he gets out. Winter Trunky and forced out from the Esmeralda, but Subway mistimes his... Oh! The 3-man Fatal Links! Gonna find Subway, gonna find Lola, and now the rest of Team Hawk are scrambling to escape the clutches of Orange Esports.
The layers coming out from these two teams, they are so similar. They're making the exact same moves, but this time, Orange Esports thought one step ahead. AIM cutting off rotation routes, catching not only Gary, but Lola in the mix.
We have to note, these are two teams that know each other incredibly well. They're aware of each other's habits, each other's play styles, and you can see how tight the competition is. Orange Esports now zones Team Hawk off of the Lord. They need this to end the game.
Yep, finally, they should be able to get the Lord here. No crazy steals coming out of mid. They've learned their lesson. They're going to cleanly take this away and now tactically start taking out these turrets, inhibitors, or they can look for a full-on team fight, but even then, it's still very risky.
Now, the challenge Orange Esports has is that both Panda and Mon have incredible base defense. Just pop down the Shadow Energy, pop down Muddles. It's very difficult for Orange Esports to push in. What do they need to do to ensure this is the final Lord?
Well, let's have a look. AIM, if he can if they can just stall this out for another 20 more seconds, he's gonna have Flicker and he can make something happen here. But the same can go for mid. He's looking for the gold laners. That's the main objective. So they're gonna slow push this and synchronize these waves and make something happen right here.
But Orange Esports, they're just gonna force it. Neo is now tanking a lot of damage in front. AIM has to leave before he pops his immortality. Lord gonna be dropped down to 60%. Valens looking for Min with the heavy crossbow and Subway. He's gonna miss.
There it is!
But the Fatal Links will be found! And that is the time that Orange Esports needed. The open window to break down the crystal and secure victory in game number 1.
That just shows you how powerful the Lord can get towards the later half of the game. 20 minutes deep in, a Luminous Lord plus 2 full waves is more than enough to start hunkering down to crack open a crystal.
What a magnificent showing from both these teams. This was grand finals worthy gameplay. Orange Esports, Team Hack, both true competitors that truly want to put it all on the line, putting all the stakes up on display. So let's see what they have to say on their mic check.
Nice.
Mati. Lilia dah ulti.
Nice.
Nice. Lilia kat atas, Lilia.
Sabar. Alright. Nice. Turun deh. Gila, dua le. Guys, ada kerok. Dapat. Nice. Ada lot.
Reset.
Ada lot.
Elisa dah expire.
Dapat.
Whew, really looks like Valence is pumped up for this matchup against Team Hockey. Is giving more energy in the earlier stages of the game than what we're used to based on what we saw in the regular season.
Yep, they're definitely looking to be playoffs worthy right now, and I love it. I think Orange Esports is a team that has a lot of potential, and a lot of these players have been around for a long time. They just needed to be given the stage that could show off what they're capable of, and this is a great way to start off the day.
I think as of yet, AIM was really struggling throughout the game, right? There were moments of time where he really couldn't find the angle to engage, where most other people probably would, and was defensively using his flicker more times than they should have. But let's have a look at the item build, because despite everything that happened to AIM, at the end of the day, he has a team to back him up. People like Subway as well as Neo providing that extra bit of space and to open up angles for Atlas to jump right into the middle of the team without his flicker, only utilizing the perfect match.
I think that is always the danger of the Atlas pick, right? You can see during the early stages of the game, Team Hack had paid a lot of attention to AIM's positioning. They have Min, they know how he wants to engage. But towards the later stages, when they started forgetting about the danger of the Fatal Links and AIM specifically waiting for the middle of the fight to actually use it, that was excellent.
It really was excellent, especially with the other threats rising up, like Stormy, for an example, on that Farsa. Every time that Feather Airstrike comes up, even if you are as tanky as Min or Lola, they back away. They have to respect that Feathered Airstrike.
Absolutely. This was a really close match and truly a battle of wills between both these sides. Looking at the items, this was a very long game, so everyone is already going to be on max build overall. I don't think there's anything too unusual there as well. I think it was just really a test of execution and mechanics between all of these players.
Truly, it was. And I'm surprised because despite the fact that we like to see mages, especially at this stage of the game, have 4 magic damage items, Stormy opting to go for the Enchanted Talisman as well as the Winter Truncheon. No Holy Crystal at all.
It doesn't really need it after all, but let's find out who the MVP is going to be, and it is going none other than Valens. Once again, the shot caller for Orange Esports, the aggressive marksman that literally peppered the enemy team full of holes as he went in with that heavy crossbow.
Yep. Oh, man. Towards the end there, it was getting really dicey. I'm surprised he's only died 1 time throughout that game, despite all the engagements that happened. And that's what I'm telling you, Orange Esports, they play for their gold laners specifically. And if they have to cut their losses, if you don't have Valence or a gold lane in your name, don't worry, you can sacrifice your life.
Yeah, and you can imagine it kind of risky as well for an Irritel to sell off their boots towards the late game because of how much their kit is inherently built into their mobility. But, well, it's Valens. He's gonna find a way.
Yep. I mean, let's look at the highlights here brought to you by the Samsung Galaxy A series. This early game was played perfectly by Team Hawk. They had a really good recipe, but a couple of mistakes here and there, and especially when it came down to how they wanted to engage and initiated these dives, it didn't work out. Orange Esports were still able to clutch up and even out the score, whether it be a 1-for-1, sometimes even a 2-for-1 when it should completely not be trading at all.
One problem I think with Team Hawk's lineup is the fact that other than Min and Lola to some extent, they are a team that's very heavily focused on defense, on picking people off, on forcing people to engage into the Lilia minefield, into muddles, whereas Orange Esports has a much easier time playing around the battle and deciding when and where they want to engage. Because Team Hawk was initiating a lot of these later fights, they were giving up a lot of their cooldowns to try and catch people off and not saving much for potential escape.
Yeah, I definitely think there could have been a lot more mind games to be played utilizing Gary's ultimate. They could have looked to maybe fake out an initiation onto Lola, but really look to get on top of Stormy and arguably even Valence as well. There were a lot of times where Team Hawk were getting the first step down. Get Valence to use his ult, get Valence to use his sprint specifically. Maybe if we're lucky, we can break out a Winds of Nature out of him. And once we do, the second fight becomes significantly easier to get on top of him.
And I think a lot of it can be attributed to the mental fortitude of some of these players as well, right? With Orange Esports, normally when you see the Hellcat jump on top of you, especially as like the Airtel, as the Farsa, there are people that will definitely panic in the moment. But there were fights where you could see Gary instantly pops Dark Knight Falls, jumps on top of Stormy. Stormy doesn't miss a beat, pops the feathered airstrike. He knows he's going to die, but I'm going to do as much damage as possible before that happens.
Which I thought it was quite surprising, the fact that he was dealing that much damage with only magic penetration. We don't see him double down on getting a Holy Crystal, not even Blood Wings as well. Decides to go more defensive and focus heavily on the cooldowns. It really does show the shift in where the meta is right now. It's either you start to shred away their magic resistance with a glowing wand. If not, I would argue a Genius Wand, but half the time, we're just seeing the third item, Holy Glaive. Sometimes, if you want some extra cooldowns, get an Enchanted Talisman, and for some reason, you're still good.
I do think a lot of people are testing out and realizing that penetration as a stat, both physical and magical, is becoming a lot more valuable in the current meta. So you can see why people might give up those big stat stick sort of items for more penetration. Not to mention that Farsa does have more max HP damage built into her kit now, so it's a little bit less important.
Well, I thought he wanted to greed out. Like, look to one-tap somebody with a feathered airstrike, and especially if your name is Panda, hey man, drop that ult, feel safe, pretend you're safe. Just walk close enough to that feathered airstrike and I'll take you out in one shot. That would be more than enough. That's what I was expecting to see out of Stormy, but the realization that he can take out these tanks a lot faster and focus on cooldowns, he kind of understands what his role is. He's not looking to take out Panda. If Panda happens to be in the area, that's great, but if Lola gets close, his team's in trouble.
Yeah, absolutely. I agree with you there. Having a look at the game recap for game number 1, in terms of damage done, honestly, the numbers on both sides are kind of ridiculous because of the length that this game went overall.
Yeah, 135,000 coming out from Stormy, 125,000 coming out from Valence. Panda could not keep up with that, but Mon, and specifically Lola, hard carried them throughout that mid-game.
Yeah, that was really well done. I think Lola has definitely evolved a lot. I think a lot of us were kind of counting him out when the season started because his performance previously didn't quite match up to the standards of the other players, but he has truly proven himself throughout the course of the regular season. And if you can give him a hero that applies pressure easily like the Esmeralda, that's exactly what he's going to do.
Yeah, which begs the question, what is the adaptations coming into this next game, right? Because I think Orange Esports, despite having a composition that's very like Team Hawk during the regular season, I don't think this is going to keep up for the second game. I think usually in these positions, teams like to fall back to their comfort picks.
The thing about Orange Esports that I feel makes them strong overall is their style of gameplay is very much aggression backed by adaptability. They're very aggro in the sense that they will just throw themselves at their opponents, but they will change their items, they will change their hero picks depending on the situation, and that really does enable this sort of playstyle a lot more safely.
So that would mean that Team Hawk is most likely going to be on the red side, I would assume, because then it gives Orange Esports, hey, you decide what direction you want to go for, will respond to what you want to do, and then maybe it kind of switches the roles up.
I think that would be ideal, but if they do that, they would also have to contemplate giving over really strong picks to both Stormy and Valent, the Julian and the Wan being heroes that we have to really prioritize.
Oh, I don't know. I would argue that Melissa and Wan need to go. I think Melissa gives a little too much, and I feel like Wan is always just a good pick in the gold lane.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a difficult one to do, but that is because these two teams are just that evenly matched. But having a look here, we have the average DPM for all regions up on screen right now.
Dang! I didn't realize that Valens was topping the damage charts next to Haji coming in from Blacklist International from MPL PH.
If anything, what I'm surprised about is the fact that Abumon from Suha's Esports is actually up in that top 10. That's actually quite impressive.
Look, he had a good game. Don't get me wrong. He had a couple of really, really good games, and Abumon generally is the damage dealer from Suhas. But then again, I'm surprised. Like, Valens is out-damaging people like Oheb.
Yeah, Valens. Like, we already know he's a really aggressive player, but this really does put things into perspective. There are some really notable names up there for fans of MPLs across the regions. And it just goes to show, you know, MPL MY, we've got some stats to show to the world.
Yeah, and I mean, a majority of that list, especially if we're looking at like towards the top 3, top 5, I'm seeing a lot more mages than I am seeing gold laners.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about Valens. He really does have the damage per minute of like a jungler, of a mage, just because of how aggressively he plays throughout the game. So let's find out whether or not he will be able to boost that DPM ranking even further as we enter the draft for game number 2.
Now, Team Hawk has still decided to stay on the blue side, so they are going to go for that first pick, while Orange Esports is going to maintain on the red side. Julian and Grok immediately banned out for the side of Team Hawk. Orange Esports banning out the Fanny.
Now, what is Team Hawk's direction going to be here? I at first thought that maybe they want to prioritize Claude for Panda, just go for the comfort picks, but Orange Esports already reading into that. Not gonna give Team Hawk easy heroes to play in this game.
Yep. They ban out the Akai once more for the side of Team Hawk, so that means I would assume that Orange Esports is going to ban out the Wan, Faramis. Somebody needs to pick this up, because that Grok first pick coming out from the side of Team Hawk was doing great in the earlier stages of the game. Mid stages, he was more of a disengage, and then they were looking to punish towards the later half of the game, especially during the late game. But now, with the first pick Paquito here, Gary is not playing games anymore.
Yeah, I was thinking that as well. Team Hawk absolutely must prioritize Paquito. They gave it away to Orange previously. Not the best idea, but this does open up the opportunity for Orange to go for Grok if they want to. A much safer and easier hero to play over the Atlas. But seems like AIM is feeling the fatal links today.
Yeah, really does. I'm surprised that they went for Valentina here. I would have imagined that Orange Esports could have easily just picked up the Melissa straight away to deter Paquito to going into the jungle. But then again, hey, we'll see what happens now. Because the fact is, they've taken the Valentina, a very high prio pick. It kind of tells Team Hawk, yeah, sure, if you take the Farmis right now, it really doesn't matter. But the Irithel gets locked in for the side of Team Hawk. They want to make sure they can outscale the initial damage coming in from the Melissa after the laning phase.
I'm pretty sure the Valentina specifically is the deter Team Hawk from picking the Diggy, because that would be an obvious counter to the Atlas. You have once you have the Valentina, giving away Time Journey on top of Fatal Links is just the worst idea you can. So instantly Team Hawk cannot go for that. So they go for the Kagura as a safe choice. The Irithel stolen away from Valens, I think, is really important as well.
Okay, so Orange Esports, they're going to most likely ban out the Diggy. The Farmis, I think they could also get rid of it if they wanted to as well. There's nothing that really threatens them, but it depends on what this next pick is, this final pick in the first phase coming out from Orange Esports is going to be. It could be the EXP later. They could show a jungler potentially. I think Karina is not too bad here, but instead they're going to go for the Amon.
Oh wow, are we gonna be seeing Stormy Amon again?
I don't think so.
No, this is absolutely Stormy Amon. Like, let me explain what Orange Esports are doing with this pick. They don't have anyone that can catch the Irithel easily. it's very easy for Panda to juke out the Fatal Links. So having a single target high burst ultimate in Endless Shards could instantly take him out of the factor instantly.
So would that mean that they're throwing Valentina into the gold lane or even the EXP instead?
It could be anything, honestly. It's hard to say, but I do want to believe this is going to be Stormy Amon. I think if they put the Valentina on Neo, it could definitely still work.
We'll see. We'll see what the matchup is going to be because Orange Esports is banning out the show, making sure that even if they do lock in, a Melissa of their own, it'll generally be okay. Team Hawk, they're making sure that strong counter picks against the Irithel, especially that Thunderclap, super annoying to deal with. We saw it in the previous game. They know what it feels like, so you might as well get rid of it.
So the Cho ban from Orange Esports, I'm still trying to understand what the idea behind this is. I suppose they don't want for Atlas to be easily kicked out of the way when looking for that engage, but I'm wondering if there may be a deeper underlying factor behind this.
I think they want to set up for Melissa, right? If they ban out Yuzong or maybe Lapu Lapu for the side of Orange Esports, I would assume they're leaning towards that direction. Unless they have anything else in mind, maybe the Diggy as well, I would make an argument for that as well.
The Diggy at this point, I feel like going for Diggy at this point is a little bit too greedy. That would be way too much magic damage on the side of Orange Esports. They will decide to go for the Hayabusa ban. Okay, now that I see this, it could actually be Amon jungle.
Yep. So the Hayabusa ban, it's still in the direction of Melissa, and I think Orange Esports willing to steal away the ultimate from Diggy or even farm is because they have the Valentina, so that makes sense. They're not going to touch it for the time being. Team Hawk, on the other hand, wow, that is a powdered screen.
That is a very powdered screen. You know, sometimes you just need that additional friction, right? You just need to be able to truly grasp victory within your hands.
It's not chalk, it's baby powder, so it's slippery. It does the opposite. It's the opposite thing.
Well, maybe you just want your thumbs to be soft.
That's also true. You want to baby smooth. But Lapu Lapu is the next ban coming out for the side of Team Hawk. Okay, I wouldn't imagine... I mean, it is Neo. He has come up with some pretty sick outplays before, so it's a comfort pick for him, so you might as well take it away while you still can. Now, second phase, first pick for the side of Orange Esports. Do they show their marksman right now, or is it worth going for something else, showing the EXP laner? I think showing the EXP laner is totally fine here. Benedetta, not bad.
Actually, if Orange Esports are still flexing Valentina and Amon, it would be wiser to go for the marksman reveal at this stage to continue confusing Team Hawk as to who is actually going into the EXP. And since they already know the gold lane matchup, I think Clint, not a bad choice against the Irritel.
But why though? Why do they want Clint when they can play something like Melissa? At least she can throw Muddles out, generally be okay, use an ultimate to protect herself from Bikino. Kagura is where it gets a little difficult for Clint, right? He has to walk up to get his damage out. Even with the empowered auto attacks, it still might not necessarily keep him safe. Now Team Hawk locking in the Ling and as well as the Hilda to disrupt the Amon. Very good options. The Hilda is going to make Amon's life so difficult at level 1 and level 2.
Yeah, that's going to be really difficult to play around. So if Orange Esports do intend to put the Amon into the mid lane, this is where they go for a bulkier jungle. The Balman still going to be open for the hands of Subway, but we'll see whether or not that is the choice. Team Hawk overall, I feel like their comp might be a little bit greedy. They do need to take some time to really scale up on a lot of these heroes.
I mean, they can make stuff happen, I suppose. We'll see. I mean, Esme gets locked in for the side of Orange Esports, so that means Amon is going into the jungle. Stormy on balance. All right. Normal stuff. Team Hawk, not too different here. I think Neo should have an okay time against Lola. Then again, Lola has been pulling up some really good 1v1s.
But Neo is a really intimidating EXP laner. He will be able to get the job done, so that's going to be an important matchup to watch out for.
Yeah, it really is going to make a difference in this upcoming game. As Team Hawk are going to be chanting from the top floors of Quill City Mall. Let's jump right into it, recapping the composition. Starting off with Team Hawk, they are going to be playing for their gold lane, but they have a lot of disruption in the earlier stages to help them transition into mid, while Orange Esports, they need to get to level 4 to start making plays across the map. They're going to play through their gold lane as always. Let's see whether Valence can bully Panda out of lane.
Will Orange Esports be able to secure an easy path through the upper bracket with a clean sweep? Or will Team Hack show to their former teammates that they have what it takes as well to continue their journey towards that lofty throne? The Land of Dawn awaits once again. And now Min going to be heavily targeted. Orange Esports already knew he would be coming. These players, they know each other's habits.
They are sharp. They expected Min for the invade. They group up as 3 and instantly take him out. And now Amon is going to have level 1, level 2, no problem.
Yeah, and that's going to be the most important stage of the game for Subway especially. He needs to be able to hit that level 4 in order to really start snowballing with that endless shards, and that is going to be the timing that Orange Esports wants to prioritize.
Yeah, look at this. Neo, he wants to... he just wants to trade against Lola. He wants to get as much gold as he possibly can with the Avarice, and then come back into lane and just sandbag him again.
AIM gonna be focusing a lot on this mid lane. They are aware of that mid lane priority to allow for themselves to maintain some semblance of map control. Having a Ling and a Hilda playing means that they need vision over this portion of the map.
Yeah, and this is gonna suck for Panda because Clint is gonna keep on bullying him all day long until he gets his item. So, well, now that Gary is going to be hovering around this side of the map, I'm pretty sure he should get a free push here if they are able to trade him out. Yeah, Clint is backing off. He knows that the Ling is nearby, so that means it's a free push for Panda.
And because of that, Orange Esports knows that Gary is down here. Valens, you might be fighting me off a bit more than you can chew right now. There's still going to be the Tempest of Blades from Gary, but Valens gets another trapping recoil. Not quite enough though. First blood claimed by Gary.
All right. Bit weird coming in from Valens. Not sure why he decided to contest that without calling his teammates much earlier on. The rotation came a little late. I guess he maybe overestimated himself here, but it does mean that Team Hawk should be able to get the turtle, no problem.
Yeah, that was definitely overconfidence by Valens. Very characteristic of him. He was confident that he could actually take that 1v1. And all things considered, he did get quite close. If this was literally 1 or 2 minutes later, he would have gotten the kill on Gary. But yeah, just a little bit too greedy.
Yep, once again, Min not really having much impact in this game. He can't really invade, and every time he does try, they notice him straight away and look to push it out. Like, look at Stormy. He's forcing the mid wave down as quickly as possible, and even Panda is trying to get some pressure of his own.
But now the Fatal Link is going to find Min right into the Endless Shards. That's a lot of ultimates invested onto the enemy roamer, but with that open, that means that Neo will have a much freer time invading the jungle.
I mean, look at the time of which they killed him, right? There's nothing to contest for on the map. Like, the side lanes just want to scale. Clint is naturally winning the lane. Neo has vision exactly where Gary wants to be, so you might as well take the free donation.
I guess that is true, and with that as well, it does make it a lot safer for Valens to farm in the gold lane without thinking about Hilda. But now in the top lane, a 2v2, Endless Shards onto Gary. Doesn't have enough shards built up to get the one shot, so the Ling will get out, and Lola is the one securing the gold crab.
Yeah, it feels like right now, Subway is kind of everywhere on the map. He's trying to affect the gold lanes. He's trying to make sure that Gary doesn't feel comfortable anymore, and as soon as Hilda starts popping out, he knows where he is, so he's going to play on the opposite side of the map, and more so getting ready with Stormy once he recalls to get his mana back.
Stormy on this Valentina hasn't gotten a lot of chance to show his stuff yet here in this game, and Team Hang has specifically drafted a composition that basically has no valuable ultimates for the Valentina to utilize, maybe with the exception of Tempest of Blaze to allow him to get out of sticky situations.
Yep, no, I totally agree with you. There's not a lot of good ults for him, and he has a pretty bad mid lane matchup. Like, Kagura completely outranges her.
But now, AIM gonna be scouting out Min. They're both buying time for their teammates to come on over because they know that they need to battle around this turtle pit. Gary going to be the one to start it off. And now Orange Esports, they're the ones. Oh, Valens! Does he die to this? No, he is still alive, and that means Man will die. Min gonna chase him down, but that means that Orange Esports now a little bit out of position. They cannot contest the turtle. Endless Shards going to be wasted on the Hilda, not even picking up the kill. Gary gets the free neutral objective.
Okay, that happened. All right. It's a 1-for-1 trade overall. I'm surprised that Valens still wanted to try and claim an assist of some sort. I do think that AIM could have pulled them in a different direction, but right now, let's see what they do with Lola.
Yep, Neo could be in a bit of trouble, but he is an Esmeralda. He's already gotten, I think, probably his first item, so he's able to survive that. As now Orange Esports changed their target to Panda. He's able to jump away with the heavy crossbow though, so no successful attempts of these ganks across the map.
Yep. Once again, top side, not much happening here, and as long as Lola isn't winning this matchup against Neo, Neo is just naturally scaling and winning without doing too much.
Yep, and that's exactly what Neo wants to achieve. Ideally, Lola is the one that wants to be unlocked from... what is happening there? Fatal Link's taking ages to execute, but they will finally pull Min back, and that's going to be a kill given over to Valence, though Neo finally gets taken out with the help from Man, as Gary also picks up the mid-tier 1.
Very smart of Stormy to make sure he steals the Tempest of Blades in case there is a commitment, but so far Team Hawk going to be playing for these for these towers and objectives. They want to punish Panda once again.
Panda, he's going to jump in Valence's direction to escape the other two, but that's going to be his death. No way he's escaping from a 3-man gank. So Orange Esports continues to focus on giving Valence farm. Team Hawk, it looks like they're rotating people over to stop this, but Orange Esports are already out of there.
Actually, that's not a bad play coming in from Panda. He ends up dying. He uses his explosive crossbow to blow up the wave and trade against Clint, but it's really just to clear the wave, and they actually save that bottom tier 1 because of his sacrifice.
That is a good catch right there. Definitely things that people would not consider, but clearing up the wave does mean that the tier 1 tower will not fall to Orange Esports, and with the turtle coming back up, that lack of map control means that Team Hawk still will be in a better position over the river.
Now make sure, guys, even if you are in Panda's position, clearing the wave doesn't necessarily mean you save the tower. Make sure your team rotates, but no, the catch!
Fatal Links on 2 members as Lola is taken out by the Endless Shards. That's going to be the ultimate down for another few seconds for Orange Esports, meaning that Subway cannot walk up to contest the turtle. So Orange Esports focuses on the fight. Abe finishes off Min as the Tempest Blades comes out. They find Valence. Looks like Stormy will fall in succession to Gary. Subway, does he have his ultimate back up? No! He does not. So Gary picks up the double kill.
No, Subway was just a couple of seconds off his ultimate there. That's so unfortunate. That 1v1 should have been his.
That's really sad right there. He thought he could prolong it long enough, but that is going to be really bad for Orange Esports. Gary now sitting on 3-0. And the Ling, you know, this hero is going to snowball off of any momentum you give it.
Yeah, Gary going to continue being efficient as always on this Ling. Rather frustrating, but Orange Esports, they've been in this exact same position against Team Hawk before. Similar to game number 1, give them the towers, have a very slight goal lead ahead of them, but don't worry, we'll come back in the later stages of the game.
But what are the chances of Orange Esports being able to come back in this game as compared to before? They no longer have the armor shred from the Iritel, and their high ground defense is going to be a little bit weaker without the Farsa as well.
Well, let's take into consideration that Team Hawk's composition is purely designed around Panda and as well as Mon, right? Those are the 2 main damage dealers. Both Gary and Lola are looking to jump in and finish off what Panda and Mon set up for. But the question is, where's the setup, right? Min is basically unplayable on this Hilda throughout the game. The most that he can do is run towards the backline. So if Orange Esports just protect both Valence and as well as Stormy, generally they should be fine. And I think they should be protecting Valence more often than Stormy.
I agree with you there. Min now going to be caught again by the Fatal Links. The rest of Team Hawk coming to back him up. Endless Shots going to be launched, but no deaths overall as Stormy extends too far and dies alongside Subway for a killing spree over the Team Hawk.
That's what you want to see from Team Hawk. Great play and a great yin-yang overturn coming in from Mon, landing on 2 important targets. Orange Esports have the setup, but they don't necessarily have the damage. So for the time being, they can just play this slow. And Team Hawk, they want to respond to how Orange Esports engages.
Orange Esports right now feels like they're depending a little bit too much on Team Hawk making the same mistakes as before and diving a bit too deep to set up for the multiplayer Fatal Links. But I imagine that Team Hawk are not going to fall for the same sort of mistakes twice. And now that they do have the Link to easily dive into the backline with massive amounts of damage, I'm not sure if Orange Esports are able to keep up.
Well, we'll see, because right now Team Hawk with the 4K goalie and Lord pushing, that should technically extend their lead to about 5K. We'll see whether it makes it to the 7K mark here, but with that tier 2, it should be about 4,800. If they get the mid-tier tier 2 as well, that should be 5,200.
Right now, though, Team Hawk, they have full control over the jungle area, completely choking out any chances of Orange Esports gaining more farm and picking up their own buffs. Split pushing all of the lanes at once to prepare for that Lord shoving down the bottom lane. Even AIM forced to escape with the perfect match.
Yep, they've already hit 5,000. Now they just need to break that mid-tier 2 as well. They're slow pushing, like Lord kind of do its own thing on the bottom side, while the second waves are starting to start crashing down on mid-tier 2.
This is not a good sign for Orange Esports. All the external towers will fall instantly. Team Hawk looking for the full dive onto the bottom side as Gary jumps in on top of Valens. He's going to be forced to use his Tempest to Blaze. Valens still alive, but the tower is not. The Fatal Link, though, finds two. Gary gets shut down. Min follows. Double kill going over to Valens as he picks up Lola, and Panda falls as the triple kill over the Orange Esports. Even Stormy using the heavy crossbow to finish off the final member of Team Hawk.
And that's their win condition. It's all up to AIM's engage. They found it. Let's have an instant replay one more time. Keep your eyes on AIM on this Atlas, because when he comes in from the flank, they immediately start to punish. Neo gives his life, but Stormy jumping on in and boldly taking the explosive crossbow. You would never expect a Valentina to steal an ult like that.
Wait, how does Stormy have that much damage on the heavy crossbow? It's not as if he's building physical damage items. I'm kind of wondering how that ultimate scaling works when it's stolen by the Valentina.
I mean, it still scales with the amount of AP that he, the magic damage that he actually has. But now that they're peeling back towards the top side of the map, hopefully they don't have to take another engagement again. Now remember, Stormy's ultimate, when you target somebody, they get slowed down. So the idea is that once they get close enough to Panda, they can really start to punish him. If he steals the explosive crossbow, Panda is going to be at his 60% slow, allowing the rest of Orange Esports to collapse on him a lot faster, and he won't have the movement speed because he took Purify instead of Sprint.
I see, that does actually make a lot of sense, and definitely something that people would not think about very often. But in one fell swoop, Orange Esports reduces the 5K net worth lead of Team Hawk to only 700. And with the Lord coming back up, this could be go time for them. But Team Hawk definitely needs to avoid making that same kind of mistake. I literally mentioned it earlier. Don't dive too far and put yourself in a position for that Fatal Links. But instantly, they're looking for a re-engage. Neo, Subway might be out of position, but they are still okay. They're going to chase the rest of Team Hawk off to set up for the rest of their team. Look at AIM's positioning.
Yeah, he's in Pixel Brush. He might be able to find this Panda. He takes the safe road.
Yeah, he's gonna find Min. Fatal Links onto the Hilda, pulls him back into the team. The rest of them engaging. Gary jumping onto Valens, but he's alive with the Wind of Nature. They've already taken out Subway beforehand, but Tempest of Blades forced out by Gary. Here comes Lola. He finds Valens with the shutdown, but Stormy once again with the heavy crossbow picks up the kill onto Gary. Both junglers are down, and Neo is forced back to the base to do some housekeeping, not allowing the backdoor on the minions. This could be a chance for Lola to re-engage onto AIM, but Stormy will prevent that.
Yep, that is a 2-for-2 trade. I did not realize that there was popcorn here at the playoff.
Yes.
That smells so very good, but now the next engagement begins.
Yep, AIM gonna be burst down, but he has immortality, so he's still okay as Neo now jumps. Stormy, so much damage on the Valentina. Pops man like a balloon. AIM now looking for the re-engage. He does have Fatal Link, but he doesn't even need it. Stormy is online. The Valentina has hit his power spike.
Oh my goodness. Stormy just plays Valentina like a madman this time. And this is why Team Hawk is a little nervous to look for these engages. As aggressive as they get, AIM is always ready to go for the counter engage. He's not dying as much, but he's definitely warmed up on this Atlas.
Absolutely. He knows that all he has to do is wait for Team Hawk to walk in, and then he will get the perfect chance to execute. And now the Lord has been secured by Valens. Even Gary being forced to use the Tempest of Blades to avoid the Endless Shards damage.
He was nervous there. He was nervous. I don't think that would have killed him, but he definitely was like, just in case.
Would you take the risk, though?
I would take the risk.
Really?
I don't think Subway had enough shards to one-shot a Ling from 100 HP, from 100% HP with a little bit of shields as well. So that's personally for me.
Well, it's hard to say to know for certain, but now Orange Esports, they see Lola, they know he is by himself. This is the best target they could go for in this current moment. He's going to be able to juke away from the perfect match, but the rest of Orange Esports are pushing in. They are using the Lord as a distraction.
Yeah, Lola's like, hell no, I don't want to be part of this, but he's about to knock up Subway.
Yep, aim. He's still looking for the perfect match. The Lord going to be buying a lot of time in the mid lane. Fatal Links will be missed entirely. Lola perfectly times his flicker to escape the engagement, but the Lord pushing in mid wave. Orange Esports, though, they may have to respond to Gary. He is split pushing the top side, and he does have a minion wave, so they're going to send Neo back, but Gary, I might actually get this. Falling Star Moon, gonna stop him. Min, gonna die as well to the side of Orange Esports, but Gary, he does get the inhibitor, and he gets out alive.
No, don't recall, just go steal the purple. Yes, go over to the purple side. Good communication from Team Hawk. They send Min in, he ends up dying for the purple buff. They give Gary the information. They know that the purple buff is back online, so Gary doesn't lose anything off of this.
Now that we are at the 16th minute of the game, we know for certain Orange Esports has the better team fight. There is a lot of damage on Valence as well as Stormy, but they still have to be wary of Gary's positioning. This Ling has won games for many teams in the past purely through split pushing, so Neo is basically stuck permanently as a housekeeper.
Yes, because now with 2 inhibitors down, this enables Team Hawk. Oh god, Valence, he lives for now, but aim!
He's looking for it, he gets the 2-man the Fatal Links, but the rest of the team not in position to follow up, so instantly aim is going to fall. Stormy somehow still alive. He's looking for the re-engage, but he gets shut down by Lola, though Valence will finish off Panda, though he is out of position. He has no win of nature. Subway, though, will delay Gary's advance, and Neo finds the 2-man falling Star Moon. Gary, Winter Drunkian will not save you. Double kill going over to Subway, and he will force Min back as well.
Min doesn't even need to flinch from that endless shards. There's not enough stacks built up, but Gary, he did not need to chase that. He was aware. He thought he could just tap him once and he would die, but Valence has more than enough lifesteal, and the fact that he had to use his flicker was already good enough. Gary, he needs more energy, and he must have his ultimate if he's looking for this engagement onto Valence specifically.
I honestly cannot believe we are witnessing such a close competition yet again. These two teams are truly well matched. But with the Lord spawning up yet again, this is a very important objective for Orange Esports. They only have 1 inhibitor. They cannot give this to Team Hawk.
Yeah, they cannot, but they're pulling the Lord to their side of the map. Now they realize, okay, we might need to start clearing up these lanes. It's a little difficult to get in on this, and Team Hawk, Ling has not shown himself just yet, but will clear that bottom side first, allowing Orange to actually respond the same way to the top side.
It's very wise that Neo pushes out that bottom lane entirely, because they know if they even leave it at the halfway point, Gary is going to snap up on that instantly. They need as much space as they can to take this Lord. They'll drop it down to 50% HP, but this could be very risky. Team Hawk, they're looking for the engage. Gary gonna jump onto the backline, but forced to use Tempest of Blades very early on as Subway nearly takes out Lola. He'll chase him away. They fight Panda. What are you doing there? Out of position. Fatal Links gonna find one more. Gary forced to jump away. Lola finally falls into the hands of Subway, and that means Team Hawk are 2 members down. Orange Esports should contest this Lord with impunity.
Orange Esports played that Lord dance perfectly. Their push and pull is really sharp today. Team Hawk was a little cluttered. They were trying to figure out which angle was the best, but Orange Esports with the better positioning allowed themselves to show aim, to start showing Subway as well, allowing and funneling Team Hawk into a choke point before unleashing Havoc.
It definitely felt like Team Hawk jumped the gun a little bit there. They tried to engage too aggressively. Aim! He gets the Fatal Links on Gary! Right off the wall. There goes the jungler on the side of Team Hawk. This is an even freer Lord now.
It's guaranteed. Well done to Orange Esports. They really understand the habits. They saw Link play on that top side once. They remembered it. They made sure that aim was there to punish him, and they do it all over again.
That's gotta feel bad for Gary right there. Caught out yet again, this time from the bushes that he wasn't even considering aim. Showing a masterclass on positioning with this Atlas.
Now with full items, let's have a look at what they're going for. With the Clint, he is deciding to go for Endless Battle plus Thunderbelt. He wants to make sure that his burst is really, really high. He's not bothering to go for the Malefic Roar anymore because his main targets generally don't have a lot of defense.
And we can see both Valence and Panda again electing not to grab boots. They've already traded that out for the final item, going for the full build, full damage. Luminous Lord now going to be pushing down bottom lane. This is the final evolution. It will do a lot of damage. This inhibitor should fall instantly. Orange Esports want to escort this. They're looking for the engage. Subway gets the endless shards. Does not take out Panda, but the flicker into the two-man fatal links. Finds Gary, finds Min. The crystal is exposed. The Lord is on it. Orange Esports will break right through, securing their process through the upper bracket in a 2-0 clean sweep.
GG, well played to Orange Esports. That's how you hold a team hostage. That is how you deny them the team fight before it's too late, before the Lord is knocking on your crystal. Well done, Orange Esports.
They are looking playoffs ready right now. These players are revitalized with a new evolution in gameplay and skill. Team Hack, they tried their best, but it wasn't enough. So let's throw it over to the hosts on stage to talk to the players.
Tidak kenal apa itu erti putus asa. Pertarungan yang cukup hebat ditampilkan oleh dua pasukan kita, Team Hawk dan juga pasukan Orange Esports. Jadi terlebih dahulu mereka akan memberikan serba sedikit semangat kesukanan. Masih lagi rakan di luar permainan walaupun pertarungan dengan cukup sengit. Tepukan buat kedua-dua pasukan ini.
Ya, sememangnya perlawanan yang hebat, tapi disebabkan Orange Esports berjaya untuk menang, marilah kita invite Orange Esports untuk terus ke depan. Tahniah kepada mereka, tetapi saya nak tanya dululah. Okey, saya nak tanya kepada Subway, di mana pada regular season Team Hawk yang berjaya untuk stopkan Orange Esports punya win streak, tapi kita mulakan kita punya playoff dengan Orange menang 2-0. Macam mana perasaan Subway sekarang? Rasa puas ke dapat menang ni?
Bersyukur dapat menang.
Bagi
lagi.
Tak ada, kita respect. Bisa saja.
Alhamdulillah, rasa bersyukur, tapi macam mana sekalipun upper bracket masih perlu respect opponent mereka.
Masih lagi berada di dalam kedudukan upper bracket. Jadi saya nak tanya pula soalan untuk Stormy, boleh? Terbalik. Stormy, nak tanya. Dalam dua perlawanan ni, awak boleh katakan paling susah untuk mati. Dalam semua game pun sebenarnya, average KDA yang cukup baik ditampilkan. Apa yang ada dalam mindset awak untuk kekal sentiasa hidup walaupun game tu panjang macam mana pun, jarang mati?
Duduk dalam base lah.
Duduk dalam base je?
Dalam base.
Macam tu ya? Kalau boleh, paling jauh lah. Duduk lagi jauh dengan enemy. Lagi jauh itu. Jaga posisi, senang cerita, duduk dalam base je guys. Okey, soalan seterusnya untuk boleh. Daripada kita punya penonton betul, Mr. Didi.
Yes, Mr. Memang nama dia macam tu.
Memang nama dia macam tu.
Didi. Dia tanya.
Apa tu?
Nama dia DIE.
Okay.
Terima kasih kepada Mr. Didi. Di mana dia tanya, macam mana bila main kat atas stage, punyalah stres, punyalah hype, macam mana player boleh kekal tenang dekat atas stage?
Macam mana?
Tenang ke?
Ke tak tenang saja? Tenang ke tak saja?
Tak, rasanya tak tenang ke?
Tak tenang pun.
So kepada Mr. Didi, walaupun muka diorang happy tapi sebenarnya main atas stage memang tak tenang.
Memang tak tenang. Macam-macam nak kena hadap betul. Tekanan daripada pelbagai arah, tapi itulah dia. Tetap berjaya untuk dapatkan kemenangan 2-0. Tapi kita nak tengok juga, betul ke tak tenang, apa yang berlaku sebenarnya dalam perlawanan sebentar tadi. Kita akan terus saksikan mic check bagi pasukan Orange Esports bagi perlawanan sebentar tadi.
Dah sprint.
No buff, nice. Nice.
Dah.
Ambil tower.
Valentina God. Aku jalan lah.
Mati. Nice. Mati.
Kerja.
Aku mehesh.
Angkat. Nice. Pandai Darti.
Dapat. Gary.
Nice gila, sumpah.
Kagura dah burst.
Nice.
Wow, a game to remember by for day number 2 to kick things off for this playoffs. Oh, it definitely was not calm.
Absolutely not. The players say they're not calm on stage, but that is because they are bloodthirsty. They are hunting down their opponents, cutting off all avenues of escape and securing themselves a clean and easy victory. That's not easy to do here in the upper bracket.
No, it's not easy at all. Very brutal games coming out from both of these teams. And I mean, Team Hawk, they gave a lot on that battlefield here. It's just that Orange Esports just edged them out a little bit more when it came down to the macro. And once you started to see the small inconsistencies from the side of Team Hawk, Orange Esports took full advantage.
They somehow did it again. Like in both games, we could see that Team Hawk had a pretty strong foothold in the early to mid game. And then all of a sudden, Orange Esports flips it around on their head, taking advantage of their subconscious habits, taking advantage of their positioning, identifying the best plays to macro play around these team fights to ensure the best positioning for them to take advantage of enemy vulnerabilities.
Yes, and I think, you know, especially when it comes down to these Lord dances, they really know how to count their lucky stars to a certain degree, because again, when we're talking about towers, right, Team Hawk actually had two inhibitors missing, and Orange Esports was the one missing inhibitors, and they could have played around that simple factor because OE just needed to get a Lord to even out that score, but Team Hawk unfortunately didn't take full advantage of it.
Yeah, I think Team Hawk identified that with their draft, their overall high ground defense is going to be a little bit weaker towards that late game, so it was very risky to give the Lord over to Orange Esports, even though they still had more inhibitors standing. That's why you could see Gary trying to stand around to try and contest it, but getting caught off the wall like that, like AIM, instantly cemented the victory for Orange.
Absolutely, and I mean, looking at the item list so far, oh boy, doesn't seem anything too out of the ordinary. I will say that this is an interesting adaptation to the Amon build. They gave him a little bit more attack speed with the Feather of Heaven, making sure that he not only has Genius Wand, but he also has Glowing Wand to really reduce the effectivity of the Radiant Armor, and then finally ending it with some big stats on the Holy Crystal.
I think something that we can kind of talk about is the prevalence of the Glowing Wand ever since the recent revamp to the item. It does seem like a lot of players are building it even on mages that previously never touched it.
Yeah, I think it's good generally because you can start shredding away their magic resist, and considering that also Esmeralda actually benefits off of this, really helps him out. So it goes both ways when they are diving in towards that backline, specifically if we're looking at the tanks, more importantly so for Min as well as Panda.
Yeah, and you can imagine that Stormy would take advantage of that very heavily as well. The Valentina's damage output towards those later minutes, ridiculous, and it's pretty obvious that he is going to be the highest DPS total in the entire game.
Yeah, and despite the fact that the early game didn't exactly go too well for specifically Team Hawk, like Min was so out of this game, especially after he loses the level 1 engagement, getting caught off by 3 people. He doesn't die, but loses his sprint at the same time. It just means that Subway actually gets away with the early game, which was the biggest point for this pick.
Yeah, unfortunate for that Hilda choice. Orange Esports just completely cut off his possibility by identifying that he is obviously going to walk into their jungle in the first few minutes. So even though they didn't actually get that kill, stopping him from performing that invade and allowing Subway to hit that level 2 changed the entire early game dynamic.
Yeah, it really did. Although I will say that this 20-minute game in Team Hawk, we're getting very, very close to actually turning it around on Orange. They had all the advantages that they needed, but Orange just pulled away with the scaling.
And AIM again, really impressing us with how much he has improved overall, playing on these big, tanky setup heroes, when initially he could only really play Enchanter roamers, Mage Star roamers. So let's find out who is going to be the winner of ENG MVP Kita. And it is going to be Valens.
With this 8-4 and 8, no doubt dealing a lot of damage, but an 813 gold per minute. This man is just cashing out.
It's honestly impressive to see that his GPM is still 800, considering that he died really early on in that aggressive 1v1 against Gary. Orange Esports did a really good job of creating space for the gold lane after that by distracting Team Hak in other parts of the map.
Yeah, once they evened out Valence's lane after ganking the bottom side of the map, again, they wanted to make sure that Gary didn't feel comfortable moving around the map, so they made sure that they can kind of set up towards the riverside, look for these quick invades to pull on backwards to get an idea what the path is going to be to allow Valence to keep punishing Panda in lane. Let's check out some of these highlights by the Samsung Galaxy A series.
And we can see here, this is what we were talking about, that unfortunate first blood on Valence, which should have completely destroyed his early game. But after that, you can see how much attention Orange Esports puts on this bottom side of the map. They know that this Clint is something they need to enable simply because of the way Valence wants to play the game.
Yeah, I mean, look at him. Once he evens out the score right here, 2-2, he starts getting stronger and stronger, and Panda never got that same opportunity to come back into the game.
And again, Orange Esports taking advantage of Team Hak's tendencies of sometimes going a little bit too aggressive, especially on Gary. If he realizes that he's picking up kills, starting to snowball on the lane, he will really dive in for those kills, perhaps a little bit unnecessarily, and that's something that they can take advantage of.
I mean, I'm thinking whether they could take advantage of it a little bit more. Could it have been slightly better? It's tough to say because they were starting to fall behind. And once that happened, it became really difficult to play. I mean, once you're at that 20-minute mark where you're hoping that your scaling is going to be enough, I'm guessing that you're hoping for Mon to like one-shot somebody, either Valence or Stormy, arguably even Subway, but with the positions that both Neo and as well as AIM were holding against Team Hak, digging some really deep trenches, it started to become really difficult for Min or even Mon to find that angle.
I think in the end, the overall edge that Orange Esports had over Team Hak this game was their mental fortitude, their ability to be able to reverse fights even in situations where they were initially losing. You see, Team Hak engages, Orange Esports loses a few members. Most other teams would just go for full damage control, retreat as much as possible, but Orange are still waiting, looking to catch out any members that split off from their team.
I personally think that when it comes down to map control, that's where we really see Orange Esports shine, because again, they get that map control, and it doesn't necessarily mean that they can hold a point very, very well. It helps with the decision making about picking and choosing where they fight. So it's heavily related to our first and third keys to victory here, where they get that control, find that vision, decide where to fight, and then press the advantages. They have very strict protocols during team fights.
Yeah, Orange Esports' map control is not really aggressive or defensive. It's more of an adaptable style of control where if they start losing control, they'll determine what is the best way to regain it in whatever way they can find. And in that way, they can pick and win wars really easily because they know exactly what they can afford to lose and what they're ready to risk for it.
Yep, and if they're willing to risk either the mid lane or gold laner, it's not worth it. I mean, look at the numbers that they're willing to pump out from both Stormy and as well as Valence themselves. They're high valuable players once they have the right amount of resources to pull it off. So everybody else is expandable on the side of Orange Esports.
Yeah, but we've also put a lot of focus onto what Orange Esports were doing right this game. In terms of Team Hak, on the other hand, what could they have done differently? What should they have done differently against Orange Esports to potentially come out on top?
I think game number 2 was a little difficult because of that early engagement, and it came down to the draft, right? Because Min, all he wanted to do was harass Diamond for the rest of the early game and then transition to the mid game, continuously oppressing him until he's basically out of the game, right? He does not scale as well compared to AIM, who's always going to be relevant with the Fatal Link. So I think the draft could have been slightly different for the side of Team Hak. I think they played it as best they can despite the situation.
Yeah, Team Hak overall are still a very powerful team with players that definitely need to be acknowledged. It's just in this case, Orange Esports definitely came out on top. And having a look here at the heat map, starting off with AIM.
Yeah, I mean, this is between minute 1 to minute 6 where the gold lane needed a little bit more help on the bottom side. Even though it does says EXP and as well as gold, this is the bottom side of the map, which is where Valence was heavily playing around. They wanted to maintain this side of control to make sure that they can bounce back into this game, or at least let Valence catch up to the rest of the team. Again, mid lane and gold lane impact.
And you can see that there is a very big notable presence of AIM towards that tri-bush, the entrance to his own jungle there, because he knows that Team Hak is playing an aggressive comp that will invade the jungle on their own. There's no need for him to invade. There's no need for him to play aggressively. Team Hak is going to come to him.
Yeah, and let's not forget, this is around the Cobalt side of the map, which is usually the camp that a Ling would like to take away. Most junglers, right, they go for that 3-camp finish and then look to start taking either Little Wanderer or arguably Gold Crab, depending on which is available. So most of the time, you leave either the Beetle or the Cobalt available to be stolen away by the enemy jungler because you don't want to risk it or you don't have enough time to power farm it.
But in this case, Orange Esports didn't really care about that. They wanted to apply whatever pressure they could in whatever way they could. And now, having a look at the heat map on the other side, this is going to be Stormy's movement towards the 14th to 19th minute of the game.
Rather interesting how he's moving across the map here. Stormy doesn't really stay in one place too often, and more importantly, so this is between the 14th to 19th minute, so this is the later half of the game. He's generally hovering around the purple buff on Ling's side of the map, which is really important for Ling, but more importantly so, he's hovering, like, not even in the brush, just above the river brush, in between the Lord Pit.
One very interesting thing about Orange Esports is that the overall aggression of the roles is basically completely reversed. Where you normally see the Mage and Marksman play a safer role casting spells from the back, Stormy and Valence are the most aggressive players on Orange Esports, which is why you can see that he is positioning very aggressively, easily moving around the map, looking for ganks alongside aim and potentially poking anyone out that he can.
And honestly, that's kind of strange. And after hearing the interview, he's like, I stay far away from the enemy, hide in base. The heat map is telling us a completely different story.
Yeah, maybe he meant the enemy base.
Maybe. Could be. Maybe that's for the next question. But with that being said, let's have a look at the updated bracket.
There's going to be some changes after this, and with that we have basically completed all of the matches in our very first column of the playoffs, with Orange Esports coming out on top in a 2-0 victory. That means they will be facing off against Todak in the upper bracket finals, a rematch of our grand finals from last season.
Oh boy, that's going to be an exciting one, but it also does predetermine our very final match here of the day. Our match number 6, Red Esports up against Team Hawk.
Ooh, that's gonna be a spicy one. Red Esports definitely showed an upset yesterday, taking the 2-1 against Team SMG. And I feel like going into this series, Team Hawk are going to be the favorites as well. So I wonder if we will be seeing another miracle today.
Hey man, that's all up to Zayed. He hard carried that third game yesterday. Let's see if he can do it all over again. This so far the playoffs are looking good, and I think, even with RSG and as well as Homebois, we're expecting a banger for that one.
Yeah, RSG, Homebois, both very aggressive, momentum-based teams. Definitely a series that we cannot miss out. And it's honestly heartbreaking to think about the fact that at the end of the day, the original pool of our playoff participants, 8 teams, will be narrowed down to half.
Yep. Just absolutely cut with that. It breaks my heart, but hey, it's still competition. With that being said, how many of you guys actually got your predictions correct? If you joined the hashtag MPL Predictor, these people, lovely people down below, have already earned themselves skins worth 749 diamonds. So do check your accounts if your name does pop out.
Yep, and if you guys weren't aware of this, maybe you joined the stream a little bit late. We're gonna have MPL Predictor for the next series and the series after that as well. So make sure you guys participate then if you guys want to get some nice in-game gifts. It does look like Orange Esports, though, has a lot of support down here in the comments. Again, like we mentioned, originally always an underdog team. Now, one of the favorites to win Season 10.
I mean, it's hard to deny that both Team Hawk and Orange Esports, both very interesting upbringing, and coming to where they are today, wow, a lot is working out for them. But let's talk about what they're playing for, right? If any of these teams make it to the grand finals of MPL MY, they book a ticket to go to Jakarta to play during M4.
Yeah, we're one of the lucky countries that will be getting 2 slots, so 2 of our teams will be representing us at this glorious event. And not just the players, but some of you may have the opportunity to join them in Jakarta, because there is going to be a little bit of a competition for those of you who come by, register here at the live playoffs. You could stand a chance to win some tickets to witness M4 live in person.
Now, of course, there's going to be some conditions. You're going to find the link, but you got to first come on over to the MPL stage here at Quill City Mall's concourse. You walk through the main entrance, you will see us casting here, and you will see the entire arena straight away, so you will not miss it. You just need to get your butts down here as soon as possible to participate.
It's gonna be quite an amazing trip as well. Once in a lifetime experience for the lucky winners of those tickets. So make sure you guys don't miss out. You're already watching MPL anyway, so why not join the fun here with the live audience? The atmosphere always exciting. You get to witness the players duke it out on stage and cheer to support them yourselves.
Yep, but coming up next for our next match of today, a best of 3 to not forget, RSG versus the Homebois in an elimination match in the lower brackets.
Yet again, another competition between two fan favorite teams. Really bombastic gameplay from both RSG as well as the Homebois. But of course, this is going to be Friday, so we got the usual break to make sure that some of you will be able to attend your prayers. So the next match will be starting at 3 p.m. Make sure to mark your calendars.
Yep, I mean, more so, set an alarm here.
Yeah, pretty
you don't
much.
want to miss this one. And I don't know, looking at RSG's performance and as well as the Homeboys' performance yesterday, it's going to be a split decision for me.
It really is a difficult one to consider because both of the teams really like to fight, they like to snowball, they're really fun to watch overall, so it's going to be really sad to have to witness one of them get sent home just like this.
I mean, the truth is, that's the nature of competition. But with that being said, guys, thank you so much for watching the English broadcast of the MPL MY Season 10 Playoff Day 2. Hopefully you get to stick around for a little bit longer because there is so much to happen here live. If you can, come on over to Quill City Mall. But with that being said, we're going to be signing off. We'll see you back at 3 o'clock.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik. Box akan terus dikirikan burst down.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke play-off. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu, Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down, push.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down, push.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
luar di hutan belantara. Hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down pun.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down pun.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down, push.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
luar di hutan belantara. Hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearances of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Chico Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down, push.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious act of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down pun.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Chico Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
monster, I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
luar di hutan belantara. Hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of a citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan first down.
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authority for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikirikan burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Chico Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
I'm a rock star. Yeah, rock star. Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencabar, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntong, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of mobile legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat kembali ke dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-10 playoff hari yang kedua bersama host anda, saya Sanpros dan juga saya Nadine bersama di sini.
Alhamdulillah kita dah masuk hari yang kedua, perlawanan yang kedua. Namun kita memang bergembira di sini, tetapi pengakhiran match hari ini akan kita ucapkan selamat tinggal dekat satu lagi pasukan. Perjalanan mereka akan berakhir di sini. Jadi tiada peluang untuk dinobatkan sebagai juara Malaysia.
Betul.
Dan tak dapat nak pergi ke Jakarta.
Benar sekali. Sememangnya pasukan dah 2 yang tersingkir. Hari ini akan ada lagi 2 yang tersingkir. Salah satunya dalam pertarungan di antara Homebois dan juga pasukan RSG ini. Yang mana Adin, cakap pasal 2 ni, banyak sangat yang 2. Perlawanan kita pun saya boleh katakan purata sekarang. Dalam 20 minit sekurang-kurangnya permainan dijalankan panjang betul.
Okay.
Cukup seru.
Awak cakap pasal match 20 minit. Kita nak dengar tak suara penonton? Diorang nak match lama ke match pendek sekarang ni? Korang nak match lama ke match pendek sekarang?
Lama.
Lah, dah tahu.
Caster nak match lama ke pendek?
Ada perbezaan yang kata tu. Tapi benar, memang match yang cukup menakjubkan dan harapnya diteruskan lagi pada hari. Tapi kita nak interview lah beberapa orang yang berada di sini, yang hadir dekat Quill City Mall, Kuala Lumpur. Kita punya official venue kita terlebih dahulu. Dan saya, sementara awak cakap dulu, saya nak panggil Insight ini terlebih dahulu untuk naik ke stage kita.
Bersama-sama dengan kita lah, kita jemput. Tapi untuk perlawanan hari ini memang cukup hebatlah di antara pasukan RSG dengan pasukan Homebois ni, yang mana kita dah tahu betapa kurangnya pasukan RSG dalam perlawanan sebelum ini dapatkan kemenangan. Sementara untuk pasukan Homebois, semalam kita dah nampak kekuatan mereka, tapi masih lagi tak cukup untuk mendapatkan kemenangan di upper bracket. Jadi kita akan jemput terlebih dahulu Daddy Hood bersama-sama diiringi oleh saya Adin. Tepukan untuk Daddy Hood kita berikan.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. Hai, apa khabar? Hai. Apa khabar? Assalamualaikum. Sabar.
Sabar.
Excited Daddy.
Tarik nafas.
Okay. First of all, apa khabar Daddy? Sihat ataupun tidak sekarang ni? Uish.
Sihat. Alhamdulillah sihat. Alhamdulillah
sihat.
Ada. Semalam saya kat sana. Esok pun saya kat sana.
Esok pun saya
kat sana.
Speaking dekat atas tu, ada event apa dekat atas tu?
Atas tu collaboration antara EGG Network dan juga TikTok Malaysia.
Jadi ramai orang boleh tengok juga bersama-sama dengan EGG.
Malapel, selamat bertunang. Tahniah bertunang. Hello, hi. What's up?
Okay, so kita start lah kita punya sesi interview sikit. Match sebentar nanti Homebois akan berhadapan dengan pasukan RSG.
Ya, betul.
Ada rasa gemuruh ke ataupun rasa relax je, okey je macam mana sekarang ni?
Tipu lah kalau tak gemuruh kan. Apa game pun saya tetap gemuruh. Even bukan tim kita orang main pun kita orang still gemuruh. Sebab kita tahu siapa yang akan kita jumpa, siapa yang akan kita lawan lah akan datang. Tapi sampai ke tahap ni saya rasa saya bersyukur sangat-sangat. Alhamdulillah. Saya sangat-sangat bersyukur anak buah saya make it happen sampai duduk di upper bracket. So tak adalah saya macam season lepas saya datang sehari je.
Oh, faham.
Season ni saya dapat datang 2 hari. So maknanya okey lah, alhamdulillah lah.
Ya, faham. Okey. Sebelum saya lepaskan Daddy kepada fans Homebois, last ucapan Daddy dekat anak-anak buah yang standby kat belakang nak berperang ni, ada apa-apa ucapan, harapan?
Okey, untuk anak-anak buah saya rasa most of Esports team pun pernah jadi anak buah saya and insyaAllah akan jadi anak buah saya. Saya ucapkan selamat maju jaya, teruskan bermain game dengan bagus bagi manfaat kepada masyarakat.
InsyaAllah.
So, yeah. Apa pun terjadi, dua-dua pun saya okey, no problem. InsyaAllah. Rezeki tu Allah yang buat.
Betul.
Allah yang tentukan.
Daddy sayang semua.
Betul. Ombong je minta tisu, saya tak minta tisu.
Dah viral dekat TikTok sebenarnya. Okey Daddy, nak ucapkan ribuan terima kasih banyak-banyak.
Thank you. Alright, insyaAllah.
Alright, tepukan untuk Daddy Hood. Okay. Tapi bukan Daddy je lah Adin
saya nampak awak nak pergi dekat dua insan yang cukup hebat sekarang ni.
Saya dah excited ni.
Okey, awak pergi terlebih dahulu. Saya tengok
ni.
kita ada lagi dua orang legenda di dalam industri Esports, di dalam industri MLBB. Saya pasti korang pun dah nampak. Orang-orang atas pun dah nampak. Kita persilakan Solos bersama dengan SK Penjahat di tengah stage kita. Bersama saya akan pass mic kat Solos. Sama-sama je.
Okay. Macam ni pun dah rasa aura dia ni.
Saya macam kena macam jauh sikit. Okay, first of all Solos, apa khabar? Sehat? Saya baru faham awak baru saja mengerjakan ibadah umrah. Jadi macam mana? Sehat? Alhamdulillah.
Sehat.
Seronok
Seronok lah. Cuma tu lah, tak tahu nak cakap apa lah. Kalau abang ada soalan tanya.
Saya ada soalan dengan
Okay, kita terus.
Jahat sebenarnya. Hari tu kita tengok macam mana dah lama kan tak datang dekat apa orang kata venue macam ni untuk MPL kan. Jadi ini orang kata memberikan satu nostalgia lah untuk mereka-mereka yang daripada zaman lama. So ada tak rasa macam teringat ke rindu ke dengan keadaan ataupun suasana macam ni?
Oh, rindulah. Rindu sangat suasana macam ni. Rindu nak duduk situ.
Rindu nak duduk situ.
Memang kita lihat.
Ada rasa-rasa nak comeback ke? Ada bau-bau comeback tu ke? Macam mana tu?
Baunya ada tapi rasanya tak ada.
Baunya ada. Aduh.
Tolonglah, mungkinlah satu hari nantilah mungkin boleh comeback balik. Tapi Solos, mungkin soalan sama juga. Last time awak bertanding, mungkin macam ni dia punya atmosphere, mungkin macam ni peminat yang duduk kat tingkat 1, tingkat 2, tingkat 3. Apa perasaan Solos bila dapat tengok balik atmosphere seperti ini dekat mall yang terbuka sekarang ni?
Okay. So sebelum ni pun memang dah 2 tahun kan tak ada ni kan. Sebab COVID kan.
Benar.
Jadi bila ada suasana macam ni, macam ada tournament offline tu, dia rasa lagi best lah, lagi hype lah. Kita as a player pun, bukan saya lah, dorang lah. Dorang as a player yang main kat atas stage ni pun, dorang akan rasa mana yang datang untuk support dorang. Dorang boleh rasa benda tu, dorang boleh feel lah benda tu. So rasa lagi bagus lah.
Kata kita cakap pasal player, apa pendapat Solos tentang anak-anak muda sekarang yang bertanding, yang tak kisahlah cukup hebat dengan handalnya. Ada tak nampak harapan Esports Malaysia ni boleh pergi lagi jauh?
Boleh ke so?
Boleh.
Macam tu je.
Takkan tak boleh.
Takkanlah tak boleh. Zaman multimedia kot.
Zaman multimedia. Zaman teknologi tinggi kan. Jadi untuk zaman yang baru ni, bagi play-play yang baru, lagi-lagi diorang sebelum ni main secara online, tak ada orang depan ni. Ada tak tips sikit untuk hadapi crowd yang ramai macam ni? Sebab saya tanya dengan diorang cakap, memang nervous betul lah dapat first time rasa aura macam ni.
Saya pun nervous. Tanya ni.
Apa soalannya?
Tips untuk hadap aura crowd macam ni untuk player.
Untuk player dia akan lalui juga fasa nervous tu. Melainkan dia kalau dia dah main tournament banyak kali, dia dah biasa, baru dia okey. Tapi untuk dia first time ataupun dia dah lama tak main depan crowd, dia akan rasa fasa tu. Tapi okey lah, fasa tu benda yang bagus. Dia ada pengalaman
membina player
baru
dia.
Proses pembelajaran lah kiranya daripada pemain-pemain ni. Okey, mungkin sebelum kita lepas ke korang, apa harapan Solos ataupun expectation untuk tengok match selepas ni? Ada apa-apa nak prediction ke, nak ramal ke, skor ke, macam mana?
Harapan dengan prediction tadi Sofian ada beritahu saya apa ni harapan?
Silakan. Ada
harapan tadi apa tadi?
Harapan saya mudah-mudahan lah Homebois menang lah. Memang jujur lah kita sokong.
Kan nak tipu pula.
Akan nak tipu kan. Benda pun agak jelas. Tapi apapun, itulah dia serba sedikit harapan. Kita pun mengharapkan perlawanan yang cukup sengit macam kita punya penonton nak, betul?
Memang semua orang tak sabar nak menyaksikan perlawanan. Okey, jap. Siapa nak tengok Solos dengan pejabat main semula dekat kompetitif? Jerit sikit.
Corona. Wow.
Boleh lah, kasih jadilah sekali lah. Satu hari nanti ke?
InsyaAllah boleh.
InsyaAllah boleh.
Kita kena pegang klip nanti tu.
Tapi diorang ada peluang untuk tengok MPL ni dengan Solos dengan penjahat.
Dekat TikTok, EGG. Korang ada buat event dekat atas ni?
Betul. So, yang mana yang nak tengok saya dengan kawan-kawan lain dekat atas, boleh tengok dekat TikTok EGG ni. Apa nama tu?
EGG Network, TikTok.
Okay.
Tengok boleh. Kau tengok watch party bersama-sama dengan diorang.
Atas tu pun ada lambai-lambai.
Itu kita punya host kat atas tu.
Kat situ.
Okey, last lah sebelum kita turun, ada apa-apa ucapan daripada penjahat dengan Solos kepada semua penonton yang hadir pada hari ini?
Cakap. Kalau saya itulah support lah masing-masing punya team kesukaan. Tak perlulah bash diorang ke apa, sebab diorang nak buat yang terbaik kan. Takkan diorang tengah sini nak main untuk kalah kan. So diorang pun nak main juga untuk menang. Tapi itulah, kita tahu siapa punya rezeki kan. Jadi sokong je mana yang suka.
Betul.
Yang kalau tak suka ke apa, kalau tak ada benda baik nak cakap, baik diam lah.
Ya, betul. Nampak Solos punya ucapan guys. Siapa-siapa komen nanti dekat akaun saya, Solos punya ucapan tadi tu Yang penting buat yang terbaik.
Benar, buat yang terbaik. Tapi apapun, terima kasih banyak kepada Solos dan juga SK Penjahat atas ucapan dan juga kata-kata yang cukup bermakna untuk para pemain dan juga para penonton kita yang hadir.
Jom, kita iring bersama-sama.
Sebab kita akan teruskan, tuan-tuan dan puan, kepada perlawanan yang seterusnya. Perlawanan yang cukup sengit pastinya. Yang mana mungkin diharapkan, bak kata diorang, Homebois menang ke Din?
Benar sekali. Dari sekarang ini, tanpa kita melengahkan masa, kita ingin menjemput kedua-dua pemain masuk ke pentas utama kita. Berikan tepukan.
Homebois sudah pun jauh jatuh ke tanah, memberi luka yang cukup mendalam. Akan tetapi semangat tak pernah patah, terus berjuang penuh berazam.
Inilah dia pasukan Homebois yang bertanding di lower bracket, mencari peluang kedua mereka, peluang keemasan untuk dinobat sebagai juara Malaysia dan tiket ke M4.
RSG MY.
Wow, formasi mereka kian kukuh. Kemenangan pertama menjadi bukti. Tiada masa untuk berteduh. Sudah kemari bertarung kembali pasukan RSG.
RSG, GG RSG dengan slogan mereka, dengan semangat mereka, beserta dengan fans yang hadir pada hari ini, bakal memberikan impak yang cukup besar selaku penyokong, selaku ahli keluarga RSG Family.
Ya, memangnya. Tapi sekarang ini malah kita akan jemput coach dan juga analis buat kedua-dua belah pasukan yang mana diwakili oleh Kuja bersama dengan HY untuk RSG. Manakala Homebois akan ada Saiful dan juga Expedia menemani para pemain ini untuk memberikan panduan. Jadi tanpa melengahkan masa, ayo kita jemput para pengulas kita untuk perlawanan ini.
Thank you, Adine, as well as Sunfrost. Welcome back, everybody. After a long break, we are here for the second best of 3 here at the MPL MY Season 10 Playoffs, day number 2. My name is Getting Q, and this is ICBaby12 here to keep you company for this matchup. The lower brackets does not mean that you can take this lightly. One of these teams will be going home here today. Terrence, we got to talk about this a little bit because RSG and Homebois, two very, very strong teams, both wanting to start off in the upper brackets. Homebois getting knocked down, RSG still fighting their way through.
Well, first and foremost, it's great to be back on the caster's desk, but at the same time, you just gave me a little bit of a goosebumps because you talked about elimination match right from the get-go. And for them to actually stay on top and survive throughout the entire playoffs, they've got a couple of keys to victory to actually achieve before they actually do so. Because if they do not hit those criteria right here, right now, they're going to be eliminated, and that's going to be mid-area domination, XP laners impact, as well as objective pursuit coming from both these teams. And when it comes to RSG as well as Homebois, yesterday's games, we did see that, of course, RSG has the slight upper hand against Team Lunatix, but Homebois, it feels like they're still struggling to try and find those objectives where Todak was able to capitalize and punish them time and time again. We saw a little bit of changes here and there, but when it comes to mid-area domination, it feels like Ben is struggling to find his momentum when he's playing his Valentino.
Well, I guess it depends on the homework that they have done. It feels like the preparation that they did against Todak did go a little bit down the drain. It went a little bit down to waste, but against RSG MY, when you're not expecting the weirdest drafts in the world, I'm expecting Beng to be doing his best. Same goes to Supat when it comes down to EXP laner Impact, but he's going up against Iris, and Iris so far has had phenomenal performance after phenomenal performance each and every time he hits the stage.
I definitely agree in that regards, but at the same time, I want to compare between both Izanami as well as Ben QT. And Ben in this regards. But before that, I want to take a look at the predictions wise, because it seems like majority of the audience is going to be signing on towards RSGMY, and for the on-site crowd, it seems to be a little bit 50-50 from both sides.
Yeah, a majority of the crowd here so far is going going to be 50-50. Homebois on this side of the arena and RSG on this side of the arena. And we haven't even looked at the first floor where there are lines of people sitting down watching this game. Guys, if you want to predict who is going to be the winner, now is your time for those bragging rights. Use the hashtag MPL Predictor. Share your predictions of this match. And come on, you gotta give us a score. Write your most creative comment, and don't forget to include your game ID and as well as server ID to win skins worth 749 diamonds.
Yep, and here's the fun fact about the predictors itself. When it comes to playoffs, expect the unexpected. Whatever you've seen in regular season may or may not be happening right here in the playoffs. And yesterday's games, we saw a little bit of upset between both SMG as well as Red Esports. And today, hopefully, we will hope for the best for both of these teams. But of course, at the same time, by the end of the series, you guys will be deciding the MVP of the match. You can do so by hashtagging any MVP Kita and vote for your choice of the match after the series is pretty much concluded. So be sure to vote and scan the QR code right here, right now.
I'm already suspecting that it might fall into the hands of Sabat or Iris here, because these are two very explosive EXP laners in their own right. The question is, what kind of draft are they going to go for? We saw Ling yesterday coming out from Chibi. He tried his absolute best, but in the end, the draft composition matters so very much.
Yeah, we've saw a lot of variations throughout the entire regular season where teams starting to adapt by picking up Akai, picking up Chos, picking up heroes that has catch potential onto his Ling. And I'm not gonna lie, based on the win rate, especially towards the end of the regular season, they didn't exactly go well for the Ling itself. But I'm a little bit more curious on when it comes to mage department coming from both sides, especially for Ben. We've seen huge successes on his Julian play, not so much on the Valentina. So hopefully that's gonna be a little bit of change. But because right now, we're heading into the drafting phase of the lower brackets between Homebois as well as RSGMY. Best of 3, one of these teams is going home, and hopefully it's not going to be the team that you guys are going to be rooting for. I don't know who's going to be going home though.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough choice here, but let's see what the bans are looking like. So far, Claude and as well as Farmis getting taken out by the Homebois. RSGMY replied with a Paquito and looking for their second ban. And speaking of this Valentina and Julian, yesterday, and especially during day 1 of playoffs, we didn't see any of the Julians actually go through. Like, nobody decided to pick it up even when it was open. Sometimes you would get maybe a ban, but not as often as today. We'll see whether Homebois or even RSG might change things up.
Yep. One particular hero as well was kind of threw me off in towards the playoffs as well was the popular revamped Gushen, right? We've been hyping it up for the entire season. Not many teams actually picked it up, so I was very surprised that Red Esports as well as Todak brought it to the table and somehow made it work. But so far, that's the only 2 teams that I have memory of that kind of brings this very, very fresh new style into the playoffs. And that's the beauty about playoffs. Expect the unexpected. Maybe we might see it here in this game. You know, we haven't seen too much of Chibi playing it. We saw the Ling here and there. But I feel like Paquito is gotta go for both sides. But when it comes to priority bans, are we gonna be seeing the Karina coming from Lingeza?
We might see the Karina. It really depends on what marksmans are still available in the pool. The 1-1 gets banned out from Homeboy, surprisingly. I was expecting RSGMY to do so, but that still means Julian, Valentina are all still up for grabs. Let's see which direction that they're gonna go to. And let's not forget about Akai as well.
And speaking of which, seems like they're harving onto his tank. They don't really want to deal with the Atlas as well. We saw how Team Hawk played it early on. Didn't exactly go too well. It was all about those setups and wombo combo against Orange Esports. But Homebois RGMI are going to be seeing it as of yet, because I want to see whether or not the Dirov is going to be brought back to the table. When it comes to the Esmeralda matchup, it's something that Iris is very comfortable at, Sapat as well. And it seems like they're not going to be banning off the Julian. They're focusing on the Akai that you called up. Homebois, first pick in this vicinity. Are they gonna go for the Julian from the get-go just for Bang? Because, or in this case, Valentina as well, because if you think about it, Bang played 2 games of Valentina yesterday, didn't exactly have the greatest time considering the choices of ultimate he had in the games against Todak.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of teams really know how to start drafting around the Valentina. They don't mind letting it through, and as soon as Valentina, again, can't really steal great ultimates, you're using her ultimate to essentially run down key targets. Fanny left open by RSGMY. this is going to be, well, we haven't seen this in a while, but Chibi picking up the Fanny this time round, it's going to be a very aggressive start. However, the changes to Fanny may have readjusted her gameplay. She can't just solo people by herself. She has a lot of damage, but her health pool is a lot smaller than it used to be.
I don't know. Lolios is doing like a face palmer situation right there, because with the Fanny being let go, and to be honest, especially against Homebois, especially during the regular season, is a lot of teams, they tend to struggle to deal with this Fanny, because we've sought out solutions like Paquito, we've sought out solutions like Kufra. So far, Paquito has the highest success rate. Unfortunately, it has been banned, and now for Homebois, they've got the greatest number advantage when it comes to this Fanny. They force RGMY to hard counter them and then possibly mess up their formation. I like the Valentina pickup from RGMY, but the Ruby as an answer to the Fanny, I feel like this is a little bit lacking. RGMY responds with the Balmon, trying to go for a very objective base, but my concern here is, how do they still deal with this Fanny?
Well, so far, Ruby is a good way to actually just slow down the Fanny from actually getting the cutthroat on their key targets. I think overall, it's a good response from the Homebois. They see the Ruby, they're like, okay, sure, you want to slow down our Fanny, we're going to be locking in the Grok who can face check you, and we're also going to have a Farsa where you have to actually commit to a flicker, I'm offended, to break her out of it. But the response from RGMY is to lock in the Balmon, so I'm guessing that they're going to play this a little bit more slow rolling, right? And then even more so when we look at the second half of the bans, we see the Dyroth as well as the Esmeralda instantly taken off. They're focusing down on the EXP laners.
Yeah, this is going to be Iris versus Serpat, right? Serpat does have experience playing the Benedetta a lot. He does have the experience to actually cut off the creep base. It feels like maybe Serpat might be leaning on that direction, whereas Iris, he's possibly needs to pick something that actually can deal with the Fanny, right? I was expecting maybe something like a Kufra to a certain degree, but having this Valentina, I feel like Izanami is in a situation where he can take advantage of Zakus' Grok's wall charge to be able to potentially catch a Fanny. And that's going to be a very, very difficult thing to do, considering how squishy the Valentina is. But now, well, seeing the Frederick being banned from side Homebois, I feel like Homebois wants to play a 1v1 matchup for Serpat, and the Benedetta is just the perfect pickup for RGMY to actually just deny it away from Serpat.
Well, I think they could take the Benedetta away. Do I think it's the greatest in the world? Possibly not, because again, they are going to be locking in the Beatrix first, so RGMY is taking a different direction. They want to make sure that Iris has a winning lane of some sort. So Homebois, ideally there's one or two solutions to this. Number one, they take the Uranus. They don't have any bad matchups now that Dyroth as well as the Esmeralda is already missing. So therefore, that could be their safest bet. They could also go for Benedetta. An even more crazy option would be a Lapu Lapu, arguably even Yuzong, despite having the Valentina.
Yeah, and on top of it, I feel like RGMY is in a situation where they just want to, especially in the final phase of the ban, they're just countering all of Anip's comfort heroes in terms of the markman, taking away Beatrix, forcing him to play something like a Popo and Koopa. It's something that's viable to their option. RGMY, they have the composition that can flex it out, right? This Ruby might be in side lane. Ruby, we've seen Iris in the past kind of play through the regular season. But Homebois, they bring in the Marsha, they bring in Iritel. We didn't see too much Marsha towards the end of regular season, but today itself, we've seen two Marsha games, one from Orange Esports and now a second time here for Homebois, and I'm liking a little bit more. The one-shot potential on Serpat can completely destroy Beatrix Dreams despite the nerfs coming into this patch.
Absolutely, and that's also reinforced by the fact that there's not a lot of sandbags up in the EXP lane anymore. I mean, they technically can still play Uranus if they want to, but in terms of utility, he doesn't bring much to the table against the composition of what the Homebois bring. So now he has to take Lapu Lapu. He has to take the initiative for the rest of the team.
Well, RGMY going for a very, very sustained draft, fighter-oriented playstyle to deal with Homebois. In this case, I'm a little bit worried because the Fanny seems mighty scary against this composition.
Yeah, Fanny is going to be good, but if RG can actually make it through the early stages of the game, get to that level 4, look for the bigger team fights, I think they've got a very decent chance.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, this is going to be the lower brackets for RSGMY going up against Homebois. The draft's been set. This is going to be a do or die moment. Whoever takes the series will advance, and whoever does not will be eliminated. The draft has been picked off. The second Marsha of today. Valentina's coming in from RGMY. Can Izanami clutch it away? The Prince of Mage here in MPL MY. Can they hold on for their dear lives? Ladies and gentlemen, let us find out as we head into the land of dawn for game number 1 of Homebois versus RSG MY.
Welcome everybody, Homebois on the blue side up against RSG on the red side, and they are expecting potential invades here. They need to make sure that this purple buff is going to be taken away as soon as possible. A good move from the Homebois taking preemptive measures, but this is not the breaking point, right? We're expecting the breaking point to happen around the first turtle, and especially at level 4. If Chibi is able to find a gank pre-level 4, that could put RSG significantly behind.
Yep, you can see Homebois as well. They're forming up to prevent any sort of invades from RSG MY to try and slow down Chibi's farm, and you can see the aggression coming from Izanami to try and harass them out as much as they can to win that first turtle fight. But of course, when it comes to playoffs, well, the tensions are high. We want to resolve things as quickly as possible, and we don't want to ensure the integrity of the game is going to be all well-rounded. It seems like there is going to be a little bit of a technical issue coming in from a Homebois. We are going to be taking a little bit of slight pass to figure out what's going on.
Yeah, it looks like it could be an audio issue, it could be a phone issue, hard to say, but it's on the Homebois' side as they are the ones who call for this pause. Hopefully, we get this fixed and resolved as soon as possible, but it gives us a little bit of time to really discuss when exactly things are going to get going for both sides. I think for the Homebois, it's very clear that yes, their level 4 is good, but in comparison to RSG, I think they have a slight disadvantage, right?
Yeah, they definitely do have a slight disadvantage when it comes to early stages of the game, right? They need to find buy time and then try and scale towards the later stage. That is where the the let-off period for the Fanny, right? Once you hit the ultra later stage game, Fanny is not really a big threat as long as you have the sustains to tank through the initial burst. And this is something that Homebois understands, and they have to capitalize on Chibi snowballing and power farming all the way through towards the game, and maybe even get a couple more kills. You can even see the formations coming from the roamers coming from Homebois, where they're making sure that if they try to invade and try and slow down Chibi's farm, they are actually going to lose out a little bit more into the middle stage of the game.
Well, I think Homebois, honestly, I don't think the middle stages of the game is going to be too bad for the Homebois, and I think it really depends on the direction of how GB decides and actually makes an impact on the map. If, let's say, the early game goes well for the Homebois, I think they can really snowball it all the way to the very end, because RSG don't have any real way of stopping the Fanny at the end of the day. However, if it's the opposite way, Fanny doesn't get ahead, isn't able to make enough impact, RSG can actually slow roll this to victory. They can play for neutral objectives, they can start scaling a lot sooner, and if they go even toe-to-toe against the Homebois without giving them a lead, they should be able to edge it out.
Yeah, this is where RSG, they have to play the first engagement really, really well. And in this case, Izanami is going to be the playmaker from RGMI. That one big wall charge steal to actually set up against the Fanny and follow up by Lexia is going to be detrimental for Homebois. And that's something that Homebois are very aware of. As you can see, they're setting up for the turtle for the bottom side. Wave players are coming in. Chibi making an attempt onto Izanami, missing the cables. And RGMI is forced to disengage.
Ooh, almost a kill there, getting very, very close. Chibi committing quite a bit to it, but that's what you expect to see out of a Fanny. And this is pre-turtle as well. With 13 seconds on the clock, let's see whether Linkeza ends up dying here.
Yeah, Linkeza was able to take a little bit more damage, still has the health to actually rotate towards the bottom lane, but do they want to try and threaten this? Because as of yet, Chibi doesn't have his purple buff, 10 seconds away. This is prime time for RSGMY to actually contest this turtle before Chibi gets his purple buff, but it seems like they don't really want to do it, and they don't want to risk it considering that Chibi is going to be focusing on purple buff, and it looks like they want to try and challenge this. Linkeza looking for the steals. They're calling it Iris to join the fight. It seems like they are going to go for the wraparound as they take down the Roma. Chibi doesn't have the purple buff, and RSGMY comes up on top with this rotation.
A really good call for the side of RSGMY. They understood that Feather Airstrike was going to be a problem, especially when they clump up together by Eternal. So bring the fight to the purple buff, and now Chibi has a significant lack of energy to really contest this.
Oh, this is smart decision making coming from RSGMY. Like, they understand the only timing where Fanny is the weakest is the 10-second minute window before the turtle spawns, just because the purple gets taken out, and they chose to fight it. And now, with Chibi not having the purple buff, this is not going to be a great time for him, especially when he transitions into his middle stage again. And RSGMY, they just bought themselves 1 to 2 minute time to try and scale up a little bit better now.
Let's not forget that the fact that Iris is able to get first push on this matchup, who's really weak at actually pushing these lanes. So, with that being said, RSG-MY utilizing lane priority extremely well. They're putting their focuses a lot more on the top side.
Yep, Chibi now going to be making an attempt. He doesn't have the purple ball. He wants the gold core kill on Lakeside, but Izanami steals the war charge. They turn the tide and takes Chibi out. How unfortunate. Lolios flickering forward, could not get the kill on Zakas, but he will settle down with the mage instead. And Adim now wants to return the favor. He's dropping down pretty low. They're calling in Link Aza, but RRG says they're a little bit too weak and they don't need to take unnecessary risks considering that they have punished Chibi.
Nicely played by RSG-MY. Lolios just minding his distance towards the tower, and now with a significant level advantage against Anip, he's going to siege this turret down soon, and purple buff instantly being taken away by Link Aza with the help of Iris taking that first push.
Yep, and meanwhile RSG-MY going for a little bit more mid-control, and Chibi once again getting caught out without the purple buff as RSG-MY playing perfect objective games and mid-lane control right here, right now. And once again, Izanami, he does have the wall charge. He wants to go for a little bit more, but with Chibi out of the equation, they feel a little bit lighter now.
Yeah, and I think RSG-MY with a 3k goal lead 4 minutes into the game, they are on track. Honestly, they're even ahead of the track as of right now. I was expecting this 3k goal lead to start coming around maybe the 6th to 7th minute of the game.
Oh my.
But now look at this. He can't even touch his orange buff. GB loses so much life and doesn't have retribution.
The amount of sustain Iris has to ego challenge Chibi, this is not something I was expecting, but just because he has the level advantage, he's just pressing it to the limit. Lexia, however, going to be caught out bottom side as well, going to be having an engagement where Serpat is going to be dived on with Izanami, so no wall charge for about 30 seconds from RSG-MY. Meanwhile, the turtle up top is going to be up for grabs. Is Homebois going to be looking for this? No, they will not, and RSG-MY will win all the trades on all fronts.
It's an impossible contention. You're up against a Balmond, he has position on you, and there's no way to really push him out. So Link Aza, if you're expecting to out-retribute him with a lethal counter and retribution combo, there's no chance. But now the purple buff is up, and there is going to be no lethal counter for Link Aza. He might get it up just in time, but we'll see the timing.
Again, they're prioritizing the purple buff, denying it away from Chibi. Chibi, he needs to find a way to get it, but RSG-MY just is blocking every route that Chibi is trying to make. Iris flanking from behind, a preemptive feathered airstrike comes in, focuses on Bang. Iris immediately dives in and backs out. They baited out on Major Ultimate, and it seems like they want to try and pick a fight with Anip. Anip gonna get harassed out, half HP. Link Aza caught out a little bit more position, but Homebois can't seem to interject and connect, and maybe even cut off the rotations as well.
I mean, look at how clean the housekeeping is right now. Bottom side, the waves are just about to crash. Iris loses no EXP as he rotates back down to the bottom side of the map. They've taken the top tier 1, and I'm guessing after Iris clears up this bottom side, he's gonna rotate back up top side if Beatrix isn't able to claim tier 1. Subbot, dead.
Oh no. Serpat, he's down to his last health. He's probably dead, but he gets a charge. He's calling Izanami. There's no way he survives this. Izanami holding onto the wall charge, but eventually uses it to find the kill. So the Prince of Mage going to be farming a little bit more to build up his economy. Chibi, however, not having a great time. Gets almost cancelled out. Lexia getting it with Cheeky, almost going for the catch, but still, that's going to be Chibi hanging on for now. But bottom lane is pretty much done for Homebois.
Yep, this is the lane rotation we were looking for. RSG-MY just playing up against tempo here. 5k ahead, 6 minutes into the game against the Homebois. They're going to maintain this, make sure that they control the purple buff, and as long as Chibi doesn't have it, he can't really do much.
Oh, Lexia going to be caught off. Zakas is pretty much stranded as well. Chibi tries to make a attempt onto his Lolios, but the shotgun coming in from Lolios hurts a little bit too much. Concealed plays coming from RSG-MY. They're diving on Bang. Iris is going to be zoning out the far side. A big wall charge coming from Zakas, but no follow-up coming in from RSG-MY, but they're tanky enough to completely back out unscathed. But it seems like they want to re-engage. They get the middle tower, and they will pick off Zakas before they disengage.
Hey, talk about keys to victory. Izanami with the mid lane domination plus EXP impact coming in from Iris, really setting the tone for the Homebois. They have no outs at this stage of the game, and RSG, as long as they don't make mistakes, they can basically take whatever they want.
Yep, and at the same time, Ani, it's going to be zoned up. Do they force the sprint? Link Aza looking to bait him out, but they just don't want to risk the engagement coming in. RSG-MY leading by 6.4k 7 minutes into the game. This is by far the cleanest game I've seen from RSG-MY for a very, very long time. However, top side, look at this. Serpat versus Iris once again, and Iris 2 levels ahead of Serpat.
Yeah, Serpat doesn't stand much of a chance. You can see even Chibi, he's given up on his own jungle, has to farm in enemy territory. RSG MY haven't spotted him just yet, but they don't mind because they're getting so much side lane pressure.
Oh, is this actually worth it? They're just losing out so much objective. The stuns coming in from Bang is barely tickling down onto his Ling Aza, and this is going to be a done for tier 2. Zakas tries to block the shot. Can he get one more auto attack? No, I think it's gone. No, he survives. He survives.
It's basically gone. Lolios can take it out whenever he wants to. He can hold it over Homebois' head if he wants to. But at the end of the day, look at where the positions of RSG MY is. They're in their jungle. They are taking it as their own. They're burrowing deep and they're setting up trenches.
Oh, this is so risky coming from Homebois, but it's something that Chibi's gotta do. He needs to build up his levels, eventually be the meat shield that RSG MY, or maybe even a distraction against them, and it seems like a very difficult thing to do. As Homebois, they're clumping up to secure Anim's farm, while RSG MY just cross-map plays across the map. But before that, let's take a look at the items real quick on how far ahead he needs to get, because as of yet, hold that thought for now. Seems like there's going to be a little bit of skirmish up top. As you can see, Ludios. Now, looks like it's not going to be happening anytime soon.
Yep. Again, RSG is currently 2 items up on the Homebois. The proxying is happening on the top side of the map, but Iris is making sure his housekeeping is really good. He might actually get the kill here. No, GB, he's going to get out. But it doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, RSG are 2 full items ahead of the Homebois.
Yeah, this is something that I think Homebois is taking a very, very risky play, you know, especially with Chibi going for the crossman plays, but he needs to make it happen if they want to have some sort of slim chance to actually make a comeback, because RSG MY at this stage of the game, they're having full control. The double retribution coming from Ling Aza is so hard to fight. Bang getting completely zoned off by Iris before the fight even begins. Lexia gets a 3-man cash. He goes for the I'm Offender, tries to focus on Anim, but the focus fire seems to be disengaged. They get the Lord coming from RSG MY, and they're grouped up to continue on with the fight, while the rest of RSG is going to be cutting off the back line. Chibi going to be re-engaging, but he just doesn't have the damage to do anything, and RSG MY comes up on top.
Played perfectly by RSG MY. They knew that Homebois was going to try and make a steal happen with the help of Bang, with the help of Chibi, but unfortunately, no matter what they do, they can't seem to get on the inside of RSG MY's composition. Ligeza takes through all the damage, and more importantly, when we're looking at Izanami, he is holding on to that wild charge until the very last second.
Yeah, Lulios just tried his best to actually kite Chibi on his own, burn out the entire energy charge coming from him, while flickering in towards the fight. So that was something that was a big micro play coming from RGMY with the Lord in hand. As of yet, here comes the I'm Offender. They catch on the Zakas. The wall charge comes in. Can they take down Lexia? Yes, they can. So a little bit of redemption coming from Homebois, while Chibi is also cutting the back lines in the middle lane.
I think at this point, this game is done for, right? RSG MY basically have every lead possible. Homebois, unless they can come up with a miracle play, maybe even a Lord steal here, like we saw yesterday, I don't see them bouncing back from this sort of damage.
Well, anything can happen. They've got to hang on for their dear lives, because Chibi is coming in. Iris getting blocked in. Chibi does have the damage, but he's getting zoned out a little bit more. But a little bit of a stuck there. Got stuck on towards the remains of the turret, but he's going to be A-okay. RSGMY just a little bit too tanky as of yet.
For the rest of RSG MY, they don't have to make any proactive plays. They know that the next Lord, they can basically crack open an inhibitor, force a fight onto the Homebois, and if Homebois decide to walk out of their base or get anywhere near their purple buff, they've got that on lock as well. Take the orange buff, we literally do not care. The rest of RSG MY members, and I would highly suggest, especially for Lolios, to actually pick up that orange.
Yep, AI winning prediction going to be predicting on towards RSG MY. No purple buff for Homebois once again. You can see Ling Aza even forcing up the Lido counter just to secure it away in case Chibi decides to get a little bit cheeky, even on the bottom side as well. RSG's purple buff doesn't even have it, and they actually denied it by just killing off the buff and leaving the baby alive.
Yep, this is to ensure that GB will not have a purple buff. You go invade us, no problem, it's not going to be there. You try and contest your own jungles one, we're going to be there, and we have lethal counter to secure it no matter what.
Oh, this is a tough spot RGMY has put Homebois in, and I can see where they're going at, but how do you react to this? Because Chibi, he's going for this kind of split push plays, but eventually he needs the purple buff if he wants to go crazy. And time in the game, he was so close to actually taking out Lolios, not once, but multiple times. But as of yet, Zakas going for the wall charge. Seems like they are going to force a fight without Chibi in this vicinity, but RGMY, they look pretty weak, but Lingxia manages to escape this, but not for Izanami, as Sepat tries to go ham, but eventually gets taken down, gets a double kill before he dies off. And Ani will be picked off solo by Ling Eza in the backline.
Alright, so it's a 3v2 situation. If Homebois tried to turn the tables, they got very close. Chibi gets mid lane, but he will not be able to contest this upcoming Luminous Lord. Therefore, RSGMY, I think they should have checkmate here.
Yeah, securing the Lord coming from RAGMY, they somehow managed to trade 50-50s. This is a little bit of glimmer of hope coming from Homebois, but RGMY, once again, they're continuing their pressure against this purple buff, and Ling Eza once again uses the lethal counter. No purple buff for Chibi. This is a pretty sad day for Chibi, man.
Yeah, he wanted to play Fanny, but he hasn't been able to make enough of an impact throughout this game. RCMY have just played a little smarter this time, and they're going to let mid lane push by itself with the majority of their forces heading down to the bottom side of the map, expecting Homebois to be there.
Yeah, Chibi's right here. He's lurking behind. He wants to cut the creep waves. I don't think RGMY is going to be checking the bushes, so that's going to be a small opportunity for Chibi to actually cut the next wave. Meanwhile, the vision's coming in. They do scout things out coming from RGMY, but the Lord is going to be knocking in the middle side. RGMY is going to be grouping up to try and get a little bit more out of this. But eventually, they need to force some sort of play. Lolios is right behind, and if he makes the wrong play, GB is going to come in. He goes for the snipe, Winds of Nature getting baited out, and RGMY forced to back out to make sure that Lolios is kept alive. But the Haasclaw is going to be able to help him sustain all the damage and regain back all of his health. So it's going to be momentarily okay. While Homebois, they need to make another attempt. Izanami stealing out the feathered airstrike. They're going to sell off for the fight. And Homebois, they dive the backlines. They focus on Lolios. Here comes GB. He finally rejoins the fight, but he just doesn't have the damage to do so. While Iris is completely chunking down the backlines. Takes out two. Manages to escape out of the tussles of Homebois as Subbat tries to do a little bit more. Chibi tries his best, but he won't get pulled back by Lexia with the I'm offended. And Homebois, they've lost 3. Bang and Subbat left, and RSGMY in prime position to go in for the finish. Izanami dives the backline, takes out Bang. Subbat left all alone and the crystals exposed. RSGMY looking to take game 1, and they will secure it against Homebois.
A nicely played game coming in from RSGMY, completely locking out the Homebois since minute number 6. Well done, GG, well played for RSGMY.
What a clean game coming from RSGMY, fully understanding how to deal with the Fanny, taking advantage of the lethal counter. What a performance coming from RGMY. You can see the fans absolutely going ham at this match, and I'm looking forward to see how they did it in their mic check as we are going to be taking a look at what they have to say.
Boleh.
Mantap, aku ni ba. Serious talk guys. Rusak. Bang.
Dapat dia.
Mantap bang.
Nice.
Jangan macam tu abang. Mantap guys. Alright, kita ambil tower lagi ya guys.
Nice.
Hamilton. Okey, mantap guys.
Ni kaiti.
Nice.
Ambil mid.
Belum.
Mati sian ni, mati.
Nice. Boleh lot. Tengok. Ni aku dapat ni.
Serius. Boleh.
Dapat ni. Nice.
Atas, kita boleh. We are serious talking guys. Tahu. Nice guys.
Locking them out of the game since minute number 6. Not an easy thing to do against the Homebois, especially since they are playing the Fanny. But this time around, I think RSG, they really have done their homework on exactly what to do, how they want to play the game, and taking a lot of interesting attributes like purposefully letting their purple buff not spawn.
Yeah, we even heard a little bit of a conversation into the comms as well. Prioritizing mid after getting killed, focusing a lot. They have very, very clear objectives and direction on how they want to win this game. And it was very, very interesting to see as well on how they completely shut down a Fanny just because of small timing windows against him. And that's really, really phenomenal. But let's take a look at the items real quick on how both teams kind of built it. Sepat tried to go for the traditional Marshall build, going full tanky with the Sky Guard and Elwood. He got the one-shot potential against Lolios, but aside from that, multiple dive attempts just not enough to actually burst down this tanky composition that RGMY wanted.
Exactly, and I think, Homeboys, the idea of the draft is there, but when it comes down to lane priorities, it became very difficult to tell because Irithel already had a losing matchup. Masha is unable to actually outpush the Lapu Lapu. The fact is, RSG is utilizing all of their resources to guarantee things to happen on the map. Purple buff contestant, you don't expect an EXP laner halfway across the world to join and cut through the mid lane of your own side of the map to take it away from you. That's just, again, you don't expect these things to happen.
Yeah, and on top of it all, Lixia going for a very, I wouldn't say the traditional playstyle, but the moment they managed to actually delay the momentum of the game, Lixia getting an early dominant size as well as anti-Kiras completely negates the damage output that Chibi is bringing to the table, right? You saw multiple instances where Chibi got a lot of wall spans in, but the damage just isn't getting through because of the effects of this anti-Kiras. And by this stage of the game, everyone was pretty much so tanky to a point that the only one that can actually die is pretty much Leos, which in this case, he got the early Heart's Claw. We saw how he was able to regain himself very, very quickly, and I really liked how RGMY understood their timing windows really well.
Well, I think that was also a very risky situation to be in as well. The fact is, Loliel had his Winsome Nature, they had Concealed to protect him, but let's have a look at our MVP of this game. Coming in from RSG MY, it has to go over to Izanami, stealing that wild charge, making all the difference whether to make aggressive plays or defensive plays when the backline gets threatened.
Well, when a Valentina has one of the best ultimates to actually steal, he's got to be able to perform, and not just one, he was able to get wall charge on top of the feathered airstrike to actually zone out Homeboys throughout the entirety of the fight. So understanding what you need to do and when needs to be done is just phenomenal, and this is why he's called the Prince of Mage. And for him to actually clutch it out in game number 1 shows why RSGMY deserves to continue on their journey. But as of yet, it's not over yet, because as of yet, let's take a look at the highlights on how RSGMY actually took their game against Homebois. You can see even in early engagements, they tried to threaten the purple buff against Homebois, where they even called in 4 guys in.
Yep, and doing that pre-turtle was a very smart move because, again, it's behavioral patterns, it's understanding the game flow. Everybody knows that before you start contesting for purple, if you are Ling, if you are Fanny, you need to make sure you have that purple buff on you so you have enough energy to go for these prolonged fights. And RSG took full advantage of that, and it just snowballed out of control. They never had another purple buff to actually have access to. They didn't mind allowing Homeboys to have that orange buff because it really didn't matter at the end of the day. They just needed to press their advantages and, more importantly so, abuse the fact that Loliels could siege turrets freely.
Yeah, and we've seen multiple instances where the moment they actually try and make a play off the cross-path plays, right, Lolios was taking advantage and getting a little bit aggressive, and he knows for a fact that he can actually win his matchup against Irithel. Anip not having the greatest time, but I have to give props towards Iris, because every single time he tries to make a play, he understands who he needs to actually zone off. In this case, Bang and Anip has always been his objective throughout the entire of the match.
Yeah. I don't know what they're going to do for game number 2. I feel like Homeboys really need to rethink their strategies here, because so far, all the homework and pre-work that they've done in the past 2 weeks building up to this playoffs is not going through. It feels like everybody has a solution to what they brought to the table so far.
Yeah, it seems like a lot of the things come down towards the drafting phase, right? Based on the 2 series that they have played so far, they've always prioritized on banning off Anip's hero pool when it comes towards the second phase of drafts. Even in the previous game as well, the Beatrix pickup was something that I didn't expect, considering that it has been nerfed here and there, but it is something that Anip was very comfortable with, and for Lolios to pick it up just shows that why they understand that when it comes to being a pro player, you need to be able to play multiple heroes rather than just sticking to what you're comfortable with.
I think RSG is doing a little bit more than that. I think they're going above and beyond. Not only are they going for compositions that may seem relatively weak, but utilizing small aspects of the game. Having lane priority, being able to rotate as a team to make team plays is a lot more prevalent in RSG than it was in Homeboys. I think Homeboys had a very clear idea. Okay, we want Chibi to get ahead, we want to start pressing our advantages so that he can help out the side lane, which may not necessarily get us through mid to late, which is where we want to be in as the Homeboys. RSG really broke down the gears of this machine and slowly dismounted it piece by piece.
Yeah, it just shows you how RGMY understands the recent patch notes, right? Especially in the recent one where they actually delayed the purple buff spawn a little bit more to actually match with the turtle. And normally before that, it's like, oh, once you get the purple buff, immediately you rotate to the turtle, you are going to be able to get it on the spot. But the purple buff, you know, the 10-second window, RGMY understood that this is where Fanny is at its weakest. You catch him off guard, this is where you just completely snowball the entirety of the game, and this is something that RGMY just understands a little bit better from Homebois. They set up like 3-man rotation to protect it, but it wasn't a 3 versus 3 fight. It was straight up a 3 versus 4, which is something that RGMY caught them off guard, and for them to bounce back, it was so difficult to do so, and they relied on Chibi just trying to make this cross-map plays, but just not effective enough because RGMI just completely ignores him.
Well, yeah, it is traditional to expect the purple buff to spawn just before 10 seconds before the turtle. It is to be expected, but you have to give props to Izanami because, again, while these things are happening, they are being extremely efficient. He was ending that game as the MVP with at least 5,000 average DPM on a Valentina. You don't get to see that very often. You would expect that out of a Julian, maybe even a Farsa, arguably even a Yves as well. But to do it on something like a Valentina and to play it as proactively as he did really shows the lead that RSG was developing, and more importantly, utilizing things where you have a guarantee. Linkeza, he's not doing a lot of damage, but he can guarantee, as long as he has position on these neutral objectives, to secure it every single time.
What's really surprising for me is like, oh, Izanami, him getting 85,000, damage is pretty good. It's Valentina, you spam, you've got Feathered Airstrike, you've got Big One, but Iris able to match that with 76,000. This is something that I did not expect, because for him to dive the back lines and doing this amount of damage is crazy. You got what you wish for, Gideon. Lapu Lapu is back.
Yep, it's great. It feels really, really nice, but it doesn't change the fact that you may not necessarily get a Masha matchup, and then it gets very difficult where you really need to know your matchups down to the wire. But let's have a look at the player head-to-head, because we have to compare Chibi to some of the best in the world. Carl TZ used to be from Red Esports during his M2 World Championship run, now with Echo, a superstar team overall, and it's scary to imagine that Chibi actually has higher stats compared to him.
Yeah, it's kind of scary as well, considering how well Homebois was playing throughout the entire regular season as well. This is the first time I've seen Homebois kind of struggle, but based on the stats, he definitely is going to be on par against Carl DZ, and he has been one of the playmakers coming from Homebois, right? And for him to actually not be able to playmake in that game is just very, very unfortunate. But as we get, you can see the morales are still out from Chibi, and he's still smiling. So that means Homeboy's dream is not over yet until it's really, really over.
Yeah, they are still going to be pushing on, but let's put these player head-to-heads in context here. We're not saying that Call TZ is a worse jungler than Chibi by any means necessary. It's two very completely different styles between the regions. We like to fight here in MPL MY, and in MPL PH, it's a lot more disciplined. If MPL PH was playing here in MY, those stats would be significantly higher.
Fair indeed, fair indeed. But you can see the vibes are coming in, and 20 seconds left before the second draft. Pressure is on, but it seems like based on the screen from Homebois, they don't look super pressured yet. I was expecting a little bit more tension coming in, but for game number 2, it seems like when it comes to the drafts, there is going to be a lot of work that Saifu needs to bring to the table, because we are going to be taking a look at what they are going to be drafting as of now. Game 2 on its way, and first pick is going to be up from Homebois. Claude being the first one to be taken out of the equation.
Yeah, I think they're going to keep up with their strategy of what the bans should be. However, they're probably not going to pick up the Fanny this time around. I think it's really scary after the performance that we saw from RSG MY. You wouldn't have expected it to look that way. So Homebois this time will adapt by banning out the Fanny, knowing that Linkeza does have the capabilities to play it. You might as well not give it over, especially if you don't have a game plan ready to go.
Yeah, it's interesting how RGMY played game number 1. Normally, I would say that, oh, you gotta have heroes that actually counter off a Fanny here and there. But the way RGMY played it, they countered it by being strategically smarter, by positioning themselves a little bit better from Homebois. And in this case, taking advantage of the lethal counter was something that I didn't expect, but they utilized it very, very well. So it's something that I think Homebois is going to be aware of, but this time they don't want it to risk the Fanny. They ban it off from the get-go. Once again, the Julian also going to be completely ignored from any team so far in the playoffs, especially for Homebois, considering that it was a comfort break throughout the entire regular season.
Yeah, and even though Julian is really, really good at cancelling like artillery-style mages, the Yevon as well as the Farsa, I would make an argument now that Farsa's changes, especially with the max HP damage that you're getting out of her passive being increased, it's really tough because Julian tries to go and cancel it. Oh, I've already used my charges of Feathered Airstrike. It's a little too late for you to do anything about it. I'm just going to wings by wings away, and you're not going to get any value except, oh, you're all on cooldown. We can punish you immediately after.
Yeah, it's something that I think RGMY is really likes prioritizing as well. They were one of the first few to actually brought out the Forza during the final week of regular seasons. And now, Homebois forced to pick the Valentina again. This time, it's going to be up to Bang to showcase whether or not he's got what it takes. This is going to be their final match if they lose this series against RGMI. But I like the Valentina. You've got to respect it. Izanami played a phenomenal game. But considering how the composition was for game number 1, if you think about it, Izanami has so much tools to be able to utilize compared to how Bang was playing against Todak in yesterday's game.
Yeah, if they want to pick Farsa, they absolutely can. And just to correct you a little bit, it was actually Orange Esports who brought out the Farsa first after the changes, not RGMY. And I think Farsa is generally good here because, again, you can stay relatively far away. And even if Homebois want to steal the ultimate from Farsa, it has to be in the timing of the lane. And once they know that they have that particular ultimate, they will start adapting the plays according to what Bang has.
This is something that I'm looking forward to see. What is going to be the composition? Homeboy sticking with their comfort picks once again, going for the Grok, and this time they're bringing in the Cho for Serpat. Okay, so are we going to be seeing... Yeah, we are. This is going to be a Cho XP lane. So RGMY, it seems like Iris is going to be having a pretty okay time against this Cho matchup if he decides to go for his comfort Esmeralda.
I mean, he could. I feel like that could be a traditional matchup here. I think RGMY, if they do lock in something along the lines of Esmeralda... Okay, yeah. So they lock in Esmeralda, it's about a 50-50 matchup, but I think the most important thing here is the fact that Homebois have two ways of actually canceling out the Feathered Airstrike relatively quick. And more importantly so, they have a way to isolate this Irithel, which I'm surprised that they picked up this early on into the game.
Yeah, coming in towards the draft. Considering how the first game series draft went, right? Homebois completely just denying all of high-risk comfort hero. I wasn't a big fan of the Lapu Lapu pickup, but considering how that they were forced into it and still made it work, I still feel like RGMY just wants Iris to play what's his best at. Give him the comfort hero, and it makes a lot of sense. And for them to ban off the Nero from the get-go right here, right now, and I'm a little bit surprised by this, considering that Homebois, they already picked potentially a Cho as well as a Grok. So playing it safe maybe, you know, considering maybe that Chibi might play in jungle, I guess.
Yeah, I think it's safe to do so. I think it's really, really safe to do so. And more importantly, when you have people who can isolate you and can take these smaller skirmishes, you don't want the side lanes to get affected too much, especially when you're playing a composition that's basically designed to play peel. When you're playing Esmeralda, you're peeling for both Loliels as well as Izanami, and if you can do it within the range of the Feather Airstrike, you get bonus points for that. Homebois, they ban out the Krina, which does indicate that they want to play an auto attack-based marksman. Melissa's already banned out. Beatrix could be a possibility here. Claude is already gone, so therefore I'm guessing along the lines of Brody. Beatrix most likely between the two.
I like the Popo and Kumba a little bit better just because of zone control, but based on how Homebois is playing, they tend to actually lean off it as well. And Anip isn't exactly a fan of the Popo. We saw a couple of games here and there, but against Lolios, who's really comfortable against a Popo matchup, I feel like this is going to be a very, very difficult situation Homebois is put in, but he's forced to actually do it. And I like how the bans are coming in from Homebois, just making sure Ling Eza doesn't get his comfort heroes. This time, what is he going to play? Because if you think about it, what else has he played?
I think as of right now, RGMY, depending on what they pick, is going to predetermine what Anip is going to select. He can go for a Clint to get an absolutely free lane against Loliels without the outside world to help him. He can play Beatrix or Clint, but we see the Matilda. Okay, so now that we see the Matilda here, this does change a little bit for the Homebois. If they go for Beatrix, it's very doable, especially since you have ways to cancel out the Feathered Airstrike, but I think Clint might actually be the play here for the side of the Homebois.
Yeah, that's going to be his comfort for sure. But I'm a little bit surprised by the Matilda pickup. I was expecting maybe another Ruby game for Lexia, considering that it is a comfort hero for him, right? We've seen him play a lot of Ruby. We've seen a couple of Akai here and there. Matilda is something that he's played as well. Angela completely ignored throughout the entire regular season. I think it's only his debut he brought for that one Angela game. But Homebois now forced to play the Lancelot up on Chibi. Ooh. I like it. I like it because it's a denial pickup. We've seen how Matilda and landslot matchups look like, it's really, really hard to play. And Homebois, the response not going to be the clean, it is going to be the carry instead.
I don't agree with this. I think the better option would have been Lingen as well as Carry. I think both of those would have been great options for the Homebois. You have another way to actually cancel, to actually threaten Izanami very early on, especially when he hits level 4. Loliels won't be able to run away as easily. Chibi could be confident on this Lancelot, but he has no means of escape. It's really going to come down to his own mechanics.
Yeah, I agree. I'm not a fan of the Lancelot pickup, but I guess the idea from Homebois is just straight up, you know what, if RGMY decides to play Matilda Lancelot, we're just going to deny it. I guess that's going to be a scenario. I might be wrong, but now, Ling Eza, final pickup here. Is he going to go for something a little bit more tanky? What's it going to be? Is it Alpha? No, it's going to be the Gushin from RGMY.
Yep.
My, oh my, 2 days, 2 Gushin, and RGMY going to bring it up. Can Ling Eza play this? I think this is my first time seeing him play Gushin.
Yeah, this is going to, I mean, I haven't seen Link Iza play Gushin before, but I think it's a really good option. I mean, you have a marksman that's super short range. You can basically kill her without landing the sword spike with 2 Shadow Blade slaughters. You're giving a useless ult to Bang. You can basically one-shot the Grok like it was in Season 2. There's so many things going well for RSGMY. Props to Kuja. The man's a mad lad.
Yeah, man. He's been doing a lot of his homework. But can the players execute? That's going to be my question, because this is going to be the debut match of this Gushin by Ling Eza from the side of RSGMY. But for Homebois, this is going to be for them fighting for their lives. Can they stick around, continue their journey here for MPL MY? Potentially the final game, or will they hold on to game number 3? Ladies and gentlemen, stick around to find out, as this is going to be game number 2 for RSGMY versus Homebois.
Let's jump right into it. Homebois on the blue side with RSGMY on the red. Still on the same sides. Nothing has changed, but it's going to get really scary very quickly here. Mid lane is going to be so very important. Oh, so Zakus is going to be on the chill, and Grok is going to be up in EXP lane.
I was expecting maybe a little bit of a different approach, but Zakus, going for a little bit more damage, manages to scare off Izanami. No trade-offs whatsoever, but Homebois feeling a little bit more comfortable. But what are your thoughts on this matchup? It seems like Serpat is just getting free, I would say, a little bit of value for Iris instead, but Serpat is going to struggle on this XP lane, do you think?
I think they want to make sure that Cho has a lot more impact. I feel like Serpat is if Grok was going to be in the support, the most value you would get out of it is a quick push in the mid lane. But they don't want that. They want to have some kill threat in the mid lane early on pre-level 4.
Yeah, look at this. Iris is getting so much value on this average, knowing that Grok is going to be going in, and it's so very difficult. Chibi has a purple buff. They need to try and make something work across the map. And I don't think RGMY will try to pull the same thing that they brought in from game number 1. It's a little bit risky and harder to pull off now. But it might happen. I want to see whether or not that's going to be the case, because on the top side, Iris is completely dumpstering Serpat as of yet.
I mean, it really doesn't matter. As long as he doesn't get a kill, Serpat technically is winning the lane. He is pushing a lot faster in comparison to Iris. He is making sure that he's keeping Iris in check. They're even sending the mid lane over to deny the proxy. Very nice play coming out for the side of Homebois to make sure that they stay even.
Yeah, that's actually very smart as well. I was expecting Iris to actually try and re-engage that fight, but it seems like RSGMY, they want to secure the purple buff instead. Chibi, he gets his purple buff, he still has it for now. They are going to focus on the turtle, but where's the rest of the team? RSGMY finally joining the party. They are going to force the fight with Wartime. They do catch off one of the members, but he somehow manages to escape, and now Chibi, he manages to get out of there scot-free. Lexia pulling in his members to finish off Serpat, as RSGMY will trade 1-for-1, while the back lines is Nami getting 1-on-1 against Zakus, even with the flicker, and Homebois wins that fight 3-1.
Beautifully played by the Homebois. Honest to God, that was so very smart coming out from the Homebois. And you have to give props to Chibi and his confidence on this hero. Ana may be taking a bad trade, but it doesn't really matter. They got 3 kills out of that 1 engagement alone, while only trading Serpat, who still is going to continue to sandbag Iris up at the top side.
That was a sick play coming from him, because RGMY, they made the necessary plays. They managed to catch off Chibi to the last moment, but the taunt rose at the last second to get out into safety. That was a pretty big clutch coming from Chibi. Well done indeed. But now, with this momentum coming in, Zakus looking for the plays. Okay, not too sure what he was trying to achieve. He's hoping to get a couple kicks coming in. Lexia Gonna be zoning him out, but it seems like Homebois feels a little bit more comfortable compared to game number 1.
I think Homebois, they're in a good position right now, but it doesn't mean they're completely out of the water. Zaka's looking for a play here.
Ooh, he almost got the kick. He tried to go for the angle, but Lexia catches him off guard with the circling eagle. So unfortunate for him. Great clutch coming from Lexia. Oh, Eza looking for the run. Here comes the Phantom execution. They can look to re-engage, but doesn't seem to want to take the risk considering how mobile Chibi is. They just don't have the tools to do so yet. So Homebois gonna continue with a little bit more journey, opening up the map on the bottom side. Bang, now having the feathered airstrike, he can use the zoning out against RSGMY.
Honestly, that was an ego check coming in from Chibi. Like, if he continued to go on it, he could have absolutely secured the kill onto Link Eza at the end of the day, but sees 2 people, decides, no, not a good decision, let's back up here, we'll find another opportunity.
Yep, Turtle gonna be on the bottom side. Seems like Homebois is gonna try and bait this out. Zaka's looking for the game, he gets the catch, they're going for the feathered airstrike, they want to go in for the finish. Izanami tries to escape with Lexia, unfortunately will be taken down by Chibi, but Homebois, they did do disengage, they're overcommitting. The wall charge coming from someone to try and slow down the back lines. Iris survives the front, but eventually they will catch off Serpat, so mistakes remain. Double kill for Ling Eza, and Homebois will say, you know what, we just lost our side lane, let's back out. Let's just give away the turtle.
Yeah, they had their one big...
Oh no, Leos! Oh, one auto attack. Oh no! Do they get it? Yes, he will. Bang clutches it, and RSGMY not too happy about this. They will get the trade. And now it's gonna be a 2v1 fight. Zakas tries to get a little bit funny. Unfortunately, doesn't have the retribution to challenge the turtle.
Yeah, I don't know. That was... It felt a little desperate for the side of the Homebois. They didn't need to do that. They didn't need to take any more than they should. They should have left it at just that. The fact is, Zak has committed his flicker, so he won't be able to make a play in the next 100 seconds. And the same goes for Subbat as well. Missing that wild charge costed them an entire fight. However, in terms of tempo, they're able to actually take back a bit of gold on the top side, tier 1. They might be able to make a play on the bottom side, but we'll have to see, because so far, Lolios as well as Iris bothered to do a lane swap.
Yeah, it's something that I think Homebois kind of messed up as well in terms of follow-up. The wall charge was okay. There was just no follow-up, and the Purify from Izanami just kind of threw off their position a little bit more to my taste. But on the contrast here, let's take a look at the items real quick, especially for Anim. He's farming pretty efficient as well. He's got the Windtalker, and he's actually potentially going for the Demon Hunter sword very, very quickly to actually quickly chunk down Iris later on. So that's going to be a very, very important component for him. Meanwhile, middle lane, a little bit of a check coming from Chibi, opening up the map, but it seems like tier 2s is going to be the way to go for Homebois.
Yep. They're going to be able to get this tier 2 no problem, but the trade is happening on the same side, on the opposite side of the map. RSGMY, they're just mirroring them.
Yeah, Subbat forced to completely concede top lane pressure as Homebois actually looking to go for tier 3. They need to force rotations. They're a little bit quicker compared to RSGMY. They might lose this. Zaka is going for the way of the dragon, trying to zone out Iris. The Terrify comes in. He does have the damage, and they will trade the inhibitor. RSGMY, they completely lose inhibitor. But now, can they trade a little bit more? Subbat clears the minion wave before they can get the middle turret. Oh my goodness, RSGMY just completely lost all trades, and even in the purple buff now on their side of the map.
Oh my goodness, really nice call coming in from the Homebois here. RSGMY, they started to hesitate once they started walking up towards the inhibitor. They saw Homebois were getting a little too far, and they realized they actually couldn't keep up with the tempo. A bit slow on that call, and it costed them an extra turret. But now, with the turtle still up, it's so early to lose this inhibitor and lose that side lane pressure.
Yep, Izanami going to be checked in from the side of Serpat. They are going to focus on the turtle. Lexia forced the conceal play. Feather Airstrike comes in. Chibi secures the turtle. Link Eza going to be forced to back out, but they will lose Zakas. Chibi also going to be caught out in opposition as Loleo slowly mows him down from afar with the heavy crossbows, and Anim is going to be the next to fall potentially. Bang comes in to save. The Terrify comes in. Bang. Does he continue? No, he doesn't want to risk it, as RSGMI will be able to trade 2 for 2.
Oh, it's not looking good. It really isn't looking good for RSG anymore. Even though they were able to get a 2-for-1 trade, the positions on the map is so completely lopsided. Homebois were able to start pushing them backwards, but this upcoming Lord is going to be a make it or break it for both of these sides to actually break even.
Oh, such a difficult game for RGMY, but Homebois, they're hanging on for their dear lives. Leo's now Rio face checking down towards the middle lane. Bang does have the damage to do so. He doesn't have the ultimate yet. He needs to steal one, and who's it going to be? Is it going to be the wall charge once again, or is he going to go for the falling Star Moon? But in this case, the bigger objective is going to be Izanami. So he needs to be very careful of his positioning. You can see how far back Izanami is hiding off so that Bang does not steal it away.
Especially when you have Silpot playing damage Grok. Again, you're going to lose 50% of your HP if you get connected by that wild charge against the wall. So I think they have to play this a little bit more smart, right? GB, he's been getting away with a little too much here.
Oh no, Zakas is a little bit caught off guard, out of position, gets focused down, and RG, they want to continue, but it seems like they can as Izanami will drop the Feathered Airstrike. So a big ultimate being expended as Homebois. They will lose out a little bit more map control, but as of yet, this is the stage of the game where mid tempo is going to be in RG MY's favor. And Iris, look at him, he's level 10. He's able to match support in terms of wave clear now. But Homebois, they realize he's the threat. They are going to try and focus it down. Wall charge misses the mark. Here comes the wall, but Iris, he will survive, and he's looking to try and punish. And Homebois immediately turns their tail and back out. Bang, going to be caught in an awkward situation, but Homebois is quick to respond. But RG, they don't want to take the risk.
Yep, Homebois have free reign, but here we go.
Oh no, the kick comes in, they catch Ling Aza, and he immediately gets focused down. The big Feathered Airstrike coming from Izanami, not going to be able to keep him alive. Zakas runs for his dear life, Lolios mows him down, but Homebois, they still prevail. 1-for-1 trade, no jungler avail as Homebois in prime position to contest the Lord.
And RSG respond instantly by taking positions around the Lord area. They want to make sure that they buy just enough time because the death timers are very, very short 9 minutes into the game. The problem is that they always have to send Iris down to the bottom side because of their missing inhibitor. This is putting them so far behind in terms of position.
Oh, Feathered Airstrike being expended to actually clear the mini wave. So RGMY, they forced to concede control. Homeboy is going to be starting things out with the Lord. And the rest of the team are ready. RGMY also going to be looking to perform as well. Serpa trying his best to zone him out, but he misses the wall charge, instantly gets one shot by Ling Aza. GB will secure the Lord and look to finish the fight as Homebois is now forced to back out. RSG are throwing bodies at them as well. Can they retreat? It seems like they cannot. Ling Aza will get another one. Chibi is still going to be alive, but the damage has been done. They trade 2 for 2, but unfortunately, that's going to be a little bit more as Zakas get caught out on the top side.
They're up 3 for 2. They're even committing to try and take away this purple buff, but Link Aza gets it regardless. They've got the Lord, but at what cost here? RSG MY will now start taking control once again, evening up this score. This 1.5k lead is so very little.
Yeah, it's just so difficult as well. It could be anyone's game as of yet. But RGMY, they got a little bit of win, and you talked about how quickly he can burst down the Grok. Serpa just completely got demolished after one mistake. But for now, they are still hanging on. The Lord's going to be pushing from the bottom side. RG, they do have the damage to actually clear this off unless they want to force a fight. Serpa doesn't have Flicker yet. He's got about 10 seconds left. He wants to try and set up with the Lord. Unfortunately, the damage is a little bit too much to handle. Iris gonna get kicked out. Zakas is gonna be forced to back out immediately. Conceal place is not gonna be enough. They tried to kite down Iris, but Homeboy said that's not the right target to start the fight with.
Nope, not at all. RSGMY losing pressure on all sides of the map right now, and Homeboy's taking full advantage of the situation here. All this because they are missing an inhibitor, and they always have to start a fight 4v5. It just never really changes for them, all because of one significant play.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Looping up as 5. Lexia gonna be face checking their brush. Better after preemptively as well. But fortunately for Homeboys, they didn't exactly take too much damage, so they still have the advantage to try and pressure the play as Homeboys. Do they have to conceal? Zakas checking here and there, but it seems like they're just, you know, dancing around, going for a couple of Tai Chi here or out there. But aside from that, it's all about dodging and making the right catch.
Yeah, as of yet, Iris, he's probably scaled. If he goes against anybody except for Anep, he basically gets to live forever. Anep is the only person who really threatens his life. So Izanami, he wants to use that Feather Airstrike specifically for him, but it's tough when Homeboys have multiple ways of actually denying him that Feathered Airstrike.
Yep, Falling Star Moon being held on as well to try and apply pressure from Homeboys. No threatening Homeboys, but it was just making sure that they secured the purple buff. Now, let's take a look at the items real quick as well. We do see, like you said as well, Grok full damage, going for potentially another Blade of Despair, maybe even a Malefic Roar if he wants to, if he decides to go for it. But Anip now has an Athena Shield and also a Steel Lake, and it seems like he needs a little bit more damage item if he wants to try and chunk down Iris as quickly as he can.
I mean, if he has his ultimate, he should do that no problem. I mean, he's got true damage. That's totally fine. My biggest concern right now is how exactly Chibi is going to play. Because now, with the flexibility of Link Eza on this Gushin, he can make something happen. He just needs them to show their face.
Yep. This Lord is going to be coming in. Iris is going to be diving the back lines as well. Bang completely zoned out, and the rest of Homebois is forced to defend this. They get Iris, but do they get the Lord? Yes, they do not, as Chibi will steal it away from RGMY. Now, they have to make a run for it. They made the wrong play. Double kill for Anip, and Homebois will say, hey, it's not over for Homebois. A big feather airstrike coming from Bang will take down his Izanami, and RSGMY will drop the ball, and they will lose another Lord.
Got to give credit where credit is due. Chibi is still one of the best junglers here in Malaysia for a reason. Steals away a Lord that was supposed to be RCMY's. They sacrificed Iris for it, and now they're going to lose another inhibitor turret for it.
Oh my goodness, Homebois looking to close out this game and hopefully come back in game number 3. But will RGB-MY be able to defend? Because as of now, Ling Eza has lost 2 Retribution battle against Chibi for this Lord fight, and now Chibi taking full control of how he was oppressed from game 1. This time, he's looking to win this series. Can they do it? RGMI, how will they respond? They're calling the entire team. Better Ass trying to zone out the back lines while they mow down the Lord. But Chibi diving the back lines against Izanami, but they will punish him immediately with the help of the Lord, the turret. But the Lord chunking on the crystal while Lolios is zoning the complete back lines of Homebois, and Homebois says, we are going to back out. We've lost Chibi too quickly.
Okay, they're still in it to win it. RSGMY still have hope. With 94 seconds left on the clock, their only disadvantages are the fact that they have mid lane and bottom lane just consistently pushing into them. The timings are going to be very, very slim, but if they want any hope, they have to take away the initiation tools. Number 1, they need to make sure that support is gone. Same goes for Zakus. If they can punish the initiation tools from the Homebois, they've got a dang good chance.
Ooh, that was a very risky block. Feather X tried to respond as well. As Homebois, they want to try and hold on to this tier 1. Unfortunately, it is not going to hold. It's 15 minutes into the game. As RGMY getting a little bit angsty with the plays, but Homebois as well. It seems like it's going to be the downtime from both sides. 50 seconds on the sidelines for the Lord before the next engagement. So it's all about building up this next power spike, and Lolios with the Malefic Roar and Holy Crystal up on Lingeza.
Yep, and now as they try to control the bottom side of the map, Homebois take advantage of that top side, knowing that this is going to be the important side because they always have to show their face to clear off mid as well as bottom. If they're able to get a pick off here, and more importantly, if they can shut down Izanami early on before he gets his damage with a Feather Airstrike, they've got a really good chance to end this game.
Yep, bottom side as well. We can see Iris going to be trying to take him out, try and hopefully get a tier 2. Homebois not responding yet, as seems like they're setting up for the top lane. They really want to steal the inhibitor before this Lord, and fortunately for them, they can do so because the Lord is going to be spawning on the top side instead. So RHMY, they have to make a play. Do they go for the Lord, or do they try and cut the bottom lane? Iris tries to cut and proxy both sides away, but misses the timing. Chibi will clear him off. It seems like RGMI, they're conceding Lord control as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point trying to contest it right now. They've got no pushing lanes as of yet. They can't really take the fight as early as they would like to, and Chibi has first move, but they can look to try and contest.
Well, it's now or never. Homebois is going to be stopping them off again, and Chibi gets the Lord once again. Ling Eza getting completely controlled by Zakus in the back lines. No steal potential, but Lolios will be picking off both Support as well as the Bang, and they want to go for more. Zakus clutches it with Ling Eza. Can they get a little bit more? Yes, they will. They get another one. They get 4 for nothing, but they lose the Lord. But it seems like RGMI, they have minions. They want to try and go for the GG push, but the minions are pushed out, and Homebois, they will be able to buy a little bit more time. 20 seconds on the sidelines for the players, but RGMI, they need to go back. The Lord is pushing in. RGMI, how? The Lord is coming in. They're sending in Ling Eza to defend, but can they respond? Because Homebois is going to be back up in 9 seconds left. Hold this thought for now. Anip is still alive. He's got the immortalities. RGMI, they're focusing on the tier 3 on the bottom side. Looks like they want to go for the GG push. Can they do it? They're throwing bodies and Anip. They cannot. They're buying so much time. They need to retreat, and RGMI, they're completely backing out of the fight. Homeboys bought enough time for the re-engagement.
Oh, that was so scary. That was so very scary there. They managed to get everything that they were looking for. However, RSG had to sacrifice one more inhibitor turret to ensure that this worked out. They were able to buy back an inhibitor turret of their own for the side of RSG, but Homeboys, they don't mind it. The game hasn't ended. It was a scary moment of time, but it's not going to happen again.
Oh, that is so scary from both sides, but it could have gone either ways. A little bit of small victory from RGMY, but if they got that Lord clutch earlier in this match, they could have just went for the GG push. Unfortunately, that was a nice attempt, but it's full resets coming from both sides, especially for Anip as well, considering he just wasted his immortality to try and set things up, and because of that, they were able to hold on. But now, with about 80 seconds on the sidelines for the immortality, they need to buy time for this.
Yeah, I'm not sure how they're going to buy time exactly. We're seeing a C halberd being purchased by Anip. He needs to make sure that, again, Iris doesn't heal up as much as he did in that fight. He was really struggling, especially since his ultimate timed out and he didn't have enough true damage to actually cut through his entire shield. So now the question becomes, will RSGMY play the fight slow and let Sapat and Zakas look for these big catches and then look to re-engage afterwards, or are they just going to take out initiation tools?
This is going to be tough. This is going to be tough. Immortality purchase up on Bang as well. Likewise coming from Iris. It's all about those cooldowns as of yet. But as of now, RG looking for the setups again. But considering how the wave control is actually favoring Homeboys, they have all the time in the world. And RGMY, they understand that if they need to make a play, they have to play the moment the waves are pretty much shoved out. And Homeboys, all they gotta do is just dodge completely. As long as the waves is in their favor, they can choose their fights then and there.
Yep, bottom side, they're looking for the catch and they found it.
Oh, Iris is going to be chunked down. That's going to be immortality chunked down, but does he have the sustain? Yes, he does. But does he die? Yes, he does as well. So that's going to be a big catch coming from Homeboys, but they will be able to trade off support on the sides. An XP for an XP. But RGMY says we do not want to continue because the minions are still shoved in towards their base. They're calling in Link Aza to clear off the minions. They are going to be late towards the Lord Pit. However, RGMY looks like they want to try and force this play. Homeboys, all they got to do is just stall time. All they got to do is just stall for time, and that's how they win this game. But it seems like Homeboys is just waiting. They know this Lord is going to take a very, very long time to clear off.
Yeah, and they're running out of time here. The waves are slowly pushing in, and Homeboys positioning and posturing like they want to go and take it themselves. And now this forces RSG to pull back, and this way, Homeboys can actually slow things down.
Yeah, 50% health, and it seems like they are going to try to make the Stuffle as well. Loleo's going to be zoning off Zakas on the side, but late RGMY, they have to back out down to his 50 health. Do they get the trade out? No, they do not. Chibi steals the Lord again. Bang, however, needs to back off as well. He's got the Valentina, he's got the damage. He takes down the Goshen. He's got a double kill with the immortality. He needs to back out. Iris will try to clean out the back lines. Loleo still alive. So the biggest threat from RGMY still prevails, while Iris completely trying to proxy the wave to try and buy time for the team. But he will have to pay for his life, maybe, or he doesn't because he's got the sustain and he will live to tell the tale. Anip completely ignoring him. But RSG have to defend this 3v5. Looks like we might see a full game 3. Anip still going to be clearing off the minions as quickly as they can. Do they focus on the crystal? Yes, they do. They chunk down the crystal and they drag in on to game number 3. Homeboys' life still prevails.
Woo! They bring it up to 1-1. It's a full game here. Both sides refusing to drop out of the tournament in playoffs.
It's not over yet. Oh, you can see the tears on Homeboys, the joy of excitement that their lives are still prevailing as Homeboys will tie it out against RSGMY. It is going to be a best-of-1 series later on where the winner takes all. And I want to see how Homeboys did it as we are going to be jumping into a mic check with them right now.
Mati boy. Tahu. Nice. Percaya aku boy. Kita tes spell. Dalam ni pasal dalam bush. Ready guys.
Tadi Ismin ni.
Apa tu Kosen? Gas. Nice. Belakang. Tengok aku. Ayo boy. Belakang tolong ah.
La.
Nice.
Ciao.
Nice bang. Go bang. Go bang. Ya Allah, alhamdulillah. Akhir je.
Current score 1-1. Homebois bringing it back from what looked to be an almost bad game, but their draft seemed to be working out a little bit better this time round, and Gushin didn't exactly get that one shot we were looking for towards the last couple of minutes of the game.
You know, this is where Zakas played a very, very good role on his Cho, right? Every single time that Lingazer tries to make a play, Zakas is always there to try and interject and just go in for the Wave Dragon and buy so much time. And this is where it's smart how they switch up the role by having the Cho in the roaming position and the Grok on the XP lane. But now, let's talk about the items real quick and how they actually played it. We saw multiple instances where Serpat was struggling going for a play, but like you said as well, full damage built up on Serpat, and we could see the damage potential that he brings to the table as well.
Yeah, he poses a huge threat to Irithel, to Farsa, especially since both of them aren't really trying to build armor at all, in a matter of fact. Like, it was quite a struggle to get to that point. And more importantly, so when we're looking over at Carrie, she basically only needs 2 of these items. No Golden Staff at all. And that's why you can see that Anip was struggling a little bit against the Esmeralda until he finally got that Sea Halberd, where now he denies the healing, on top of the fact that he doesn't have the on-hit damage. But with the Demon Hunter Sword alone, plus his passive, is more than enough.
Yeah, this is where he just went all in with full damage, right? If you think about it, all you need to do is just play the Glass Maiden build. If you get sustained through the initial burst coming from RGMY, it's all good. So for him to actually just chunk him down, it's just phenomenal as well. But I want to talk a little bit more on how Bang played it, because this is by far the best performance I've seen of Bang with his Valentina. So I want to see who the MVP is. Is it going to be Bang? Let's find out, because this is going to be the MVP for that match, and that is going to be Bang for game number 2.
Well deserved with 87% game KP, kill participation, and an overwhelming amount of damage throughout that game. He's playing a very utility role here. He is stealing away that Feather Airstrike. Sometimes he goes for a different ult, but for the majority of this game, he is making sure that not only he can peel for the backline of his team, but looking for some interesting angles to actually initiate.
Yeah, he was able to just get so many pickoffs as well. And in the final moment, he was about to die, was able to take advantage of the situation and just completely just bust through the back lines. What was very surprising with me, I was expecting an Ice Queen 1 coming from Bang, but he opted to go just full penetration with the Genius 1 and Divine Glaive, which eventually helped him out to his later stage of the game to try and burst through this tanky composition that RSG had. But as of yet, let's take a look at the highlights brought to you by Samsung Galaxy A series on how Homebois played in our game number 2. Because in this particular game, what was very surprising for me was that RSGMI, they understood that they needed to play safe because they had to play around how Ling Aza needed to play the game, and every single time he tries to set up for a play, Zakas is just there to stop him.
Well, to be fair, I will say that now I understand why they decided to actually put Chibi on specifically Lancelot rather than Ling. After yesterday's games, they noticed that, hey, his invulnerability coming in from the Tempest of Blades is not enough to deal with the Gushin, so at least making him not only a mobile target with the punctures, but having 2 ways of going invulnerable with the Thorn Rose and as well as the Phantom Execution, he has an almost guaranteed way to not get one-shot by this Gushin.
Yeah, and you can see he just abuses it time and time again with those Lords, right? Triple Lords coming in, 3 times he's stolen away against Ling Aza, which just puts him in a very, very comfortable position. You can even see the play right here, where Zakas is just making sure that Ling Aza doesn't have a great time to steal that Lord, and because of him, even though he is gonna be taken out multiple times, he will gladly do it over and over again to secure the objectives for his team.
Yeah, and I think if RSGMI was able to get a Lord for themselves at any point of time, they should have been able to even out this score and at the very least get Izanami to a position where he gets his full build. He was getting close, but it was already too late once the Lord was knocking on the crystal.
Yeah, and what a game coming from Homebois. I thought it was pretty much over from how things were looking for game number 1. And for them to bounce back and tie the series just shows you that, you know, Saifu, they did put a lot of effort, and this is where morale comes into the picture, right?
Yeah.
It's all about mental fortitude coming towards playoffs. But now, is the pressure on Homebois or on RSGMY now?
Honestly, it's a little tough to say, but I think for the most part, we could take a bit of a breather. Even the teams, let's throw it over to the hosts on stage to see what they got to say.
Wow, cukup lama kita orang tunggu turn dekat belakang. 21 minit, Adin.
Silap hari kita ke depan, kita ke belakang. Kita ke depan, kita ke belakang. Sebab perlawanan tadi macam jongkak-jongkit. Tak tahu nak end ke, nak seri ke, nak menang ke, apa yang terjadi tadi.
Ya, perlawanan memang orang kata tak boleh untuk kita ketahui siapa yang menang lagi sebab terikat satu sama. Lepas tu, kejap pasukan Homebois menang. Betul? Kejap RSG menang. Kejap belah sini jerit. Kejap belah situ jerit. Alamak.
Ini baru lower bracket match. Ini yang kita nak. Ini yang kita inginkan sebab ini adalah do or die match untuk dua-dua pasukan. Siapa yang tertewas, mereka yang akan pulang rumah. Siapa yang menang, teruskan lagi perjalanan mereka.
Ya, memang bermati-matian mereka berjuang. Malah tadi kita dah tengok dekat belakang memang mereka cuba untuk bersedia. Tapi sekarang ini untuk anda semua, kita juga ada kata serba sedikit aktiviti untuk merapatkan silaturahim lah dengan para penonton kita yang hadir sekarang.
Alright, kita akan lakukan event kita iaitu Cam on Me. Macam mana ia akan berlangsung? Kita punya kamera akan cari orang kata random fans kita yang ada dekat sini. Akan ada satu gambar hero keluar dekat belakang kita orang nanti. Jadi tanggungjawab korang apa? Lakonkan hero tersebut.
Betul.
Ada gaya ke ataupun posing dia macam mana ke? And then kita orang cuba teka hero apa itu nanti. Boleh tak?
Boleh ke tak boleh?
Boleh ke tak boleh? Hadiah lumayan ni.
Hadiah memang lumayan.
Tiket and for... sorry, lebih pula. Hadiah lumayan. Tapi hadiah memang lumayan. Memang lumayan. Okey. Ada tak? Okay, nampaknya kita...
Jadi kita akan mencari orang yang bertuah yang pertama untuk menjadi...
Oh, okey.
Kita dah dapat ini orang kata tutorial.
Daripada cosplayer kita. Okey. Korang semua cuba tekalah hero apa yang dia buat nanti. Gaya apa yang dia akan buat nanti. Okey.
Hero akan keluar.
Kita kira tiga. Kita kiraan 1, 2, 3. Lepas tu minta cosplayer kita post. Boleh Okey. 1, 2, 3.
Memang sama. Tapi hero apa yang Adil?
Alamak, macam mana Dia tadi ada satu rakan dia tau.
Ada satu.
Rakan dia.
Rakan dia sekali ke?
Dia ada rakan dia patutnya tadi. Tapi rakan dia dah buka cosplay dia tadi. Iaitu Vexana dengan revamp yang baru
Wah.
Dia dah lah comel kecil. Lepas tu yang abang lagi seorang tu.
Abang lagi seorang?
Macam Lafel dia punya besar.
Macam Lafel?
Serius macam Lafel. Maksudnya besar gagah perkasa.
Gagah perkasa betul.
Gagah perkasa betul. Bukan benda lain. Okey. Kita ada orang lain tak? Kita ada contestant lain tak? Tadi macam easy, Mat.
Itu easy. Jadi kita akan jumpa. Kita dah jumpa bos sebenarnya. Abang tu macam suka.
Okey. Ini kita cubalah. Kita cuba je. Jangan malu-malu. Jangan segan.
Jangan segan.
Okey. Boleh post.
Sekarang dah ada hero.
Dah ada hero dekat belakang kita orang. Cuba post.
Cuba
gaya hero tersebut dan kita orang akan cuba teka.
Malu.
Mat, ni malu, Mat. Aku takut diorang sebenarnya cakap diorang kat tempat lain. Tapi dia dekat MPL. Sebab tu dah boleh. Tapi tak apa, cuba post. Cuba post apa sikit gaya. Aku nak je tengok belakang sekarang ni tau. Boleh tak? Boleh tak? Okey, kita try orang lain lah. Pressure. Biasalah pro player pressure kat sini. Kita ada tak orang lain? Tak ada orang lain. Boleh tak kita cari yang mungkin yang support yang berani sikit.
Ini sportif sikit.
Guys, kalau korang teka, korang dapat hadiah gentle. Kita siapa yang berani sikit? Okey.
Dekat atas ke?
Okey, ada. Alright, ready. Okey. Stand by Nanti ada hero keluar.
Mana?
Buat gaya dia. Saya tak tahu kat mana.
Tu dia.
Okey, kita nampak. Okey. Hero dah keluar. Okey, hero nak keluar. Okey, hero dah keluar. Boleh buat gaya dia tak? Okey, fikir dulu, relax dulu.
Fikir lubang. Dah ready.
Kita kira 1, 2, 3. Uish. Itu Dab, Mat.
Dab macam tu kalau tak silap saya.
Hero
semalam
apa
dah ada
tu?
Dab macam tu.
Hero apa tu?
Electro Final Blow.
Uish.
Tak silap saya lah. Dia keluar macam tu.
Macam mana ni? Aku tak tengok belakang tau. Jangan risau. Aku tak tengok belakang. Okey, sekali lagi. Last.
Susah sikit lah. Benda ni macam susah.
Buat gaya pun boleh. Macam lari ke apa-apa ke boleh. Tak ada masalah. Jangan risau. Aku pula excited kan.
Okey. Kita yang berlakon ni sebenarnya ni.
Okey, ready Sekali lagi. 1, 2, 3. Aku rasa aku tahu.
Apa jawapan?
Okey, hero ni pernah diguna pakai oleh Team Hak dulu. Masa regular season. Dia sangat-sangat kuat. Dan ianya adalah Alpha. Betul Alpha. Memang mantap. Thank you brother supporting.
Betul lah.
Nanti claim hadiah. Boleh turun bawah nanti boleh claim hadiah dekat sini. Okey, terima kasih. Kita ada tak? Dekat atas ke kat mana ni?
Kontestan yang seterusnya.
Okey. Alhamdulillah.
Baiklah.
Dah relax. Easy je. Tengok gambar apa dekat skrin ni. Gaya kan macam mana sekalipun, And
Okay,
then
bang.
menang. Okay, nah, sejadah dia dah hero.
Macam mana dia punya skill ke, dia buat
Okay.
apa ke? Okay.
Boleh berdiri, jangan
ramai
risau.
macam suka, ramai macam...
Boleh berdiri, boleh buat apa-apa.
Kenapa dia orang macam suka
Okay.
Saya tertarik kan nak tahu.
Hero dah ada guys, hero ada.
Hero dah ada, betul.
Hero dah ada, okay. Kita kira, boleh ya? Okay.
Boleh.
Dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Dia manja macam ni pula.
Itu apa benda bang?
Macam comel pula. Sekali lagi boleh, sekali lagi. Sekali lagi boleh, sekali lagi. One more lah, one more. Okay. 3, 2, 1.
Oi, comelnya.
Awak teka lah.
Saya rasa lah, dia mesti macam dia tengah sandar, betul? Dia sandar macam ada angin sikit. Veil, betul? Wah, Veil! Betul lah.
Ahmad Veil Saiful memang
Ahmad
mantap.
Veil
Memang
Saiful.
awak mantap. Memang mantap. Tahniah dia
Memang
ucapkan.
mantap,
Guys,
bang.
tepuk sikit guys. Tepuk sikit. Tahniah kepada brother kita. Sangat cantik, sangat hebat dia punya
lakonan. Ya, hampir serupa tadi.
Betul.
Tapi apapun, itulah dia. Terima kasih banyak kepada kita punya para penonton yang cukup sporting. Jadi untuk kita teruskan perlawanan di antara dua pasukan ini, kita akan terus pulangkan kepada caster-caster English dan juga BM.
Well. Tensions was very high between both the teams so far. And welcome back. We had a little bit of icebreaker between Aideen as well as Sunfrost. I like the Veil impersonator. It was pretty nice.
Cam on me, very new here, and especially since we are here live at the Quill City Mall Concourse, come on over, be a part of the excitement. We got plenty of booths and apparently popcorn as well, which I can smell and visibly see right next to me. It's very distracting, but we have to get back into the games. Score currently 1-1, Homebois versus RSG. In case you missed out on that action, don't worry. This final deciding game is going to determine who goes home and who goes on.
Why you gotta do me dirty like that? You know, tensions was high, everything was so uptight and personal. You know, you can see the teams are just fighting for their dear lives. But at the same time, I like how you know, Aideen and Sunfrost kind of light up the mood. And speaking of lighting up the mood, guess what? TikTok MPL Playoff Live Carnival is in full swing. You can enter the official live room to cheer for the finals using MPL exclusive customized gifts and participate in MLBB Creator Base and hashtag MPL S10 related events to get abundant rewards.
Guys, it is happening live here. I know that there's a collaboration happening on the first floor itself. Some very cool personalities are there. You've seen Daddyhood. We've also seen Punjahat as well as Solos here up on stage. They're going to be hiding back on that first floor once again. So if you want to maybe walk around the mall and happen to bump into them, I wonder how you're going to do it other than going to Quill City Mall Concourse. By the way, that's where we're at.
You know what's really interesting? For so many seasons, we've tried to get Solos up on deck. We haven't seen him for a long time. And for him to be here, right now, it's a great opportunity to be hanging around Quill City Mall. And who knows, you might get a couple of nice pictures against Solos.
Yeah, well, at least we don't have to worry about too many things. But for now, let's jump right back into this upcoming game. The boys are back up on the stage, and RSGMY as well as Homebois. It feels like they're getting a very good understanding of each other. They're really starting to grasp, they're really starting to warm up to the behaviors.
Now, here comes the question I kind of threw you before we actually throw it into the break, right? Who's the pressure on right here, right now? Is it going to be on RSG's side or is it going to be on Homebois' side?
Personally, I don't think there's much pressure going on for either side, especially until the draft comes on through. Then we'll see how much weight is put on them, because I think particularly in this game, a lot of weight was put on Chibi to get them through that early to mid-game phase of the game. And once Anet finally got to scale up and Bang just having the time of his life, helping out Chibi, making sure he has the space he needs, that's when you really see the game start turning on their heads. So I'm waiting for this upcoming draft.
Yeah, speaking of the drafts as well, let's see who's it going to be on which side. Based on the game number 3, this is going to be the decider match for both teams. Winner takes all. The loser goes home. In this case, Homebois will be taking first pick. Bang played a very phenomenal game in game number 2 with his I would say Valentina play, and I don't think RSGMY would try and let this go once again. Seems like first pick is going to be a priority for both teams so far. Both teams winning on first pick as well.
Yeah, okay. So again, we're seeing the exact same bans come out from Homebois. This is very typical of them during the regular season. They did exactly this, whether it's blue side or red side. They usually stick to the bans that they have set up earlier on. RSGMY, on the other hand, I want to see if there's going to be some form of adaptation. We're seeing the Melissa, we're seeing the Paquito. Again, similar to how Homebois draft out in the regular season, they're banning the exact same things. Where are we seeing the Valentinas? Are we seeing, okay, the Wanwans coming out too? I'm not seeing the Groks. I'm not seeing any of the previous years we saw. Oh, there we go, the Grok.
Well, speak of the devil, seems like Grok is going to be taken out and Bang going to be forced to play the Valentina again. So a pretty good opening for them. However, is anything out of the ordinary out for grabs? It seems like Akai going to be completely ignored as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see the Akai pick up. And yes, RSGMY picks it up. Question is this going to be Jungle Akai or is going to be Lexia playing the Akai? We saw Lexia play it once in the regular season, didn't do too well.
Yeah, honestly, this might be a tough call here because now the fact that there are no bans towards Diggy, it feels really bad if RSGMY decide to pick up Diggy for themselves or give it over to the Homeboys, honestly.
That's the question, right? Like, I was very surprised that RSGMY decided to pick this up, but I feel like they're in a tough spot where if they force pick the Diggy right here, right now, it just allows Bang the free reign and force Bang to instead of play an aggressive Valentino playstyle, but instead a supportive playstyle. So RSGMY, do they pick it? Because if you think about it, Homeboys was one of the teams that actually prioritized the Diggy a lot throughout the entire regular seasons. But now, in this case, RSGMY ignoring the Diggy, going for the Lunox instead. And this is prime position for Homeboys to bring this up.
Okay, I'm thinking about this. Why exactly would they want to go for Lunox? I guess they're trying to make a hard read. I mean, Homeboys technically don't necessarily have to play tanks here, right? Because that's what Lunox is really good against.
Yep.
Balmon is going to help them secure these neutral objectives, making sure that Akai has to forcibly make plays in the side lanes rather than trying to contribute to these bigger team fights down by neutral objectives.
Yeah, seeing how things is going as well. You talked about how whether or not they want to do it. And there, you can see the communication are going to be up on Zakas as well. Does he bring it up to the table? Or is he going to be going for something he's comfortable at? Cho is something that's going to be up for grabs as well. But it looks like they do not pick it up. And they want to try and potentially waste the bans up from RSGMY. They will secure the Irritel for Anip for now. And RSGMY is going to be on them to respond. What's it going to be?
Give him a lane bully. Give him a lane bully. Right now, if he picks Clint, Popo, and Koopa, arguably even Brody, it's really, really good for the side of RSGMY. Not only does it help him win the lane against the Irithel, it also denies a decent ultimate at the very least to Valentina.
They can pick up the Beatrix once again. It's something that Lolios is very comfortable with as well. Not a big fan, but they played it. That was the game they won in game number 1. So for them, this time, if they want to pick it up again, it's not too shabby. Or they just straight up waste Homeboys' bans and just open up Iris Hiroku a little bit more. Maybe the Esmeralda is something that they want to consider, but as of yet, they take away the Cho, safer bet up.
Man, they are just giving some really good ultimates for this Valentina. I guess RSGMY is saying, hey, we played to what we are good at. We just need to execute cleanly and things should be okay. Let's disregard what Homeboys is doing right now. We're not looking to respond to them.
We're talking about weights, right? If you think about how we actually had started this conversation in the drafts, I feel like the weights from RSGMY's mind, especially from Ningeza, was that Zakas was constantly being extremely annoying in the fight. And for them to just pick up the show just puts him in a spot where, hey, you know what? Iris, play this for me. I don't want to deal with Zakas, how annoying he is. We've already banned the Grok. These are heroes that he's very comfortable with. Force him to play something else. And in this case, maybe, just maybe, we might see the Matilda pickup coming from Homeboys.
Possibly. I think Homeboys is most likely going to do it. Something to actually support the side lanes if they have to. The fact that they're banning out the carry does indicate that they want to play some bigger tanks.
Oh, yeah.
Possibly Atlas for the side of Homeboys, possibly even Kufra as well. We'll see where it goes to. But for now, we're seeing a hover over Lancelot right now. Do they want to ban it out?
Oh, they might. They just might as well, considering that... I'm a little bit surprised they would, considering that Homeboys, they pretty much showed the Balmon as well. Chibi most likely going to be playing the Balmon in the jungle. They could play in XP for Serpat, but we haven't seen too much of it lately towards the entire playoffs itself. Popo and Kuba also going to be banned out, so that's going to be most of Lolio's heroes getting taken out of the equation. So comfort picks, forcing him to play the Beatrix is going to be the go-to strategy. And the response from Homeboys might be the Lolita for Zakas.
Possibly. I think Lolita would be really, really good if the Beatrix gets picked up right now. But I think RSGMY, what they could possibly do, right, is get a little bit more side lane pressure. They could show Ling first, because I feel like RSGMY is debating whether or not to actually pick up the Gusion. The fact that they're banning out the Lancelot would indicate that.
It might be the case as well. It's on towards Ling Eza. Does he play the Akai jungle, or does he not? They're still discussing as well. They've got only 7 seconds left to decide what's it gonna be. It seems like they will secure the clint for Lolios for now. So keeping up with their options as much as they can and potentially try and flex it out. For Iris especially.
Yeah, really huge lane bully coming in from Lolios. Now I'm thinking, okay, what's the next steps? Homebois, based on what they've seen so far, it's not really a siege composition. They generally want to fight and they want to play around the gold lane. So how are they going to maintain that control? They're going to need a support that can rotate between the two. They don't have Grok, so what's the next best thing since they don't have Cho?
They can actually force the Deer-off here coming from support. Like, just preemptively set up the Deer-off, going for the armor shredding comp. And maybe even play it as a tanky Deer-off on the side lanes against RGMY if they decide to go for the Esmeralda again. Because if you think about it, they still don't really have a very good solution against the Esmeralda. And for them to ban off the carry isn't too bad, but seems like they're not going to go for it. They are going to go for the Yu Zhong and Matilda instead.
I think they decided it's a little too dangerous to commit to an Esme, and it's a little too scary to pick up a Dairoth on their own. So they want a little bit of both. They want some form of sustain, but they want to have the matchups to be decently well so they can dive onto the back line, especially since they're playing for the Clint. He doesn't have a lot of mobility except for the trapping recoil. Yu Zhong, a really good pick. I was thinking along the lines of Benedetta, but even then, we'll just have to wait and see. Fredrid gets picked up for the side of RSGMY. Oh, I mean, this is going to be a tough game.
Okay, this is indeed tough because if you think about it, Frederick needs a little bit more items to scale to a later stage game. 25% win rate so far, and we are going to be seeing this coming from RGMY as the clutch plays coming from RGMY. And I don't know, I'm not a big fan of it. I like Homebois draft a little bit more, but I want to see how Iris pulls it off for potentially one final time because this is going to be the decider match. Winner takes all. Game number 3 for Homebois as well as RSGMY. The drafts has been set from both sides. Bang with the Valentina again and Yu Zhong up on Serpat going up against RSGMY. Bringing in the Archive, bringing in the Frederick to clutch it out. Who's it gonna be? Ladies and gentlemen, we're heading in towards the land of dawn to find out how Game 3 is gonna go. This is RSGMY versus Homebois.
Welcome everybody. The final game is here, the deciding match to conclude this epic. Homebois on the blue side, RSG on the red side. This level 1 is going to mean everything right now, but it looks like Zacchus is in trouble. He's about to die. First blood going over to RSGMY.
Oh, big catch coming from RSG from the get-go. This is something that they did not expect as well. Forcing to play a little bit defensive. Just a little bit unfortunate. I was expecting maybe an early DK pickup, but, well, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. But for now, RSGMY having full control. Homebois wants to play a little bit more to the top side. They're calling in Iris to join the fight rather early as well. Same goes for Serpat. Lexia gets a nice catch, and they want to go for the catch, but the Serpat catch a 3-man Petrify, stopping Iris with the taunt, and they get the punish on Lexia.
Yeah, that was a bad call coming in from RSGMY. They managed to get the early call, but they lose Flicker coming out from their side laner, and more importantly, they end up losing their Cho's Flicker as well. So no plays are going to be made for this upcoming turtle battle, and more importantly so, Lolios, he needs to win this lane and win it hard.
Yeah, that was a big clutch from Serpat as well. An early kill to actually build up stacks for his Festival of Blood for those sustains. And this is where RGMY kind of dropped the ball a little bit. They overcommitted for that catch, and it's something that RGMY has brought from game number 1, right? They want Iris to try to rotate early, and Homebois was able to mirror this, so very nicely done with the response. But as we get Lexia making another attempt, unfortunately doesn't have those 4 up yet. So Homebois, they are going to be playing slow a little bit more.
Yeah, and with the Balmon, it's going to be tough for RSG to really contest these neutral objectives. They just have to focus on the team fighting aspect more than anything else. But so far, bottom side, I mean, Anib looks like he's doing absolutely fine here, which is rather strange.
Oh, top side is Anami, forced to flicker out. Serpat using a Black Dragon preemptively as well. It doesn't have the sustains to need. He might need to back out or maybe even go for a wave clear because as of yet, Ling Eza, he still has the heavy spin as of now. Chibi could be pulled back. They want to force the fight. Bang steals the heavy spin away. Do they get the chop? No, they do not. Ling Eza will steal it away, and Chibi will be caught out in an awkward position, and he will pay the price. Iris is there to catch him off guard.
What was going on there? Supat taking a weird angle to try and zone off Izanami, who hit level 4 off the wave and actually didn't participate in the fight. He knew that he didn't have his ultimate. They still tried to contest for it, and they didn't even get the turtle at the end of the day.
Oh, it's just unfortunate considering how Chibi kind of missed his retribution timing. The double retribution kind of off the mark. So props was Ling Aza were able to time that despite being pressured by Peng with the heavy spin. It was kind of cute, you know, having two people just spinning around and just clashing like kind of Beyblades all over there.
Yeah, they're definitely playing Beyblades here, but now another catch here. Zach is in trouble.
Oh, Lexia gonna get caught out in a little bit of an awkward position as Zakus once again dying 3 times in a row in 3 minutes of game. That's one of the highest DPM I've seen before. 1 death per minute.
Oh, it's not looking good here, but it doesn't mean that Homebois can't bounce back from the damage. I mean, at the end of the day, it really comes down to who Lexia decides to kick. And if he is going to contest for these turtles, he's got to make sure to kick Chibi specifically so he can't get in range to use that lethal counter. For the time being, I would have imagined that Lolios would be winning this lane harder against Anap. He is a level up on him, but that's all. We haven't seen a kill just yet.
Yep, and seems like rotations has been made from Zakas as well, trying to secure Anap. They know for a fact that Homebois has kind of lost a little bit of a lane pressure considering how Zakas has died so many times. But once again, they're setting up the plays again, also on the mini-map as well. You can see Iris already cutting behind here to Oz a Frederick. That's a little bit risky to play, but seems like he'll be able to find the opportunity. Lexia, however, looking for a setup. Are they going to happen 10 seconds before this next turtle as Homebois is about to actually clash into this fight?
Some really good moves here. I mean, the fact is, Iris, he purposefully takes a very deep proxy, gets early rotation, and now Yuzong is going to be a bit late to the fight, but they have position. Now they're attacking Chibi.
Oh, here comes the kick as well. They catch on Zakas, but there's no follow-up. The taunt comes in. Chibi is going to be chunked away from the side. Leos will get the kill. Retribution not going to be available for him, and Ling Aza will secure it against Homebois. Great response coming from RNG MY, and they do get Bang on top of it all. As the Leos will clean up and get free damage on the side.
Beautifully played by RSGMY. They had the first rotation, they made the moves, and they target priority Chibi, and they are communicating very well with the distance, because after Fredrin used everything on Chibi, he was still able to get to the turtle side, so they called Link Aza to actually use his heavy spin and then secure the kill with Lolios.
Yeah, RSG, they're just playing very smartly as well. They understand that Lexia has a little bit better in terms of CAD potential compared to Zakas, and immediately he tried to go for the Wave Dragon. Like I said, it was all focused on Chibi. He missed the mark, but RGMI, they were quick to respond as well, and Iris is doing a fantastic job at just shutting down the top lane as well. If you think about it, Supa lost a lot of creep waves on the top side before actually joining that fight.
Actually, no. He managed to get all of his creep waves, as a matter of fact. He is a level up on Iris as of yet. However, Lexia...
Oh, here comes the kick to get on the Chibi. Do they have the damage to do so? Aza go looking for the heavy spin. Bang will be able to counter him off. They need one more auto attack. Can they get it? No, they cannot. Chibi will be able to escape, and now RSGMI will force the back out. Great save coming from Bang.
The only problem with that play, it was the fact that Homebois loses out tempo. Despite surviving, this top tier 1 will still fall into the hands of RSGMY.
Yep, they will try and trade off the middle turret as well. Unfortunately, Iris and Izanami is there as well. Homebois just doesn't want to take the risk. They want to secure on his farm. And RSG, they don't want to let go of pressure. Chibi is going to be in the vicinity, but let's take a look at the goal rankings as well. Leos, Izanami, Link Aza top of the charts as of yet, and Homebois just doesn't want to take this risk yet.
Yep, they're going to hold them hostage here, right? They're going to position their members nearer towards the mid lane because they want to affect that wave before this turtle spawns in about 5 seconds. Fredrin needs to clear one more lane down bot side, and Sapat foregoing a wave top side to participate for this upcoming fight.
Yeah, they have to fight right here, right now. Chibi could be going with the purple buff, but it seems like RSG is going to get the turtle for free. Homeboy just says, you know what, it's just not worth it as of now. We need to get farm on Anim, and that's going to be the priority. They split push the pressure. Can they trade a tier 1 up top? It seems like they are going to try and go for it as well. And RGMY is going to be on the top side to defend. They scout out this rotation, and they say, we are going to back up Iris. Does he want to get the 3-man taunt? But he doesn't want to take the risk.
Don't do it. Don't be that guy. You don't need to be that guy. You already have this lead. RSGMY just needs to focus on sieging these turrets.
Yep, on the sides as well. Ling Aza still has his heavy spin available. Homeboy is going to be able to defend the middle turret for now, and RGMY just checking all their fronts as of now. Here comes a great taunt coming from Chibi to try and buy time. Lilios, can he get the final tier 2? Yes, he will, courtesy of the Siege Minion.
Now that's how you take advantage of space. RSG is literally drawing a border in the enemy jungle to tell them, hey, if you're walking through here, we're going to slow you down, but here we go.
Oh, Lexia makes an attempt, he gets the kick, the taunt as well, and Chibi cannot do anything at all now with the heavy spin to secure the tier 1, and that's going to be RSGMY getting a freebie from the get-go. So nicely done coming from them, but Homebois, they have to make something work eventually. Purchases up on Ani with the Demon Hunter Sword and Dominance Eyes up on Subpat is not going to be major considering that Bang needs to throw zone out RGMY with this heavy spin and at the same time do dish out damage.
It's not looking good for Homebois, honestly. A 5k gold lead, no access to the jungle, a Balmon who cannot secure neutral objectives and can barely even touch his own buffs. RSGMY has got them on lock.
Lexia, he wants to go for the kick as well. He's finding the right targets, but no, instead he gets caught out. That's going to be big cash coming in from Homebois. But no, he somehow survived. Chibi on the contrary will be focused down from Lilios. They force up the Black Dragon from Homebois, and RGMI, they lose a tank for a jungler. And the crits coming from Lilios will be enough to get Zakas. Oh my goodness. The opportunity that Lilios has been presented time and time again.
God, that is so brutal. There's nothing much Homebois can really do. And once again, they are finding another kill here. RSGMY are currently unstoppable.
You only get one shot and one opportunity. In this case, Lilios is getting more than just one. Getting freebies after freebies.
Yep, disrespect space.
Oh my goodness. Homebois, they will lose another objective. And even the top side tier 1 is going to hold out for RSGMY. And somehow, what's the comeback plan coming from Homebois? We've seen this happen before.
Honestly, I'm not entirely sure. Homebois at this point of time, Supat has to make the play. Bang or Supat needs to make something happen for the team to really turn this around. Lolios must die, and I don't think he has a Winds of Nature just yet. We saw him recently purchase a Berserker's Fury, but for all I know, he might already have it.
Yep, with the Lord knocking on the top side, Homebois pretty much staffed out of their base. They need to find some sort of farm for Anim. He's only level 11, just hit it as well. He needs a little bit more items. They face check towards the bottom side with the Sentry. Seems like they know that RGMI is going to be on the top side. It seems like they have to throw bodies for this as well. Bang might be using the heavy spin a little bit early as well. Chibi trying his best to zone him out, but Link Aza holding on to the heavy spin for now. The Lord gets taken out by Iris. He's got a fat chunk of shield, but Homebois doesn't want to fight this yet. He want to burn it out for now. Tier 3 gets mowed down by RGMY, but that is going to be the safe play coming from RGMY for now.
Yep, they're just taking inhibitors. They don't want to risk anything. Lolios still is susceptible to getting dived by Supat, which would indicate that he doesn't have the Winds of Nature just yet, but here we go. The next wave is coming in. They might take another inhibitor for this.
Oh, they have to go for the play as well. The Aza gets the heavy spin. They pin onto his Chibi. Chibi gets taken out. Bang goes for the heavy spin to sound him off. But from the sides, they lose a little bit too much. And Bang and Zakas is out of the equation. Arif is going to be next to fall. And that's going to be a wipeout. Maniac for Lolios and RSGMY. They hang on for their dear lives. And this might be it for Homebois. And yes, that will be the end of the journey for Homebois as RSGMY takes the series and then advance into the next stage.
GG, well played to RSGMY. A beautiful setup coming in from Iris to allow Link Aza to kick things off and give a maniac to Loliels. He's done it once again. They've knocked the Homebois out.
Oh, what a performance coming from RSGMY. Do or die, and they will survive. But unfortunately for Homebois fans and for Homebois, that will be it for them. As it is going to be a sad moment for Homebois as the fans are still supporting them regardless of what happened.
Oh, a beautiful, beautiful game. A tough defeat. But let's bring out the host to talk to these teams.
Perlawanan penuh aksi, penuh debaran akan, tetapi inilah dia keputusannya. Laungan GGRSG terus bergema di Quill City Mall pada waktu ini. Kita akan jemput terlebih dahulu. Lalu untuk pasukan Homebois.
Pasukan Homebois terlebih dahulu.
Yang sudah pun menamatkan perjuangan, menamatkan perjalanan mereka bagi musim yang ke-10 ini di dalam MPL Malaysia.
Bukan.
untuk pasukan Homebois.
A big applause untuk pasukan Homebois. Mereka dah cuba sedaya upaya namun mungkin sampai di sini saja perjalanan mereka. Tetapi satu effort yang cukup bagus sebentar tadi.
Sememangnya effort yang cukup bagus. Jadi ini peluang kita berikan untuk pasukan Homebois. Serba sedikit kata-kata mungkin untuk para penyokong. Dedi sendiri, mana yang menjadi tulang belakang untuk pasukan Homebois sendiri?
So
ramai fans, ramai.
So saya nak berterima kasih sangat dekat semua yang support saya. Dedi bagi kita orang peluang. Ibu ayah saya yang tengok kat rumah, terima kasih sangat. And sorry sebab kita orang tak dapat buat yang terbaik. So untuk RSG, congrats and buat yang terbaik. Mungkin korang dapat pergi M4. So love you all mana yang datang. Ya.
Okay, saya
saya
nak pass kepada Saiful boleh? Boleh ke apa?
Oh ya.
Kata-kata untuk fans, untuk keluarga, untuk family yang datang support not just Epo tapi untuk family Homebois.
Terima kasih untuk semua yang support, yang datang. Terima kasih kepada mak ayah semua, Rehut. Itu dia.
Okay.
Baiklah.
Tak apa. Kita bagi satu bau terakhir, satu tabik hormat terakhir kepada fans dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1. Silakan Homebois. Terima kasih banyak-banyak pasukan Homebois. Semoga ada rezeki untuk musim-musim ke hadapan lagi. Tapi sekarang ni ingin menjemput kepada pasukan RSG. Pemenang match sebentar tadi. Begitu mendebarkan. Begitu mengejutkan.
Sememangnya prestasi yang cukup mengejutkan untuk kita di playoff pasukan RSG. Izinkan saya terlebih dahulu tanya kepada Lexia. Lexia bolehlah Lexia.
Lexia, kita nak dengar suara dia.
Lexia ni. Wah, nampak. Saya nak tanyalah dengan Lexia. Apa rahsia ni? Kita tengok minggu ke-7, minggu ke-8 struggle nak main Roma. Sekarang ni mungkin ada Roma-Roma yang nak tanya sendiri dengan Lexia. Macam mana nak jadi Roma macam ni?
Alhamdulillah lah atas hasil teammate yang mempercayai saya untuk main Roma dan usaha lah.
Tapi dapat panduan daripada siapa? Adakah sesiapa yang secara individually guide Lexia?
Secara individual, Hawk dengan Koja lah yang selalu bagi tips-tips.
Baik sekali.
Terima kasih dekat dorang lah.
Ada satu individu yang dia sebut sebentar tadi. Sarfrost, boleh tak awak interview seorang lagi dulu? Saya nak panggil seorang individu terlebih dahulu.
Cari.
Saya akan cari individu terlebih dahulu.
Individu tersebut Okey, untuk soalan yang seterusnya daripada itu soalan untuk Koja sebenarnya, tapi untuk Lingeza boleh? Untuk Lingeza. Kita dah dengar tadi pasukan Homebois. Mereka sendiri tak dengar. Oh ya, saya ulang balik soalan dia. Homebois kata mereka sendiri akui kekuatan pasukan RSG sehingga mungkin boleh untuk layak ke M4. Berapa peratus keyakinan Lingeza untuk RSG mara hingga ke grand final?
Lebih daripada 100%.
Lebih daripada 100%. Wow. Dan akhirnya
okey, individunya dah telah dijumpai, iaitu Koja. Okey, Koja. Saya ada sedikit soalan lah. 2 minggu preparation sekarang ni, 2 minggu berehat. Nampak gaya RSG daripada regular season dengan playoff, satu perbezaan yang cukup ketara. Apa yang dilakukan oleh Koja untuk preparation diorang sehebat sebegini?
Apa yang kita orang lakukan macam yang saya pernah cakap sebelum ni, kita orang lebih fokus ke arah kita orang sendiri. Kita orang kaji kita punya kelemahan dan kita orang improve daripada situ lah. Sebab bagi saya semua tim yang sekarang ni susah nak dikaji sebab semua kuat-kuat. Even Homebois hari ini pun sebenarnya sangat kuat lah, dia bagi tantangan yang kuat. Kita orang agak risau jugalah untuk yang second game kena comeback balik tu kan. Macam okey lah, third game kita orang reset balik.
Alhamdulillah berjaya kita dapatkan kemenangan. Okey, saya ada satu soalan tapi bukan daripada saya tapi daripada fans of RS sendiri. Beliau bernama Muhammad Idham. Dia berkata, andai kata RSG masuk sampai ke grand final, adakah ini line up yang akan dibawakan ataupun ada perubahan nanti?
Andai kata masuk ke grand final, saya rasa lagi 3 orang sub tu sebenarnya kuat-kuat juga. Cuma yang dorang yang setakat ni yang terbaik. Kita akan cuba check lagi screen semua, check result semua. Yang mana yang terbaik akan pergi ke ni lah. Akan pergi ke grand final tadi kan?
Grand final?
Ya, grand final. Yang terbaik akan pergi ke grand final.
Benar sekali. Ambil yang paling perform. Itu paling standard. Yang mana paling perform, yang mana paling terbaik sebenarnya.
Benar sekali. Memang kita akan berikan yang terbaik lah daripada pasukan RSG untuk perlawanan-perlawanan yang cukup penting. Jadi itulah dia serba sedikit strategi mereka. Apa kata kita dengar pula mic check bagi perlawanan sebentar saja tadi.
Dia buff.
Wow, mana? Benar retri di bos.
Tengok aku.
Tengok aku. Mana retri ni bos?
Gas.
Wow. Kiting. Wah, nice guys. Nice. Mana dia?
Abeng.
Nice.
Beng, mana Beng? Les.
Boleh tolak bawah, boleh second. Cabar lu.
Mana Beng?
Good game guys.
Boleh botol.
Today we have to say goodbye to the Homebois. They played their hearts out, and it's really heartbreaking to see good players giving their best but still not being enough. But congratulations once again to RSGMY. Better team today, winning this match 2-1.
Yeah, GG well played to RSG, but it was an emotional moment for Homebois as well. We did see tears almost coming out from the side of Chibi as he exit the stage as well. It was just heartbreaking to watch, especially if you're a Homebois fans. And unfortunately to say, there is going to be winners and there are going to be losers in this regard. And of course, there's going to be only 2 tickets for M4 as the journey for the playoffs and grand finals continue here in MPL MY. But as of now, that series has been concluded, and RGMY played really well in game number 3. We did hear a little bit of interview and insights coming from Kuja as well. Hey, they have experimented a lot during their scrims, and I really like how this integration actually worked out in their favor, because in game number 3, what was very surprising was that they brought in the Fredrin coming from Iris. Didn't exactly do well in regular season, but what changed here in game number 3, because he was getting 3-man taunts all the way through.
Well, this is what we call a hit scan or a hit check. Essentially what Iris is going to do, he's going to look to taunt to guarantee get a target for Linkeza or Lexia to combo with. As soon as he is able to land that taunt, as soon as he does it, Linkeza and Lexia will look to pounce on that target. So communication was at an all-time high from RSGMY. But even before that, even without this Fredrin here, let's say it was a Benedetta of all things, Lexia's Cho really was the playmaker from early to mid, even to the later stages of this 10-minute match.
Yeah, he really stood out a lot as well, because he was making plays that we did not expect as well. And I'm pretty sure Homebois was really caught off guard multiple times, considering how quickly Lexia was setting up those plays. Instant flicker, wave the dragon, set up into as a Fredrin wombo combo, maybe even Linkeza. I thought that RGMY, they might have lost a little bit of control with the heavy spin getting stole by Bang time and time again. You can see that Bang going for an early glowing wand, going for an enchanted talisman, but eventually he is still a mage, right? We are going to be expecting him to dish out damage, but the major spell that he's been stealing is going to be the heavy spin, and you can't exactly dish out a lot of damage while using the heavy spin to shove people away.
Yeah, no, it really was tough here. Let's look at the post-game stats and really talk about this, because nobody else, he already had a winning lane. And unfortunately for Chibi, one of the prime members of Homebois who actually takes the initiative to get things done, nobody else was able to fill that role. Bang or Sapat were the only 2 people to actually break them out of this cycle, and even they could not find an angle to get in on these fights to create that space for Chibi to do his job.
Yeah, Chibi has been the priority coming from RGMY for like 3 games in a row. Like, they understand that Chibi is one of the biggest clutch makers coming from Homebois. We saw it in game number 2 as well, right? He was able to get so much Lord experience. He was able to steal objectives. Even game number 3, just now, he was able to steal a couple of objectives here and there, but as long as you take him out, that's pretty much over, and it's no surprises why he's the sandbag, considering how RGMY has been making sure that he doesn't play this game at all.
Yeah, imagine being Balmond and not being able to take a single turtle at all. RSG completely shut him down. Lolios got so far ahead. He has 951 gold per minute, one of the higher scores and definitely above average in the MPL.
Yep. But at the same time, looking forward to see who the MVP that you guys at home has voted for. And this is going to be our MVP for this match. And that is going to be Izanami. You guys have selected him. And he is indeed the MVP for Game number 3.
In all 3 of these matches, he has made a significant impact. When players are going good, you know that Izanami is going to be there to back his team up to ensure that it goes well. In game number 2, his Farsa was getting shut down time and time again, and that's why you don't get to see them actually press the advantage like they usually do in games 1 and 3.
Yup, game 1, he was just playing out of his mind as well. His Farsa was just really on point, and for him to actually get the MVP, even though game 2, like you said as well, was struggling a little bit, but I feel like Valentina was one of the playmakers coming in from RGMY. And for him to play it is just great. But before that, let's take a look at the highlights real quick on how game 3 kind of went down as well. I was a little bit surprised that Zakos was being picked off rather early, like 3 minutes of the game, he died 3 times, which was kind of surprising for me considering how well he was playing in game number 2.
It really makes all the difference here when you see Lexia actually having a significant level lead over him and then getting these kicks down again and again and again, making sure that Zakas could not get that information. And the problem is he's not on a hard tank as well, so face checking can be a little difficult. You have to walk into the range to get the Soul Bloom off to indicate whether or not a bush is safe. And when that happens, you immediately see Lexia pounce on him.
Yeah, and even in this play as well, Lexia was just buying so much time for the rest of the teams, and they're just forcing so much commitments from Homebois to a point that I guess in this stage game, they were just so far ahead. Lexia was able to just be that mid shield that RGMY needs him to be and just fulfill the role very well. They've got the catch potential, they've got sustains, they've got the wombo combo to do it. Loleos is just overfed throughout the entirety of the game. Just, it's no surprises, just RGMY clutching it out throughout the entire game. So well done indeed.
Well, yeah, truly well done indeed. And the term isn't hit scan, it's hit confirm. That's the term that I was looking for coming out from Iris. And yeah, I think it's rather interesting to see that Fredrin is played in this particular role as an enabler for bigger combos on priority targets. But let's have a recap on our keys to victory, because when we're talking about Iris, we're talking about EXP laner impact in Iris in games 1 and 3. When you see him playing aggressive, when you see him actually taking priority over the lane and making that first move, magic starts to happen.
Yeah, I want to talk about how the mid-range area domination as well as XP laner. I feel like this is very interject, especially for RGMY for game number 1. They prioritized the mid lane so that they could actually win or maybe even invade the purple buff time and time again, especially in game number 1 against the Fanny, right? Izanami as well as Iris were in sync, shoving up the lanes and then interjecting into his purple wave to completely shut down Chibi not once but multiple times as well.
Yes, no, I think it really comes down to being able to create that space, right? When you have a roamer that does that, it kind of sets you up for those early kills. You snowball out of control extremely fast. I mean, look at the RSKDAs and DPMs, right? We're seeing 4-2 and 11 in game 1, 3-0 and 10 coming out for game number 3. And Izanami, I don't know what's up with him, but he really likes picking up the dire hit at some point throughout the game, and that's when you have that little extra bit of damage towards the later stages. True damage, by the way, and that stuff really hurts.
Yeah, it's all about finding those timings to get those procs as well. And when it comes to objectives, I feel like they kind of dropped the ball in game number 3, but it makes a lot of sense considering that you're dealing with a double retribution from Balmont. So it makes a lot of sense why you wouldn't drop the ball. And they shifted their objective from, instead of focusing on Turtle, let's chunk them out. Let's focus on heroes. Let's get off, let's flank them and get a couple of easy kills before taking the Turtle, because eventually they're not going to be able to win most of your fights, knowing that you are going to lose out a double retribution against a 1. If you miss out that combo, it's on the Balmont's fault.
Well, I mean, I wouldn't say it's Balmont's fault, especially since he can't even get near the turtle pit.
Exactly.
So it's about digging trenches prior to that. But let's have a look at the heat maps here. Specifically, let's talk about Izanami. In this particular game, he's roaming more towards the EXP side and generally hovering around the gold, really dependent and sticking around, anchoring that mid lane to make sure that Bang is always going to feel the pressure.
Yeah, the first turtle is going to be on the bottom side as well. He's always poking around, and Izanami was able to get a lot of kills in this entirety of the fight. So I like how the Lunox play coming in, but at the same time, I feel like he's just doing his job, what he's required to do, right, as the Lunox. Because the playmaker there, I feel like, was a little bit more onto his Lexia side on his show. He was able to set up a lot of freebies for Izanami to get the kill, especially up on Zakus.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, just look at the river brushes along the Homebois side of the map, right? I mean, when we're looking at Pixel Brush, he's generally hiding by Little Wanderer, but he's not touching the enemy jungle. He's literally just sitting by River Brush, waiting for Lexia to actually get the initial kick, the initial combo, and then coming in with the darkening and finishing them off with the Chaos Assault. Then he takes safer paths overall. Now, in comparison to Lexia's map here, that's where we see the big variance. He is always in the enemy side of the jungle.
Now, this is a little bit hard to predict as well because 5 minutes, 10 minutes of the game, you can see so much of invasive maneuvers that he's making to play. He's always trying to look for a flank from the sides and pay attention towards the rush right on the purple buff on the top side for the blue side of the team, right? He even opted to sit there in case he wants to go for a flicker combo down towards tier 1, which was one of the plays I think that he was able to punish Chibi because of it while Chibi was trying to back out.
Exactly. And again, a lot of confidence and high mechanical prowess coming in from Lexia. I'm surprised he's willing to actually try out these combinations. The 2 weeks worth of work really starts to show here, especially since we had some wonky starts coming in from Lexia when he first started touching the MPL with RSG later on in the season.
Yeah, I definitely agree with what Adin mentioned as well about RSG and why they look so different compared to the regular season. You can see that Lexia was struggling throughout the entire season to adapt to the role, and for him to post something like today's game, his performance has been phenomenal, and you cannot deny that he's finally an official full-fledged roamer rather than he's known for as a jungler.
That is fair. That is fair. Give him some high mechanic supports and he's going to make magic happen, and they're going to continue on with this role. Let's see how far RSG is going to make it in these playoffs here. We don't know just yet because the upcoming competition might knock them out. They're still in the lower bracket, so the pressure is still on.
Well, it's all the way from the bottom, trying to climb to the top. Can RSGMI make it? But in case you do not know what's happening, let's take a look at the journeys of the bracket so far here in MPL MY Season 10. RSGMI, they started from the first match against Lunatix. They got 2-0, advancing to the next stage, and also getting the win against Homebois means they are going to be in the semis. Lower bracket semifinals.
Yup, 2 more matches for RSG to get that ticket, but it's up to whether Red or Team Hawk allows them to get there. And even then, they still have to face that final challenge of Todak or Orange Esports right at the lower bracket finals.
This is seems to be a very, very scary uphill battle for RSGMY, because if you think about it, Team Hawk is one of the top teams here in MPL MY Season 10, and for them to lose 2-0 against Orange Esports, it's kind of unexpected, but they are one of the strongest teams as well. So I'm looking forward to see how that matchup is going to be looking out for, considering that they took the loss against Orange Esports earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see how this is going to go. I feel like all the teams here in playoff are trying to give off their best. A lot of teams are either taking 1 or 2 strategies, whether it is going to counter draft their opponent or play for themselves. But what about you guys here at home? Have you been using that hashtag MPL predictor? Because our winners are down below.
Yep, if you guys have predicted correctly, thank you guys so much for joining this fun event with us, because you are going to be walking away with some exclusive goodies. So be sure to check your name and your comment down below if you are those winners. But as of now, I want to say, you know, this playoffs day number 2 has been really electrifying as well. The crowd is just going absolutely crazy. I want to see the next matchup, because Team Hawk was something that I think earlier the start of day 2 was kind of a little bit of a big shocker for me, considering how close it could have gotten for both sides.
It was a 2-0 in favor of Orange Esports, but every match they really had to fight for it, and both sides trading back and forth until somebody finally broke. Unfortunately, it was Team Hawk. Hopefully they haven't tired out from that match. There's been a good amount of time. I'm pretty sure they're going to be, you know, freshening up and now starting to warm up for their upcoming game here. Oh, I don't know. Red Esports, they might just upset everybody all over again.
Yep, and in case you guys are wondering what is going to be we're talking about, the next match is going to be Red Esports going up against Team Hawk. Earlier today, we saw how Team Hawk played against Orange Esports. He talked about, hey, did they get the necessary rest? Are they warmed down? Are they warmed up yet? And this is where things get a little bit interesting when it comes to morale boosters and your stamina. Starting in early, finishing late. That's not the best combo, because in between you're doing nothing, and being idle sometimes can be very tiring as well.
Hey, who knows? Maybe they've taken up meditation, maybe they've taken up yoga, maybe they hit up, you know, hit up some people to help them out, maybe some chiropractic. But with that being said, Red Esports up against their rivals here, Team Hawk. Is it going to be another upset? Is Team Hawk warmed down? It's tough to say.
Yep, Red Esports has playing really well as well. And I'm looking forward to whether or not can they rise up to the occasion from yesterday. But as of now, we are going to be closing up this series and taking a break before the next one. We'll see you guys in the next one.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizen. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, Key.
Regular season MPL Malaysia season ke-10 sudah selesai dan hanya 8 pasukan dapat maju ke playoff. Sebelum itu, marilah kita recap semula secara ringkas. Tim Lunatix dan Tim Hak memulakan regular season dengan prestasi yang cemerlang.
Cukup baik, box akan terus dikira burst down,
Manakala Homebois dan RSG Malaysia tersadung di awal musim tetapi tetap bangkit dan memastikan kelayakan ke playoff. Seterusnya, Orange Esports mencapai rentak kemenangan sebanyak 9 perlawanan dan membuktikan mereka adalah pencabar utama untuk menjadi juara season ini. Keadaan Karakal dan Suhas semakin terdesak walaupun telah menukar roster berkali-kali. Akhirnya, kedua-dua tim kecundang dan tersingkir dari MPL Malaysia. Sebaliknya, Todak menunjukkan meta baru yang menarik dengan Ciku Guys di mid lane. Dan kenapa Todak masih boleh pertahankan kejuaraan mereka? Inilah bracket playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10. Todak akan memulakan title defense mereka di upper bracket menentang Homebois. Adakah Orange Esports akan meneruskan dominasi menentang Tim Hak? Di lower bracket, semua pasukan hanya mempunyai satu peluang. Bolehkah RSG Malaysia selamatkan diri dari keganasan Tim Lunatix? Dan adakah Red Esports ataupun Tim SMG akan tersingkir terlebih dahulu? Pasukan manakah akan mara all the way ke Grand Finals dan mewakili Malaysia di M4? Adakah anda sudah bersedia? Jom kita saksikan. Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatix dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling vehicle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan Todak menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lord. Mereka dapatkan Lord. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
Todak tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Tim Hak? Dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating the disappearance of the citizens. We advise all citizens to exercise caution with the authorities for any suspicious acts of harm.
I promised her I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatix dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah pun berjaya menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan Todak menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumbangkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lot. Mereka dapatkan Lot. Ditugaskan bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing.
Todak tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka? Tim Hak dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
Police are investigating
Sister, I'll live and fight for the two of us.
I won't fall before killing you, King.
Playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 bermula dengan aksi-aksi hangat yang mengandungi emosi dan kejutan. RSG Malaysia membuktikan DNA juara mereka masih berkesan dan menghentikan perjalanan tim Lunatix dengan mendominasi kemenangan 2-0. Sebaliknya, Red Esports mempamerkan kejutan terhadap tim SMG. Zaid Hakimi, pencurian lot yang amat penting.
Tugas utama terpaksa untuk melarikan diri sedikit, namun sekeliling Omegle telah mempercayai menang.
Satu former champion mara, manakala satu tersingkir. Sementara itu, di upper bracket, bolehkah juara bertahan Todak menahan ancaman Homebois? Jawapannya adalah
Lihatlah, heavy spin. Tapi Homebois mendapatkan ambil. Pemain yang penting telah pun ditumpahkan terlebih dahulu. Rival fokus kepada Lot. Mereka dapatkan Lot. Dikukas kat bahagian belakang. Melakukan pushing. Dan penendang.
Todak tetap menewaskan pencabarnya, Homebois. Hari kedua playoff MPL Malaysia musim ke-10 akan bermula. Bolehkah Orange Esports memperoleh kemenangan ke atas kawan dan juga lawan mereka, Tim Hak dan RSG Malaysia perlu meneruskan perjalanan kejohanan mereka menentang Homebois di lower bracket. Pasukan manakah akan mara dan pasukan manakah akan disingkirkan pada MPL Malaysia Playoff hari kedua? Marilah kita saksikan.
Luar di hutan belantara, hanya yang kuat akan hidup. Adakah anda kuat? Setiap harimau mempunyai corak belangnya sendiri, seperti keupayaan player kita. Sentiasa bersedia untuk melakukan persembahan yang megah. Tidak takut dengan kegagalan. Berani melonjak ke tahap seterusnya seperti player kita. Ke arah matlamat tanpa menahan seperti harimau lepas tangkapan. Bengis, tapi menentukan. Setiap harimau mempunyai naluri untuk menjadi yang paling kuat. Seperti player kita. There can only be one king in the jungle. Yang terbaik akan kekal di puncak. Juara hanya satu. Siapa pula kali ini?
I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar?
Ay, ay, ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rock star. Yeah.
Rockstar?
Ay. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Aku nak push, naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat di bawah satu bendera. Ay.
I'ma go hard for the win.
Win.
On the battlefield till the end. I'm trying to beat the greatest anyone has ever seen.
Stand by, I'm coming in for the win. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. Rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star. I'm a rock star, baby, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star, panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
MPL Malaysia Season 10 is powered by Muntong, presented by McDelivery. It's the perfect time to catch all the action with McDelivery. Free 6 pieces of chicken McNuggets for you, and all you gotta do is purchase through the McD's app and enter the promo code MPL10 during checkout. Official smartphone, Samsung Galaxy A series. Immerse yourself into the world of mobile legends with the official smartphone of MPL Malaysia Season 10. You'll be sure to experience an epic gaming performance on the Galaxy A53 5G. Champion Extra GG with Garnier Men. Fight 99.9% acne-causing bacteria in just 10 seconds. Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink. Game your way and Bikin Sampai Jadi with Hotlink Prepaid. Get your choice of unlimited internet or high-speed internet on the always connected network. Official gaming chair, Secret Lab. Partners in Esports, Stoned & Co. Grand Pride, EGG Network, TikTok Live, Esports Charts, and ESI.
Assalamualaikum dan salam sejahtera. Selamat kembali ke dalam MPL Malaysia musim yang ke-10, playoff hari yang kedua, di mana di sini satu lagi pasukan bakal disingkirkan bersama hos anda, saya Sunbros dan juga Lafel, untuk meneruskan perlawanan terakhir bagi hari yang kedua.
Ya, ini sebenarnya adalah perlawanan yang sangat-sangat sengit. Tapi sebelum kita mulakan, saya juga sebenarnya nak tanya, dekat sini siapa yang stay dekat area Bangi? Nampak tak Kak bagi atas dah tunjuk sebab ini akan jadi Bangi Derby di mana kedua-dua pasukan duduk dekat kawasan Bangi. So dua-dua tim ada persahabatan tapi dua-dua juga mahukan darah Sunfrost.
Ya, benar sekali. Kadang-kadang orang yang jauh kita renung-renungkan rupa-rupanya musuh menjadi jiran. Yang mana sekarang ni Team Hawk dan juga Esports bertarung antara satu sama lain untuk satu slot lagi untuk mengikuti Todak Orange Esports dan juga pasukan RSG ke hari yang seterusnya.
Tapi macam mana pun Sunfrost, saya pasti dekat bahagian belakang, dekat backstage, semua player mesti diorang tengah stres. Diorang mesti muka dah ketat. Ya, tapi ketat. Kita punya fans, kita punya audience, sebenarnya saya nak have fun dengan mereka sebab banyak yang handsome, banyak yang lawa, banyak yang comel. Saya rasa macam nak minta cameraman untuk cari seorang lah.
Kita cari seorang yang kacak maupun yang cantik jelita. Dah dapat seorang lihat sini. Memang kacak.
Kita nampak abang kat depan ni. Okey bang, saya akan explain sekarang ni. Nanti akan ada hero dekat atas. Nanti abang buat apa-apa untuk bagi clue kat saya dan Sunfrost apa hero tersebut. Kalau betul rezeki abang bertambah lah. Boleh Boleh, janji. Alright. So Sunfrost, ready ke nak tengok?
Kita nak tengok agak-agak apa hero yang bakal dilakonkan oleh penonton kita hari ni. Bang, ready bang? Abang kena tengok, kita orang tak boleh tengok. Dapat dah bang dapat dah. Dapat dah. Ready? Oh, baik.
Okay. Ready 3, 2, 1, pose!
Oh, baik. Dia macam tu kan. Saya memang suka kalau orang-orang yang kreatif macam ni. Macam tu kan.
Dia diri.
Dia magic bang. Magic betul ke bang? Magic. Dia magic. Magic betul. Assassin betul. Assassin betul.
Oh.
Jawapannya sama-sama. Cushion. Betul.
Betul. Terima kasih banyak bang. Dan abang ni betul-betul tambah rezeki sebab dia dapat hadiah. Rasanya dia dapat skin kat situ Sunfrost.
Betul. Dia akan dapatkan skin yang mana sebenarnya cukup lumayan untuk mereka.
Kalau tak nak, saya boleh. Ya, tapi macam mana sekalipun Sunfrost, abang ni sporting. Tapi kita nak bagi lagi banyak skin Sunfrost.
Betul, kita akan berikan skin kepada mereka-mereka yang lain juga. Jadi kita akan cari penonton yang seterusnya. Yang mana mungkin
Come on, mesti sporting, betul. Mesti sporting. Okay, kita tak tengok belakang, tak nampak. So kita tak tahu hero apa yang dikeluarkan. Sunfrost, anda bersedia ke?
Dah bersedia.
Okay. Hero yang ada dekat belakang dah keluar ke? Dah, diorang gelap-gelap, okey. Saya tak tengok belakang.
Baik, kali ni awak teka lah.
Mesti awak dah ternampak kan? Okey. 3, 2, 1, pause. Memang tu je.
Dia kesana kalau pis-pis macam ni comel tau.
Ini dah banyak orang buat kat saya. Jadi saya rasa saya boleh teka. Adakah Chang'e? Bukan. Aduh. Betul? Korang bagi suspend lah. Jangan macam takut saya. Saya ingatkan saya salah. So kalau nak skin, nanti turun. Kalau tak, klik dengan saya. Boleh Come on, nanti kita boleh jumpa. No problem. Tapi dah 2 skin kita dah berikan Sunfrost.
Ya betul, dah 2 skin kita dah berikan. Kita akan teruskan pada skin yang ketiga. Yang mana saya nak tengok sekarang ni mungkin kalau ada yang wanita ke kan. Sebab daripada tadi masih lagi yang jejaka-jaka je. Ada ke? Dah kita dah dapat ke penonton?
Ini bukan wanita ni tapi boleh lah bang. Boleh lah bang.
Abang boleh bang, steady bang
Tengok dia sampai buka bag dia Sunfrost.
Dah semangat ni.
Semangat dah. Okey. Adakah hero dah ditunjukkan? Kita tak nampak ni. Dah tunjuk ke hero? Dah tunjuk ke?
Abang tu dah berdiri atas kerusi.
Okay, ready dia. 3, 2, 1, pose.
Susah, dia masih fikir. Assassin Mage.
Kita tak boleh tengok belakang.
Assassin Fighter ke Fighter Mage?
Assassin Mage Fighter?
Fighter Mage.
Okey. Lepas tu dia pergi duduk atas kerusi. Ada yang duduk atas
saya dah tahu. Yang dia bercangkung sedikit. Hero baru Julian. Betul.
Power lah Sunfrost. Sebab abang ni berjaya untuk bagi kita clue. Dia akan dapat lagi satu skin. Very, very good bang. Terima kasih banyak-banyak. Tapi sekarang ni, kita dah beri masa kepada kita punya cameraman untuk tengok semua audience kat sini Sunfrost.
Betul. Jadi, kita dah akan kembali kepada orang kata apa? Ketegangan pertarungan di antara dua pasukan ini. Kita dah have fun sikit.
Betul.
Tapi perlawanan tetap akan diteruskan.
Dengan ini, marilah kita invite kedua-dua pasukan untuk terus naik ke atas pentas di mana salah satu akan teruskan, salah satu akan dipulangkan.
Team Hawk.
Ya, Team Hawk walaupun tertewas sebentar tadi, tetapi tetap dengan stamina yang tinggi bakal meneruskan perlawanan berhadapan Red Esports. Kalah mati, tewas bukan satu pilihan.
Ini adalah permulaan Bangi Derby di mana pasukan Team Hawk mereka masih bersedia, mereka masih bersemangat, mereka masih mahukan stay dekat dalam MPL.
Red Esports.
Seterusnya, merah menyala. Darah mereka sememangnya cukup membara pada waktu ini. Pasukan Red Esports bakal memasuki gelanggang dengan kejutan dibawakan. Semangat yang cukup berkobar di peringkat playoff. Mampukah mereka meneruskan kemenangan untuk pusingan kali ini?
Kesemua pasukan perlu berhati-hati menentang dengan Red Esports. Dengan ini kita nampak mereka punya sportsmanship telah berikan kepada kedua pasukan. Tapi dengan ini, marilah kita menjemput mereka punya coach dan juga analis.
Ya, yang mana diwakili oleh Pops bersama dengan Asmail untuk pasukan Team Hawk. Sementara Red Esports merol saja yang ditugaskan masih lagi memberikan kepercayaan kepada para pemain pasukan mereka.
Macam mana pun perlawanan ini sangat-sangat menebakkan. Jadi marilah kita teruskan dengan kasta kita.
Thank you so much, Lafel and Sunfrost, for that very, very interesting segment. Great opening so far, but now here comes MPL MY day number 2. And welcome to the English broadcast. My name is ICBaby12 and this is Staffa, as we will be your commentators for the final series of today. We did see earlier today, just now, one team has been eliminated, and that's going to be Homebois. RSG will be paying attention on this match because whoever wins this series is going to be their opponents later on. This upcoming match is going to be Team Hawk going up against Red Esports. What are your thoughts so far?
What I think right now, especially what we've witnessed in the playoffs, is that no team is truly safe. Like you mentioned, we just witnessed the team go home earlier, the Homebois unfortunately losing to RSG. And we have to remember, the Homebois started the playoffs in the upper brackets and instantly sent home on day number 2. The lower bracket teams really seem to be clutching it out and moving onwards in their journey right now. So Team Hawk may have to be quite wary of Red Esports.
So pay attention to the keys to victory because, like it or not, one of these teams is going to be walking away as the losers and another one going to be progressing into the next stage. So let's talk about the keys to victory a little bit on how they are going to be winning this game. Goal lane domination obviously is going to be Red Esports priority. They want to try to play this 4 protect 1 strategy to make sure Mao has a little bit more room to farm his way through. Mid laner impact is going to be Ash as well as Min, executing potential catches as well. Now, this is something I feel like Panda is struggling a little bit more as a goal laner because every single time he tries to make a play, he always gets caught out. So that might be the key objective from Red Esports.
And that's why the gold laner competition here is going to be really something that we have to prioritize. Both Maul and Panda are going to be players that the respective teams are putting a lot of their hopes on. And so far, their performance has been a little bit inconsistent. So hopefully we get to see a little bit better from them as we now have a look at the audience predictions.
Well, let's take a look at the audience predictions once again. It seems like it's going to be favoring from the side of Team Hawk, and we do have a couple of fans going to be supporting on Mars, I guess. A little bit of comments here and there. But now, we've seen these predictions before in yesterday's game, especially against SMG. Who would have thought Red Esports pulled one of the biggest surprises as well, considering how how big of a lead that SMG had. And so far, I feel like Red Esports looks so much better compared to their performances during regular season.
But it was definitely an unpredictable result. So for the people out there who do believe they can overcome this unpredictability, MPL Predictor, make sure you guys share your predictions, creative comment, game ID, server ID. You guys have seen it plenty of times. If you guys want some skins, all you gotta do is tell us who you think is going to win, but that's not all.
Yep, at the same time, if you guys want to vote and help us out by voting who the MVP of the series is, be sure to hashtag any MVP Kita in the comments and also scan on QR code for you guys to choose who the player of the entire series is by the end of this series. So be sure to start hashtagging and start paying attention to the match itself and who do you think is going to be the ones that come up on top. But as of now, let's talk a little bit of progression from how Red Esports and Team Hawk is. Red Esports, they got to come back in the final game against SMG in yesterday's game. But for Team Hawk, today's games against Orange Esports, they lost 2-0, but it was a close match as well. It could have gone either ways in both games, as you casted earlier today.
Yeah, Team Hawk unfortunately is in a bit of an awkward spot where they are one of the only teams who has had to play 2 games in a single day here in the playoffs. Like you mentioned, they played against Orange in the upper bracket earlier today. Now they're in the lower bracket. Let's find out whether or not they can overcome the odds as we now enter the drafting phase.
Well, both teams fighting for their tournament lives. Red Esports pulling a very surprising comeback. We've seen Red Esports in the past, especially from Season 6 and Season 7. No one expected them to make it that far. They made it to 3rd place in that region with this current roster as well, when Mao, not the actual roster, but especially with Mao and Ren QT, who's played it before. But now, seeing how they are going to be having first pick, let's take a look at the stats a little bit more. Best jungler for the entire regular season goes to Gary with the highest GPM of 740 GPM and 82% for jungler points. I believe his overwhelming performance was on his lane from Team Hawk.
Yeah, Gary has a lot of signature hero picks, and while he doesn't always rely on the most meta options, he always has been able to make things happen for the side of Team Hawk. His jungler point total is obviously built up from a combination of his average kill participation, his DPM, his GPM, all of which are stellar in terms of statistics. But from what we saw of his performance up against Orange Esports earlier today, he does seem to be encountering some inconsistencies, sometimes diving a little bit too aggressively, resulting in getting caught out very often.
Well, that's the beauty about regular season and playoffs, right? It's anything can happen. Regular season, the strategy that you have come out with, the things that you played might work then. It may not necessarily be working out this time. We've seen how a couple of teams has lost out their strategy just because they were not be able to adapt to the situation. But now, talking about the bans, Red Esports going for pretty standard ones so far. Claude, Akai, as well as the Paquito being taken out, Fanny, and also the Atlas being banned out from the Team Hawk. Valentina is going to be the next default call. Melissa completely ignored from both sides. Red Esports, what is going to be the priority here?
Let's see. Recently, as a hero,
Gusion again, maybe?
has definitely been becoming more popular. The Gusion, a good shout out as well. Zaid Hakimi literally has not played any other hero since the playoffs started. But is it really a hero they want to prioritize as a first pick? So far, in terms of bans, Red Esports are looking specifically to ban out comfort picks. The Claude, the Paquito, the Akai are all heroes that we know Team Hawk for playing. Red Esports just wants to try and put them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, I like how Red Esports, like almost every team has just straight up respecting Panda's Claude plays throughout the entire regular season, right? He's demonstrated that almost majority of Team Hawk's games that they won is on the Claude when Panda plays it. But Red Esports, they get what they want, and that's going to be the Faramis completely leaked out into his first phase of draft. That means Team Hawk has the opportunity to pick up the Melissa for themselves. A great way to deal with the Faramis as well. It's something that Orange Esports did demonstrate on how to deal with this AoE combo. The nerfs has hit onto his Faramis, but it still gives you a free added value of, I would say, item in terms of immortality because of the Cult Altar.
Yeah, the thing is though, teams really have been dropping priority in terms of picking this up. Faramis has been led through the draft multiple times here in the playoffs and just straight up ignored. So it's quite interesting to see Red Esports go for it so early on. The Wanwan as well, the first time we're actually getting to see her being picked up by Team Hawk, and the Dirov gonna follow up right afterwards.
Well, flexibility, we talked about how flexible this hero can be. 1-1 is pretty much deadlock as a marksman for Panda, but this Dirov, maybe an XP, maybe a jungler, pretty much limits Red Esports options to actually play the Esmeralda, which is something that Red QT is extremely comfortable with, forcing him to play like a Benedetta, forcing him to play something that is out of the ordinary to actually not go up in a 1v1 matchup against Dirov is going to be the strategy from Hawk. But the question remains, how do we deal with this 1-1? Because eventually, you know, Red Esports, they can bring the Phobias again, which is something they did bring to the table. Gushen is also an okay way to just completely one-shot the 1-1. But seems like they won't double down on the Phobias and the Matilda. Gushen completely ignored for now.
I'm gonna be honest, I personally don't think 1-1 as a hero needs to be that heavily respected in terms of bans anymore, unless the player has displayed that they are truly proficient with it. And I'm not sure we've seen that from Panda just yet. So the Phobias pick from Red Esports does feel a little bit quick on the draw, in my opinion. And because of that, Team Hawk can very easily counteract with the Esmeralda in the EXP lane, thereby confirming that this is going to be Gary's Dirov. Right now, I feel like Team Hawk might be lacking in terms of AoE to deal with the Cult Altar still.
Yeah, I definitely agree as well, because it seems like the idea around Team Hawk's composition is pretty much to try and out-sustain the initial fight against Cult Altar. Earlier in the stage of the game, obviously Team Hawk, they have a little bit of advantage now based on this 3v3 matchup. Dirov, you know, is going to be able to shred the Phobias very easily. Cult Altar, we won't see the full impact of it until towards like, what, level 4, level 5, maybe even level 6 later on in the stage of the game. Esmeralda a little bit slow, so I agree that Team Hawk is going to struggle. We've had a couple conversations before that RSG deals with it by going for a Xavier pickup. We haven't seen too much of that as well to actually deal with it. But Red Esports, they ban off the Lilia. Kagura is also something that actually kind of completely messes up the tempo of Red Esports. Kadita is a great one-shot potential, but like I said, it's a one-shot potential. You want to play a prolonged fight, and I think the idea around Team Hawk's draw position is to try and drag this out as long as possible, and what better way than have an Esmeralda, which drags into a later stage game once you get a couple more items.
Yeah, I think if Red Esports does want to focus on banning out mages right now, they should probably look into banning the Eve as well, just to avoid giving Team Hawk too much AoE, ways to prolong the fight like you mentioned before. But honestly, right now, the Faramis and Matilda picked up by Red Esports does confirm that this is going to be a Faramis mid in the hands of Ash. And like you mentioned, since the hero was nerfed recently, Ghostburster scales a lot weaker as compared to the past. It still does solid damage, but I don't really feel good about it as the main mage in the mid lane. And with Phobias as well, Red Esports are leaning heavily into magic. Quite easy to itemize again.
Oof, you talked about the Eve. Eve will be banned off. These are great heroes, actually completely slow down the tempo of the Faramis itself. But not to mention as well, Digi is also an alternative we've seen across the regions to actually mirror up the matchup. So Team Hawk, they have the opportunity to actually play it. Digi is an okay way to deal with it. But I feel like Red Esports is in a situation where they can pick whatever marksman they want for Mao. Melissa is a great way to deal with the Dirov, as well as Esmeralda. Not necessarily the best alternative, but you still can dish out damage through the go away coming in from the Melissa itself. Whereas Iritel is hard to play catch up, especially with a Esmeralda and also Dirov, which is easily kiteable. So I understand why they prioritize that ban instead of Melissa. But Team Hawk, they bring in the Nana. Okay. Decent amount of damage. Has a very, very annoying skill that just completely shuts off the Phobias to a certain degree with the cat. But I don't know. I don't really like it, but I can see the idea around it.
I think a lot of us are not going to like this pick, surely, because every one of us has definitely experienced some sort of PTSD against this hero in pubs at some point. But Man is literally the only player that has ever brought Nana into the MPL. And it looks like they're sticking with it here, since a lot of the other mage pickups have been denied. I think it's a good way to control the mid lane. And since Red Esports are going to group up with the Cult Altar anyway, it might not be too difficult to land that Melina Blitz. But Red Esports gonna be completing their draft with the Khalid and the Ling. No marksman, they're going for a double fighter side lane again.
Yeah, it's all about stalling for time. In this case, Team Hawk, they've got the slight better hand into the later stage game. And their final pick here is gonna be the roamer position. And what's a good roamer to actually buy time? And I feel like Diggy right now would fit the role really, really well, considering that they've got a strong front line. Lolita isn't too bad as well. But against a Red Esports, I don't think Lolita is much needed considering that they don't have range poking potential. But Hilda, for the invades to actually harass the Ling, that's going to be Team Hawk's idea coming in from them. I like it. I like it a little bit more.
Okay, I was not a fan of the Hilda when they played it against Orange Esports earlier today, but this time Red Esports having Matilda and Faramis in the mid lane means it'll be a bit more difficult for them to stop Min's invasion into the jungle. But as we saw, he needs to make that invasion work. If Min does not disrupt Zayed at level 1, he basically cannot play the game.
Yup, since the Ling going to be brought out from the side of Red Esports. Finally, another different hero that Zayed will be bringing to the table, trying to show Gary that you are not going to be able to play the Ling, as they will try and demonstrate how strong it is. While Team Hawk bringing something new and fresh to the table in the lower brackets with the Nana to try and clutch things out against the Faramis. Will it work? Will it not? Why do you guys stick around? Because we're heading into game 1 to find out who comes up on top and who will be eliminated. This is Team Hawk versus Red Esports.
Red Esports previously was able to secure Game 3 as a comeback against Team SMG with this double fighter side lane comp, taking a page out of Todak's book, but that was still very close and very risky. I do hope they have managed to refine this strategy before bringing it out yet again against Team Hawk.
Yep, and as you can see, Mom is trying his best, trying to zone out Min, trying to scare him off, but Min, he's got the sustains, but fortunately for Ash, he also has the damage to chunk his way through. Man tries to go for a flame shot still, but unfortunately not going to be happening. Ash going to be forced a flicker as well. That's going to be major battle spells being baited out from side Team Hawk.
Yeah, Ash is actually not going to be able to do... Oh, hold on.
Oh no, Mom might actually die right here. And does he continue? No, he doesn't want to take the risk. But look at Ash and Mom. They're just so threatened as of now. And mid lane control is completely Team Hawk's favor. And that is going to be Mon getting first blood against Ash.
That's not ideal right there for Red Esports. They need this mid lane control. Giving it over to Team Hawk will make it very difficult for Red Esports to commit to roaming around the map. And with 2 fighters in the side lane, that's what they want to do. They want to be able to be slightly more aggressive towards the early stages. And Team Hawk is just not allowing that to happen.
Oh, Lola was just staring his eyes out all the way through. But Ash, he's going to get chunked out with the blades coming in from Gary. And that is going to be Team Hawk getting another freebie. Abysm Strikes, just too much to handle. Level 4 with 10 seconds left on the sides. The turtle is going to be the point of contention. Zayed Hakimi does not have his retribution yet, but he is still on a slight cooldown. They're setting up for the bottom side, but Team Hawk, they're not prepared for this yet, as Lola is only level 3. Meanwhile, bottom side, Red Esports, they're still thinking about whether or not they should go for it right now. And Min is just harassing Zayed. He doesn't have the energy, so that's going to be a little bit more damage coming through. But the rest of Red Esports, they are going to be swapping on Min. Do they have the damage? No, they do not, and he will sprint out to safety.
Team Hawk, I'm actually surprised that they're not more aggressively going for the turtle here, because they put a lot of focus into denying Ash, and that has slowed down his level 4 heavily. That Cult Altar, a very valuable tool for Red Esports if they want to contest the turtle. So Team Hawk could have definitely contested that a little bit earlier, but they're already feeling very confident at this stage. Gary, 2 levels up on Zayed thanks to this constant harassment.
Look at Min, he's just pressuring Zayed. He will gladly pay his life for this, but can he get the turtle? No, he will not. He will not get the purple buff, but that is going to be a freebie in hands of Zayed Hakimi. Team Hawk will take the turtle on the bottom side instead. Meanwhile, Team Hawk, they're rotating down to this bottom lane as well. You can see the Spidey senses on the minimap as well. Mao completely dodging the fight, knowing that he does not want to deal with Gary as of now.
Now, Maul on this Phobius is going to be something that we all want to pay a lot of attention to. He played a big role in actually enabling Red Esports' comeback against Team SMG, but he needed a lot of time to actually farm up and come online. But Min...
Min might be in a little bit of trouble. He has to sustain. Zai is struggling to actually finish him off. Here comes the Phobius from Mao. They pop the Cult Altar right at the right moment. And Team Hawk, they have to back out. Panda is dodging his way through, but eventually the damage from Frank QT will be enough to finish him off. Could not even prop the crossbow tanks. And that's going to be a big win for Red Esports, taking advantage of the situation.
It does feel like Team Hawk is committed right now to allowing some sacrifice in exchange for more structural damage. It looks like they're focusing a lot of their efforts onto Gary, as now Lola
Well, Lola, he does have the sustains. They're calling in Min, but where's the damage output as well? Min is going to be knocking Zayed on the sides. Lola, while trying to take a fight against Ash, is not going to be able to get any sort of trade. So beautiful defense from Team Hawk, but Min is applying the pressure once again, making space for Panda on the bottom side as well as Gary to farm out the cross map. But Lola, he doesn't want to let go. The aggression, he wants to continue into this as they try to dive into the purple buff. Min all by himself again, and Red Esports, they're getting cornered across the map.
It looks like what Team Hawk is planning right now is that they recognize the threat of Red Esports' late game. And so, they're just piling on the pressure.
Ooh, that was a little bit close call. Abysm Strike almost connecting, but Mom will be able to survive. But once again, unsuccessful attempt from Team Hawk, but still, economy-wise, gained a lot from all these skirmishes because Red Esports not going to be able to get any sort of kills. And oh man, he stole the orange buff away from Zayed. You hate to see it. He was trying to bait out retributions, but he stole it. Zayed, however, is going to get caught out. He loses his turtle and he loses his life as well, as Hilda does have the knockback to knock the Ling down. So great pickup coming from Team Hawk. It's working out in their favor as well.
That's going to be quite a big roadblock for Red Esports. They were doing a pretty okay job of dealing with Team Hawk's aggression up until this point, making sure that the net worth gap does not expand too much. But after losing out that red buff, after losing out Zayed as he jumps in to try and steal away the turtle, and now getting Mom as well. Gary is getting hyper farmed.
Yeah, do not underestimate Man. Man does have to damage a little bit more. This Nana is starting to get a little bit scary. Lola, however, completely bullying out the Phobians. They force out the count altar, and that's going to be Red Esports forced to disengage, but Lola continuing their pressure as Team Hawk is winning all fronts as of yet, despite how much of an annoyance Min is just setting up and forcing rotations from Red Esports. And Mom now opens up the map, but what can he do? They're pulling in Min. Can he pull him across the tower? No, they cannot. Zayed doesn't have the health or the purple buff to do so. Lola continues their assault as Team Hawk relentlessly pressuring and just denying all the space that Red Esports needs to try and make a comeback into this.
Team Hawk are just completely outperforming Red Esports in terms of macro play right now. Their map control is stellar. The way they're pressuring Red Esports and taking structures through distraction.
Oh, Red QT, he's trying to go in for the sand guns, but eventually the damage a little bit too much. Abysm Strike just takes away all his armor and eventually chunks him down. Zayed losing his purple buff. He's forced to rotate and play cross-map plays, but he's gonna get caught out. No, Tempest Blade is there. Can he escape? Min looking for the setup. Can they go in for the finish? No, they cannot. So Zayed will escape narrowly, but the pressure is still on as Team Hawk, they force a rotation down bottom, but top side, Lola is just playing all these cross-map plays against this Phobia's Mao. Just could not do anything. He's level 7 as contrast to Lola's level 9 right now.
Yeah, this is what I was talking about, refining this strategy from Red Esports. They're not quite used to this yet, and Team Hawk are taking advantage of that weakness. Red Esports not knowing how to respond to this aggression, and with the many players of Team Hawk slowly scaling up, Lola by himself is already more than enough to pressure Red Esports into their base, and with a 7k net worth lead 7 minutes into the game, we could be looking at a runaway victory for Team Hawk.
Maybe, just maybe, but Zayed, he's trying to get his farm as much as he can. He's going to get this tier 1 for free, but you can see Min is always making sure he's keeping it in check, and Zayed not having a good time as well. The rest of Red Esports is here to respond, and Min scouts out this rotation, instantly delivers information to the top side. You can see Team Hawk, hey guys, we're not in the bottom side. They are going to be rotating the top for the purple buff. As long as we take away this away from Zayed, we're all good. And it seems that that's going to be the strategy for them. Because Red Esports, they're coming in to try and secure this, but it looks like they will not be able to do so. Purple buff up on the Nana. And Nana is going to have a little bit more Molina on the floor. And this is where Red Esports, if they take one wrong move, instant wombo combo from Mom would completely shut them out.
Yeah, Team Hawk already had really strong zone control from the start of the game just with the Nana. And since Lola was left alone for so long, he has become another form of allowing Team Hak to easily zone out their opponents. Looks like we're gonna be going into a short pause right now to make sure that we can iron out any technical difficulties. But from the way the game is going, Red Esports, they're really going to be losing out on any opportunity they can to bring this back into their favor.
Well, it's tough. It's tough. It's all about buying time. And Zaid Hakimi is trying his best to make a lot of his crossman plays to actually find some sort of farm. But every single time he does so, there is going to be someone that mirrors up from the side of Team Hak. It's either Lola on the other side of the map doing the exact same thing that Zaid is doing, and instead of Lola doing the same thing, we do see that Zaid is always going to get pressured by Min, and with Man with the Hilda itself, and because of that, it's just so hard to push out of the lanes, and it's crazy how Team Hak has just so much presence across the map.
Yeah, we're seeing two very notable extremes of Hilda gameplay just from Team Hak today. In their game against Orange Esports, once his initial level 1 invade was completely thwarted, Min could do nothing for the rest of the game. But in this case, since Red Esports didn't have enough mid lane pressure with the Matilda and the Fairmist to actually stop Min from invading, even though he wasn't successful in stealing the buff away, him being able to constantly mirror and watch for Gary's movements across the map makes things very difficult and does basically make it impossible for Zaid Hakimi to find space and get farm for himself, because Min, that's his only job. The rest of Team Hak, they can focus on zoning out. You have Lola, you have Panda split pushing on the other side of the map, and Man and Min just constantly making Red Esports' life hell.
Yeah, that's the thing about Red Esports composition. They want to play a 4 protect 1 strategy, and yes, they're doing it really, really well, but Team Hak, they understand that if they force a 5v1 this is where Red Esports will shine the best. But if we split off the fights, picking off heroes that individually has some sort of strength to hold out on their own is going to be a little bit better. And you can see time and time again, Team Hak displaying cross-map plays, they can hold out on their own, and every single time they force a commitment, they back out. And this just gives so much room for Team Hak to win. And now, with 8k economy in their favor, it seems like this might be a done deal with this Lord push, but Red Esports, they need to make some sort of plays. Zaid tried to go for the cross-map plays, unfortunately was forced to recall back to try and defend against this.
Yeah, Red Esports though does have pretty good defense because they have those big 5v5 team fight in the Cult Altar, but Team Hak instantly engages.
Yep, Lola going for the first engagement, but they're going for the burst down. The Cult Altar comes in, immediately gets chunked down. Team Hak, they're throwing bodies for this, but Zaid Hakimi, they're not getting any sort of kills. Mao is going to be here, going for the chop as well. Panda is trying to go for a side step. He needs the crossbow attacks, unfortunately does not get the proc in time, and that is going to be Zaid finish him off as Team Hak overcommitted to this. They get the kill on Esmeralda on top of it all, and this is what we're talking about as well. When they group up as 5, Red is at their strongest, and Team Hak, they completely disrespected that play.
That was actually just pure disrespect. Team Hak made a bad decision. We already mentioned, Cult Altar allows Red Esports to have such a strong team fight, and when you have a strong 5v5, you will have a strong high ground defense unless you are dealing with a team that has all lanes pushed in. Team Hak not only was focusing on mid, but Gary just dived right under the tower. Just a bad choice.
First lane comes in, Min, he needs one chop, but unfortunately, Zaid will be able to escape this. Great call coming from Red Esports to actually defend against this, but Team Hak, it's going to be resets once again. They need to find a way for Panda to actually pop the crossbow tanks, because time and time again, he's been struggling to do so. And pay attention to this, he doesn't have the shoes, going full damage and also auto attack speed builds to try and progress with his passive ability, which unfortunately to say, not a big fan of it, but it's necessary. But against the Phobias, I feel like the shoe gives you a little bit more value to walk rather than just skipping around and allowing to get free value shields to proc.
Yeah, actually it is completely normal for 1-1 to just not buy shoes, but I may have to agree with you in this particular specific circumstance. Yes, being able to walk away from the Phobias would be pretty notable, because we have to remember, this is Maul playing on the Phobias. He not only showed us that he could play the hero, he knows 1-1 like the back of his hand and how he can punish Panda. And you can recognize that that is making things a little bit difficult. I'm also worried about Team Hak's overall mental state, because they are making uncharacteristic mistakes and kind of desperate decisions to attempt to end the game as fast as possible. Yes, they should be afraid of Red Esports' late game, but that is even more reasoning that they cannot afford to make these sort of mistakes.
Oh, Man now just got his Divine Glaive, so we are going to be seeing that big ultimate against the Cloud Altar very, very soon. All you got to do is just wait until Red Esports clumps out, drops the big ult, and just completely chunk down the HP bar of the Cloud Altar, and they're going to be able to win half the fight for now. But it's going to be very difficult to get those wombo combos if he gets dived on head first. But as of yet, Lord is going to be made out from Gary. You can see it is all about going for a little bit of housekeeping. Bottom lane is still shoved onto his Red Esports side. Do they housekeep or do they force the issue? They need to make a decision. It seems like the decision from Red is to try and contest this. Lord, 50% health. Lola zoning the back line. Zayed ignoring Lola for a bit. Min going to be focusing his check his way through, but Team Ha, they're backing out. They're going for the concede. They force the count out, but Panda making a run for it as well. He can't seem to proc the crossbow tanks, but Gary, he's getting zoned out from the sides, and that's going to be an easy pick from Red Esports. They sacrifice Red QT, but Panda finally gets the crossbow tanks. He will be able to do some serious damage, but will he be able to survive? The Winds of Nature clutch coming from Panda keeps him alive to auto-attack Zayed. What a clutch from him, and now the rest of Team A comes up on top, and Panda will survive it all, and now Mob trapped in the Lost Wood all by himself as a roamer, but still has the damage. Panda just doesn't want to risk this because as of yet, Team Ha, they are aiming for the crystal. Ash is there, they're going for the zone. They're trying to kill him off. Can he survive? The bird comes in. Ash, he will survive with the shield. Oh, that's a close one for Red Esports. But Team Ha, they will back out for now.
Okay, that was much more characteristic of the Team Hack we all know and love. At first, it seemed like a bad idea to go for the big 5v5 team fight around the Lord Pit, but they specifically positioned themselves and split up the fight by having Lola jump into the backline so that Red Esports couldn't get that big 5v5 they were looking for, and the clutch crossbow of tank timing turned the fight around for them, but now we might be entering yet another brawl.
Yep, another attempt coming in from Red Esports again. Panda gets the crossbow attacks, procs it out with the Cloud Altar, but Ash immediately gets chunked down, isolated from the rest of the team. Zayed Hakimi nowhere to be found, instead decides to trade off for tier 1s instead and try and steal a purple buff away from Team Hawk. Panda, a little bit unfortunate in the previous engagement. This time, very happy to get the early crossbow tanks against Mom. So nicely done from Team Hawk.
Yeah, remember what I mentioned earlier about Team Hack making slightly desperate decisions? That is what Red Esports just did. They tried to force it because they won the previous engage.
Gary! Ooh, that was close. Zayed Hakimi, he almost lost his life and he's gonna be forced to back out, but he needs to regenerate his health because the Lord knocking in the middle lane. Team Hawk, do they close it out? Lola already keeping the rest of members of Red Esports in check. Red Esports, they need to make an attempt. Molina has been dropped as of yet. Red Esports need to go for the dodge. They're going for the pull as well. Cloud Altar also going to be presented. They're going all in, but they're not connecting on anyone. And Team Hawk, they're sidestepping all their fights. And Panda, again, with the crossbow tanks, comes in. They zone out Red QT, but they just don't have the damage. And Red Esports, they're able to prevail to this. Zayed now gonna look to finish off Gary, and he will get the kill. They lose the inhibitors, but they will be able to defend against Team Hawk.
What we can guarantee just from this is that Red Esports has a pretty godly base defense, and Team Hawk are not respecting it. They thought that they could overcome the Cult Altar, and they do actually have enough damage to do so, but it requires them to find the correct angles, the correct initiation points. Red Esports, all they have to do is delay the fight because they are in their base. All they have to do is walk back to the fountain, regen up, and they're basically rejoining the fight from scratch once again. Quite unlucky for Panda because the crossbow of tank connected all on the quicksand guard, meaning that Red QT basically took all of it and basically came out unscathed.
Oh my goodness, Red Esports, they managed to defend, and for how long can they do so? Because as of yet, they found the solution to deal with Panda, and that is going to be Red QT. Fantastic job so far, and Team Hawk, once again, back to the drawing board. They need to find a way to deal with the Cloud Altar, and so far, it's not working out. They have the damage, but the moment Man drops his ultimate, you can see everyone from Red Esports is just throwing bodies, knowing that, hey, we've got an upper hand. There's no Molina ultimate. There's nothing they can do about it. And based on the XP advantage, Team Hawk definitely lost out on the trade, despite winning the Lord fight.
What I can't help but feel right now, though, is that both these teams do seem to be autopiloting their gameplay a little bit. There's so many options they could go for in terms of varying their potential win conditions. Both sides have a good split push with the Esmeralda, with the Ling, and yet still seem to be 100% committed to diving for these big 5v5s. I can understand it for Red Esports, because that is the style of play they have relied on for multiple seasons. But there's no reason that Team Hawk has to force the big team fights when the Cult Altar is still available.
Well, it's all about playing the patient game, and seems like Red Esports, they have exhausted all their patience and they need to find a way to punish Team Hawk. And once again, Gary is going to be the point of interest coming from Red Esports. Once they shut him down, the majority of the armor shredding is going to be taken out. But as we get Panda, once again, getting Daidon, he doesn't have the crossbow attacks. He will be focused down. And the rest of Team Hawk going to get completely swarmed out this fight. Mega kill for Team Hawk with Mon shutting him out. But the rest of Red Esports is going to be there. The Lord Storm stops Red Esports in track. Lola trying to finish out the rest of the members. And Red Esports, they're looking to back out and escape this, and it's just not happening. And Team Hawk, they just lost a big trade in this fight.
Okay, that was actually just super unlucky for Red Esports. Not only did they lose Zayed first, so they can't contest the Lord, but Rank Beauty trying to re-engage with his Raging Sandstorm got disrupted by the Lord, but that's not gonna stop them.
Yeah, but you can see Mom completely pulling out Gary. He's trying to pull a member in to try and force him out, but with the Lord down towards the 2-bar, do they get the reset?
The base.
And yes, they will be forced to reset because Red Esports, they're conceding full control, knowing that the base is getting threatened by the minions. Housekeeping hard to execute considering how much pressure Team Hawk is doing to the table. Look at Lola, he's just making it so difficult for it even to secure the purple buff, considering that it's 18 minutes into the game. Jungle minions getting a little bit tankier, but as you can see, the Lord setup is going to be prepared as well. They need to secure this if Red Esports wants the bounce back. But again, reset it. Red Esports, they have to make a decision. They have to back out. The base is getting shoved in, and Team Hawk, they're just forcing Red Esports to make a very difficult decision. Do we push? Do we defend? Seems like they have to defend. They finally have to concede the Lord. Mom now drops the Winter Trunk and he will survive. They get the trade on mid. They need to call the rest of Team Hawk. But unfortunately, they have to back out and play it safe. They've got the Lord. And a great takedown coming from Team Hawk.
These teams are playing really stressed right now. You can tell it from their gameplay. This is not them operating at 100%. Red Esports, they had to make a decision. Go for the Lord or defend the base. They tried to achieve the best of both worlds, and that's just not going to work out. But even Team Hawk didn't necessarily need to extend that fight. They already got the Lord. Back off, control the wave, shove them out so you can end the game with this. I don't understand why these players are just butting heads.
Well, seems like they've got to make another attempt as well. Conceal plays coming from Team Hawk. They're looking for a flank from the sides. Gary's still alive. In the midst of it all, he's going to get chain stunned with the Tempest Blade. He needs to force the back out. The Lord will be focused down, but Team Hawk will lose full control. But at the same time, they baited out the Count Altar. This is go time for Team Hawk. Do they want to try to make a play? It seems like they will. It seems like Panda is still deciding what he's going to do. Lola gets the catch on towards the backline. They focus out on Red QT. Mom trying to stop on towards Panda, but Panda, he gets the crossbow attack. He turns the tide against Red Esports. They're going to get mowed down, and that is going to be Team Hawk focusing on the crystal, and they clutch out Game 1 against Red Esports. Finally, after 19 minutes into the game.
That was a chaotic first game to start off the series. And Team Hawk, through just pure tenacity, perseverance, and straight up stubbornness, are finally able to break through the base defense of Red Esports. Cult Altar not being enough, as Team Hawk was just able to re-engage, force things out, and finally take them down. Let's have a look at their mic check in that last game.
Depan aku. Hai, Ben. Woi, retreat lah, woi. Ajin. Jatuh. Go! Buat apa, woi? Makin dah. Lawan, kalik, woi. Kalik je lawan. Aku direct bawah, woi.
Tanda. Main lagi.
Go. Parmai.
Macam. Kawan.
Go!
Mana dah pasal. And guys.
Whew, what a long game from both Team Hawk as well as Red Esports. A very, very convincing game coming from Red Esports. It's all about patience. It's all about baiting. The moment they bait out the counter on the final fight, that was go time. They dived in, they got the opportunity, and Panda was able to clutch things out with the crossbow of tanks. What a long tussle between both these teams, but this is the elimination match we're talking about. Do or die situation, and considering how far ahead Team Hawk was, I was very surprised Red Esports held out that long.
But I still honestly feel like this game went very weirdly. Red Esports, they played the usual Red Esports style. They want to play it slow, they go around the big 5v5s, they're generally quite skilled at defending the base. Team Hawk, we know that they like team fights, but not to this extent. You usually expect a little bit more finesse from these players, and I just wasn't seeing it.
Yep, but at the same time, let's look at the items real quick from both sides as well. Zayed Kimi went full damage, he's got the immortality. I liked how he was able to progress into the situation where he was focusing on taking down Panda. The biggest carry coming from Team Hawk, the damage output is going to be coming from Panda, and every single time Panda dies, Team Hawk pretty much lose majority of that damage output, or even the crossbow tanks as well. As long as someone soaks the crossbow tanks initially, it either be from the Sand God coming from Red QT, or maybe even the countouts are coming from Ash, they always have a way to deal with it. Once they tank through the initial burst, this is where every single damage output from Mao, from Zayed and Kimi is going to be able to chunk through Team Hawk's back lines, and this is where focus fire is very, very important. And Zayed Hakimi going for full damage is pretty much a standard build coming from Ling, but he needs to get it done considering how far behind he was put into this situation.
And honestly, if we look onto the side of Red Esports, a lot of their heroes were forced to split their build between damage and tankiness, so that may have played a role. But we still gotta award the MVP, and this time it is gonna be going over to Lola on the side of Team Hawk. Excellent performance from him, having an 82% game kill participation. He got farmed very quickly because Red Esports left him alone in the lane. And once he was able to contribute by constantly zoning out Red Esports from his team's jungle invades, it became very difficult for them to catch up in terms of farm.
Yeah, it's well deserved as well, considering from Lola's perspective, he opted to go for the Ice Queen one, right? Getting a little bit more mobility to shut down the backlines is very, very important. And there's nothing really that Red Esports could have done with this situation, right? It's all about out-sustaining the initial burst, and you can see in this couple of highlights as well, Team Hawk, they're just oppressing the pressure, going for all this split push potential, and we can see that the moment they group up as 4 and force a fight, Red Esports is at their strongest, and while that was actually happening, Gary was actually split push as well, and as long as they don't commit to a 5v5 fight, eventually Team Hawk is going to win on all objectives in terms of fronts, and even here as well, Red Esports, the moment they don't have the counter altar, game's pretty much over. Team Hawk, they come up on top with all these objective traits.
Yeah, that's because Team Hawk just has better damage consistency once we hit that late game. Part of that being the Red Esports having to build a lot of tanky items to ensure their heroes survive, so losing out in terms of DPS potential. They did honestly get quite close to being able to win out deciding fights in this match multiple times, but Team Hawk were able to pick themselves back together. And I feel like this is a chance for us to talk a little bit about this double fighter side lane composition from Red Esports. We've seen Todak make it work plenty of times, but I personally don't think Red Esports is the type of team that would be able to truly utilize this kind of strategy to its full potential, because they are by nature quite passive early on in the game.
No, I beg to differ. I think that Red Esports, they had the right idea. You know, it's just that they're putting all their eggs and baskets onto its sides perspective. Because if you pay attention to the last few fights as well, if they take down Panda first, they come up on top. If they cannot burst down Panda before the crossbow tanks, things don't exactly go in their favor. So I like that it's all about objective shifting, but I feel like based on the draft itself, it's still very doable, because if it's not doable, Red Esports would not have prolonged the game long enough to actually defend against this. It all comes down to execution and catch potential, and it's all about baiting it, right? You get those timings right, you're gonna win. You get those timings wrong, you're pretty much gonna get taken out. But all things considered, there is gonna be a little bit of a surprise for you guys. Have you guys checked out brand new skins? The Exorcist Eudaemon in the dark skins for Yujong and Kagura is actually out. There's gonna be amazing recoil effects, spawn effects, and killing notifications, avatar border, as well as emotes. This is only available in Mobile Legends Bang Bang in the game itself from 3rd October until 16th of November. So be sure to check it out. Have you gotten this skin yet? I love the Kagura one.
I have not gotten the skins because I am super unlucky. But I definitely agree that the skins look awesome. They're really great. I've had a look at the trailers. I've had a look at the previews. I've seen other people using them in-game, and the effects are top tier. So if you guys like to play Yuzong, like to play Kagura, heck, even if you don't like playing them, why not pick it up for yourselves? Because, like you mentioned, they are going to be here for a limited time only.
Now, back towards the drawing board. Red Esports, they're down one game. One more game for Team Hawk to advance. They were in the upper brackets. I feel like Team Hawk, they should be in a comfortable position to snowball their way. But considering how anything can happen at this stage of the tournament, even Homebois from the upper brackets getting taken out from the get-go in day number 2 shows that anything can happen. So far, is Red Esports going to be able to bounce back? Because if you pay attention to yesterday's game against SMG, who would have thought that Red Esports was able to come back and take the series itself?
Yeah, you can definitely expect the unexpected here, but I'm gonna have to be a little bit brutally honest right now. I don't have a lot invested into the Red Esports stocks. I do feel like the players are needing something a little bit more, and their finesse isn't quite there in terms of their gameplay, their coordination. I feel like they were able to come out on top against Team SMG simply because Team SMG got overconfident. They made too many mistakes. And this is honestly a series that I feel like Team Hawk should be able to take fairly easily. But there's a strange sense of chaos in their gameplay. Like, these teams just seem to be strangely going for these big team fights, the big skirmishes, when there's plenty of other strategies they could fall back to.
No, that's the thing, right? I can see where you're coming about from the stocks of Red Esports, but who doesn't love an underdog story, right?
That's fair.
If you think about it, who would have thought Red Esports beat SMG? Everyone was rooting for SMG, you know. Okay, maybe on side as well, it was split 50-50, but even this game right now, we did see a little bit of glimmer from Red Esports. For now, I agree, I'm not a fan of the double fighters playstyle, but they still somehow managed to drag it long enough. And if you think about it, from the cleanliness and execution from Team Hawk, it wasn't exactly the cleanest. The idea was there, but they should have won this game way, way earlier. And that's the beauty about playoffs. The tensions are high, everything is on the line, there's no room for you to be having some sort of feeling of giving up. And based on this recap as well, you can see the damage output coming from Red Esports is barely matching up, considering that Zai Hekimi has got 53,000, which logically should not be possible, considering that he was most of the time split pushing across the map.
Well, that is the power of the Ling. That's why the hero is still prioritized at this point, despite his vulnerability. That damage potential, very important. But now let's have a look at some statistics right now. We got the average GPM ranking for all of the MPL regions up on the screen right now. At the top, we have Super Marco from the Philippines, followed by CW from Indonesia. But it looks like in 3rd place and all the way to 5th place as well are all going to be MPL MY players.
Well, we've got amazing farmers coming in from Malaysia itself. It seems like this is a pretty decent stat as well. Average GPM from all the top 10 is at least 700. So if you guys want to be a pro player and trying to stand a chance in MPL, you got to be able to maintain at least 700 GPM in the ranking itself. And I'm a little bit surprised that Skylar is actually on number 10 for RRQ for that low. Considering that he's one of the strongest, I would say, marksmen coming in from Indonesia itself.
Yeah, it is honestly kind of weird as well, the fact that we actually have 2 Team Hawk players up there. We had Gary as well as Panda in the top 10, which is surprising considering that around here, MPL MY, we're known for brawling, so you wouldn't expect us to have the best GPM scores, but hey, anything can happen. And that is going to be our motto going into the next game, as now we can enter the drafting phase. Team Hawk going to be 1 game up and 1 victory away from sending Red Esports home.
Yep, and as of yet, this is going to be game number 2. Team Hawk now on the 1st pick phase, while Red Esports on 2nd pick. This is going to be a do or die for Red Esports, while Team Hawk still has a potential life. But who doesn't want a smooth sailing in towards the next phase? Because the more games you play, the risks of showing your cards are very, very high, especially to the other team. Because as of yet, the winner of this match is going to be facing off RSG tomorrow. That's going to be another difficult match to watch.
Well, the most important thing for these players right now is not to think too hard about what is coming next. Because before then, we have to determine whether or not they even need to think about that in the first place. So focus all of their attention on this match, this draft in particular. Team Hawk, they're going to be starting things off by banning out the Atlas, which is quite strange considering that Team Hawk does like to prioritize this hero. And Red Esports isn't particularly known for picking it up very early on, but since Team Hawk knows they're on the blue side, and this is not a hero they want to first pick, better not to have to consider it.
I'm a little bit surprised by this, considering that Mom did play Atlas in the earlier weeks of regular season, but the Grok as well coming from Team Hawk, they just don't want a... It feels like they're prioritizing on mid a little bit more when it comes to his roamer position. And if you think about it, in game number 1, the Faramis as well as the Matilda, this wasn't exactly the greatest answer towards a Hilda constantly invading Indira's jungle. So I guess that's the idea that Team Hawk wants to try and pressure again by prioritizing the pick. But when it comes to power picks, 1-1 once again out in the open, Valentina as well, Arkai for sure going to be out in the open. Either one is going to be out, and I feel like it's going to be Team Hawk's decision to pick up whether or not they are they going to prioritize on those instead.
Yeah, Team Hawk, they are on the blue side right now, so I feel like they want to force Red Esports to choose between giving them Paquito or Claude. Red Esports gonna ban out the Paquito. That could be an option to get rid of Claude as well. I actually thought that Team Hawk might let the Valentina through, so by having 3 heroes that Red Esports has to choose between banning, they would be able to pick one up for sure. But since they're getting rid of that, that means that there's something else that Team Hawk wants to prioritize here in the first phase of the draft.
Yep, when it comes to the ban as well, they're hovering on towards the tank. Seems like Arkai is going to be a pretty safe ban coming from Red Esports. However, that just means 1-1 is also going to be grabbed. And you talked about the Claude. Red Esports, do they respect it? And it seems like they are going to ban it off. And that is going to be Claude taken out. Team Hawk, first pick, 1-1 or something else. Because 1-1 is something that both teams do play a lot. So Team Hawk, quickly making the decisions, taking their time. They're talking on Panda. Do they take it? Seems like they will take it for sure for Team Hawk.
This is honestly quite surprising since basically every other team in the competition right now has just decided that they don't want to play or play against the 1-1 overall. So Panda going to be getting this hero twice in a row, even prioritizing it as a first pick. I guess that's understandable since they're against Maul. This is one of his oldest signature picks, but it does still feel a little bit weird leaving the more common draft phases that we have been witnessing today. Red Esports, they're gonna go for the Gushin into the hands of Zayed Hakimi once again, as well as Iritel. So it looks like they will actually have a marksman this game.
Well, here we go. Red Esports gonna be playing something that are comfortable as well. Gushin, I haven't seen the matchup for Gushin against the Faramis yet, so I'm surprised the Faramis completely ignored from Red Esports. So Team Hawk, do they pick it up themselves? This is something that I think it's a good response because it forces Team Hawk to make a decision. Are we going to play this as support Faramis or a mage Faramis? And considering how oppressive Min was in the previous game, I think they might lean on having the Faramis on the mage role and force Lola to play the Esmeralda again.
But I just don't really like the Paramis anymore. Yes, Team Hawk is one of those teams that did like playing it before, but you can see...
Wait
hold on.
Is this a mage Matilda? It's a mage Matilda with Hilda roam? Or is this going to be an XP Matilda?
No, I think it is most likely going to be a mage Matilda, and that is quite interesting. That means that Team Hawk wants to leverage on the 5G connection quite heavily. They're going to be super aggro in the early game. I guess since they see there's going to be a Gushin jungle on the opposite side, it is also a hero that is very easy to bully out of his jungle. So, if one hero in the Hilda is not enough, why not bring the Matilda as well?
I think this is where Team Hawk is in a situation where they just don't want to play the Faramis. Led Reese will pick it up again, and it is something that Hilda likes a lot. But Phoveus once again being picked up from inside Red Esports, most likely going to be played by Red QT this time to deal with the 1-1, which is not exactly the best solution, but it was very effective considering how Panda was struggling to dish out damage. Every single time they make a play, the Ling and the Phoveus is always going to be on top of Panda. It's something that Red Esports is certain about, and with the Gushin, you can instantly one-shot the 1-1 from the get-go. So I feel like this is a pretty okay pick from Red Esports.
Now, for those of you who may not be realizing this, Red Esports has effectively recreated half of their winning composition from Game 3 against Team SMG. And the notable thing about this is the fact that Phobius was played in the gold lane with Iritel in the mid lane, played by Ash. And I get the feeling that Red Esports is trying to recreate that again. They're even banning out the Barats, which was actually a big problem for them in that game against SMG. I'm not sure I agree with this. Yes, it worked for you before, but this is a completely different team.
I have to agree. But I'm surprised with this Barats ban coming from Red Esports. Considering how, like you said as well, SMG, you know, bringing in the table yesterday kind of put something in their, I would say, PTSD moments where the Barats was just getting free value across the map, but eventually they still came up on top. And I can see where this is coming. But if you think about it, Gary can play a Balmon jungle. So technically, it's not the end of the world. And Akai as well, completely in the air, ignored. So Red Esports, eventually, they have to make a play. Because if you think about it, if Team Hawk decides to go for an Akai jungle up on Gary, there's no way this Gushin is going to be able to get in safely without being pinned by the heavy spin.
Yeah, I think giving Gary a tankier jungle hero right now, like the Balmond or Akai, would be excellent for Team Hawk. And if Red Esports is aware of that, they should decide to ban out whichever one is going to be more of a headache for them later on. As for Red Esports, I do feel like they still need a little bit more setup.
They're banning it off.
Yeah.
Oh, you hate to see it. You hate to see it. It's smart. It's smart. Banning of the Akai, you know, one of the few ways to deal with the Gushin. You know, at the same time, Balmon is something that is manageable for an Iritel, which you can kite it very, very easily. Forcing Gary to play it, not exactly the best decision, but if they want to secure objectives, how they did, it's okay. But the game plan from side of Team Hawk is that they've got physical damage, but where's the burst coming from? I don't think Matilda's burst is going to be enough to actually one-shot a Gushin or maybe an Iritel. They need the Esmeralda being secure. In this case, Angela up on Red Esports. They're doubling down on the shield and Esmeralda completely in the air.
Okay, I actually do kind of like this. Red Esports knows that Team Hawk is going to jump into the jungle with the Hilda and Matilda, so they need a support that will be very useful at that level 1 invade timing. And Angela is probably one of the best options out there, not only poking Team Hawk, but also healing Zayed if necessary. So hopefully that will be enough to deter them. As now Team Hawk, they are still looking for that jungle. And honestly, I think they could definitely consider something like the Karina right now.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of it. To be honest, I'm really not a big fan of how much shield and healings that the Red Esports is coming in. And with the Esmeralda up for grabs, do they pick it up? Yes, they will. And that's going to be Esmeralda and Karina picked up from Team Hawk. A little bit more sustains. They got the damage. They understood they need some sort of magic damage to match up Matilda's lacking prowess. And with the Karina, with the Esmeralda, Red Esports, they need a strong front line. And as of yet, Angela, not necessarily the strongest front line unless they play it on XP. Or, like you said as well, do they play double fighters on the sides?
Yeah, Red Esports previously went double fighter. The Yuzong is still open if they really want to go for that. But Yuzong wants to dive into the backline, and if he's not able to effectively disable Panda, he provides a very easy target for that crossbow of Hang. So yeah, Diraf makes a lot more sense to counter the Esmeralda.
Okay, this is a great response. This is a great response. I was worried for a second, but now with the final pick of Diraf, it's a little bit better. They have the tools to actually deal with this. The armor shredding comp coming from Red Esports is going to work out. Now with the synergy coming from Red Esports, I see a little bit more hope in Red Esports draft compared to Team Up now.
Yeah, there's definitely much better scaling onto the Red Esports' draft compared to the previous game, and it looks like they are going to be sticking to their double fighter side lane with Maul reprising his role on the Phobius. Will it be effective this time? Will Red Esports get the miracle run that they got against Team SMG on day 1 of the playoffs? Or will Team Hawk move on forward in the lower bracket, not allowing them a single chance to retaliate? We will find out as we now prepare to once again re-enter the land of Dawn.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is going to be Red Esports versus Team Hawk. Game number 2 with Team Hawk, one game ahead of Red Esports. Wow, Red Esports is going to be fighting for their tournament lives here in MPL MY.
Look at that.
They come up on top because Red Esports, they're setting up an invade. They know Min gets a little bit angsty in this situation, and surprise, Min, you gotta run. There's 5 men right here, and Mom, he does not have the puppet on the strings to lock him down. So that's gonna be the disengage for Mahat. Oh my goodness, that was scary. That was scary for a second.
Yeah, that doesn't actually cost Red Esports anything either. Normally, you think it's quite risky to put all 5 players in the jungle because you might lose out on lane pressure. But because Team Hawk wasn't aware they were doing that, you didn't see the side laners shoving out their lanes very heavily. So Red Esports are still going to be able to catch up most of the EXP and the gold they would have otherwise lost.
Panda is going to be going for a 1v1 against Mao. They're calling in Mao to actually protect him. I'm a little bit surprised by this, but as of yet, Zai Nakimi, perfect start for now. He's going to get his 4 very, very early. And Team Hawk, you got to be careful about this because Zayed is going to get his 4 very quickly. Min, he needs to go for the harassment. He just got his 4. Min, he might actually die here. He goes in for the escape. He does have the smite, and he's going to take him out. Immediate first blood in his hands. Unfortunate for Team Hawk.
Now, this doesn't necessarily go against the plans that Team Hawk is going for. Min is definitely a hero that they can afford to sacrifice away from Red Esports if he is able to buy time. But they are also giving kills away.
Wait a minute, they're going to be forcing the fight as well. Zayed going to be focused down. Mao does not have his 4 to do anything about it, and Mom will be able to escape this great catch coming from Team Hawk to punish this as well.
I'm really loving the way that Man is playing on this Matilda, using that guiding winds as an aggressive and defensive tool. One way of allowing Min to escape if he dies too deep, and then pulling in Gary alongside with the Flicker to initiate the fight. That could have actually been disastrous for Red Esports if they didn't zone it.
Oh, Panda getting threatened a little bit. The coin rotations with the Irritel, but middle lane, you can see Man as well trying to force a play. He's going to be bursted down by Zayed and Kimi. He knew he made mistakes. Great catch coming from Red Esports. Disrespecting the power of what they can do. But while this is happening as well, they're sending Mao to mirror Panda on the bottom lane again.
Yeah, this is going to be a slightly tougher lane now for Panda now that Mal has hit his level 4 safely. As Min, without the support of his brother, not going to have an easy way to escape from the ganks of Red Esports, which means they will now have control over the turtle pit.
Yup, Lola gonna be saying hello for a little bit. Nothing much they can do. Zero as well as the Irritel's armor shredding. Still very scary to deal with. Team Hawk, they've got to respect the composition, but as of yet, Team Hawk, they're keeping up in terms of economy, but I don't think it's looking too good yet because there's going to be a lot on the line. Man, going to be going for a couple of harassments with this Matilda, Mage Matilda indeed. But Team Hawk, they have to buy time. But let's take a look at the emblems real quick as well. Seems like movement speed and penetration, as well as the magic shot coming from Matilda as well as Karina. So it's all about scaling for now for Team Hawk.
Yeah, and at first I was wondering whether or not this Matilda was going to play a role as more of a secondary support, perhaps have both Min and Man buy rogue boots. Doesn't seem like that's what's happening, as now Red Esports continues piling on the pressure. I am really liking this, because like I mentioned earlier, the problem with this sort of double fighter side lane, you have to be aggressive with it. I thought that Red Esports as a team was a little more passive, but they are proving me wrong in this game too.
Well, very, very difficult indeed. Penetrations as well as magic attack on the emblems for Zayda. Kimi, he really wants to go in for the one shot. Mao taking a little bit of damage, but unfortunately Team Hawk, they have to buy time. But it's up to Gary to do so. Zayed and Kimi, a little bit too scary to deal with as of yet. So it's all going to be playing a little bit safe, but Team Hawk seems like they want to force the issue once again. Man, scouts out Ash, scouts out Mom. They're playing Irritel mid once again, just to make sure that there is going to be some sort of armor shredding coming through. But they have to play this safe, and it's all about farming and finding opportunities. Mao going to be very difficult to chunk his way through, but Min is overcommitting to this, and I don't think this is a smart play to go. And Team Hawk, they realize that they have to respect this.
Yeah, I don't think Min minds that too much. His cooldowns are definitely expendable, and if he's able to chunk out Red Esports and even pull more members down into the bottom lane, it will allow Gary an easier time to contest the turtle up on the top side of the map. Red Esports, they're doing a good job with their aggression so far, but you have to know, Team Hawk, they are specifically making it so that Panda and Lola is not participating in any of these fights. So even though Min and Man are getting picked off repeatedly, their cores are getting a lot of free space.
Here he comes, Red Esports, they want to go in for the dive. They are going to catch two in the process. Panda is sustaining his way through. He's got the Inspire crossbow tank. Mao will be able to soak a majority of it, and they somehow manage to escape while they secure the turtle up top. Red Esports, they're going to look to re-engage, and the sprint re-engage coming from mid will completely disengage, while Red Esports get absolutely nothing for that dive, while Team Hawk secures the turtle up top.
That's quite unfortunate for Zayed. If he had cast that ability just 1 second earlier, he would have actually gotten a free kill. But that is going to be pretty huge for Team Hawk. Red Esports investing 4 members to try and take out Panda, but weren't able to finish him off. And they weren't even able to get a pick off onto Min or Man either, while Gary was on the opposite side of the map taking the turtle. So instantly, Team Hawk are able to narrow the net worth gap back.
Yeah, that was a close call. Too close to be called comfort. Panda was able to pop the crossbow attacks in time before he dies. And because of that, Red Esports, they completely chicken out of the fight. And as of now, Ren QT could be matching up the top side as well. Lola will be scouting out Zayed Hakimi. He wants to force the fight. Lola, he knows that he's stronger than him, but Ren QT is there to say hello as well. It's going to be 2 men up top. Wow, bottom side, Gary is going to be stealing the purple buff away from the Gushit. Nice reaction coming from Team Hawk. They even forced the hard scout on Mao. Okay, what was that about?
Red Esports, they're not comfortable in this sort of aggressive play. It was working out for them, but they are over-investing. They're constantly pulling 4 or 5 members to just gank one lane, while Team Hawk are effectively splitting up their forces, getting more macro, and just overall gaining more structures and advantages across the map.
Ren QT going to be forcing out the flickers. Team Hawk, they're very good in this push and pull effect. Meanwhile, Zayed Hakimi, he's not going for the one-shot. He actually bailed out on this fight. For a second, I thought he's going to one-shot Panda, but okay. Team Hawk, they get out scot-free, and now Red Esports, they're looking to respond once again. Poking and poking and poking, and while this is happening, the turtle up top is going to be focused down from side of Team Hawk, while bottom side, Ash already shoving out the lane. So Team Hawk, they will lose a creep wave down bottom, while the turtle is going to be exposed without Panda in this vicinity. So Team Hawk, they got to make it quick, they secure it, and they have to back out now. Red Esports wants to catch him off guard. Do they have the damage? But they don't have the tools to catch him at all. So that's going to be this engagement coming from both sides.
Yeah, that's honestly still a pretty 50-50 trade, and in this sort of situation, that means that Team Hawk is getting out on top. Panda still getting farm. He's currently sitting at the top of the gold rankings, and Red Esports rotating all of their players over again, using a lot of important cooldowns and getting nothing in exchange for it. They're still keeping up in net worth. Things are still even, but Team Hawk, they are slowly hitting their power spikes, and this is very scary for Red Esports.
Oh my goodness. This is a very difficult indeed. Red Esports, they need to rely dependent on Zayed Hakimi's going for those wombo combo, and if he gets zoned out, especially when he doesn't have a purple buff, the moment he loses out his mana, he's pretty much out of commission for the next fight. And you can see Team Hawk, they're going for this poking strategy where they get some sort of objective trades here and there, immediately bails out, and Red Esports just can't seem to keep up without forcing Red Esports to commit. And it makes so much sense now why Red Esports is always over-committing, knowing that they need to play catch-up against Team Hawk.
What I can say for sure though is that Team Hawk, this is the finesse I was talking about in game number 1. This is what I felt they were lacking. They're making the proper macro decisions. They are moving around the map. They are identifying alternative win conditions rather than just going for that big team fight because, well, admittedly, their team comp not so good this time.
I think he's dead. Zayed tries to go for the combo but gets stopped by Lola as well as Gary as they finish him off. And that's going to be a triple kill for Gary. Mistakes were made. Maniac for Gary as Red Esports, they are looking for more. Ren QT going to be trying to escape for his life. Can he get the Savage? Gary is here. He's looking for it and he gets it. Savage for Gary for Team Hawk as as you can hear the crowd completely cheering him off. One mistake is all they need, and Team Hawk punishes Red Esports.
In one fell swoop, Team Hawk turns the state of the game completely around from a 50-50 to a 3K net worth lead. Gary chaining together the kills on Red Esports, not providing them any chance to retaliate. The positioning was perfect, and this is the Team Hawk we all know and love.
We props to Gary and Lola, because I thought Min was gonna get one-shotted from Zayed, but they were able to stop him mid-momentum. And because of that, transitioning into a 5K for Gary, that's gonna be the big flex right now, because Red Esports, they just lost all lead despite trading 50-50s across the map. And look at this, looking for more. Gary, level 15, 10 minutes into this game, while Zayed's only level 12. Winds of Nature, purchase of a mana means it's gonna be even harder to kill. God-like for Gary as they quickly take down Rank QD on the bottom side.
This game is very quickly slipping out of Red Esports' control. The macro play from Team Hawk is continuing, but now all of their cores are farmed and have hit their power spikes proper. Team Hawk, they're looking to end this.
Lola going for the catch as well. Gary, it's the double kill for him. He's gonna pay with his prize, but he got the job done. Mao holding on with the demonic force as much as he can. He's buying enough time, but it will eventually get taken out as Team Hawk takes 3 for 1. They sacrifice Gary, but the empowered minions are still pushing down, and Team Hawk, they want to get a little bit more, but it seems like they have to concede this, respecting both Ash as well as Ren QT.
That was definitely a little bit greedy from Gary. We cannot blame him considering the amount of damage output that he has. But you have to remember, that is a 9-kill shutdown fed over to Mal. That's going to be a lot of gold fed over to this Phoveus, which is a very big win condition for Red Esports. The problem is, I don't know whether or not it's already too little, too late. Team Hawk still maintaining a 5K net worth lead. All they need to do is wait for the next Lord.
To be honest, feeding into Phoveus is still better than feeding it towards Ash, because eventually the key winning component coming from Red Esports is gotta be the Irritel, while Mao can be handled by the Esmeralda to a certain degree. But all things considered, it's still 50-50s. Team Hawk, you know, they are having a huge lead, but Red Esports was able to capitalize on this as of yet. We've seen this before from Red Esports in yesterday's game, but like you said as well, it's gonna take a miracle if they want to try and survive in this for their tournament lives, because as of yet, Red Esports, they're playing it safe. They go in for the wards as well. They do scout things out. Team Hawk's position completely exposed. With 20 seconds on the sides, the Lord is going to be a priority from both sides.
Now, I mentioned yesterday during their game that Red Esports, it seemed like they had to make an impossible comeback. And they actually did make it happen. But in this game, this is not actually impossible. Red Esports does have solid late game scaling. They have the Irritel, they have the Phoveus. Gushan nowadays doesn't do a bad job at this state as well. And you can imagine that Min, Man, and Gary are going to start falling off in the next 5 minutes or so. So Team Hawk, they have a timer that they need to end the game with, and that's why you can see them accelerating their farm, going for the Lord. They don't want to allow Red Esports that chance to hit the late game power spike.
Oh, difficult thing indeed. But speaking of power spikes, as of now, Red Esports, they just need to stall for 2 more levels, but it's going to be tough. With the Lord knocking in, they need to go for a defense if they want to keep things alive. While Team Hawk, seems like we are going to be seeing a complete force coming in as they sync up on the bottom side. Purple buff still exposed as well from Red Esports, not even going to be in the hands of Zayed Hakimi. Very, very difficult to do so, but as of yet, with the Lord pushing in, as you can see, moments before things will be unveiling as they go in for the concealed plays. They're waiting for the right moment to jump, but Team Hawk focusing on the bottom inhibitor. Lola tries to force reactions coming from Red Esports, but they're not taking it yet. Team Hawk playing it safe, clearing the minions for now, waiting for the right moment to strike. Top inhibitor going to be the next objective coming from Team Hawk. Min still deciding if he wants to dive the back line. Ash will be to narrowly escape Lola's crafts as they try to defend against the minions, as the minions are going to be shoving in. But Team Hawk, they say, we are going to back out, we are going to respect this, and we do not need to overcommit.
I think this is very smart from Team Hawk. They are learning their lesson from what they witnessed in the game yesterday. Red Esports does have a very strong defense when they are pushed into a corner. So it's best for Team Hawk not to force it. They are able to push into the base. They're able to take all of the remaining inhibitors. And since they are just this one game away from progressing through the lower bracket, there is no reason to take any risk. Just continue pushing when they get
Oh, Lola, he gets a 3-man catch. Can they burst him down enough? Yes, they can. They've got the 0, but at the same time, the back lines are exposed. Tima completely dives them off. Miles still hanging over his 0 life with his demonic force, but the rest of Red Esports completely abandoned him as Team Ha completely shut down Zaya and Mao. It might be over. It's up to Ash. The minions are shoving in, and Team Ha, they're going to close out the crystal. They get the 2-0 against Red Esports. It is over. That's it. Clean takedown by Team Hawk.
GG, well played to Team Hawk. And that means that we will be bidding farewell to Red Esports. They put up a good run. We have seen some impressive plays for them, but their journey will end here. And Team Hawk will be moving on in the lower bracket to fight another day.
Oh, what a clean game coming in from Team Hawk, while Red Esports, they put out their best, but it just wasn't enough. But now, let's take a look at what they have to say as we pass it on towards the hosts with Lafel and Sunfrost.
Pertarungan warga Bangi, tuan-tuan dan puan-puan, menggegarkan kuil Sidimol kita pada hari ini. Perlawanan yang cukup mendebarkan sebentar tadi.
Yes, tapi macam mana sekalipun, itu adalah perlawanan yang hebat. Jadi marilah kita ramai memberi tumpukan juga kepada Red Esports.
Bermain dengan cukup hebat di peringkat playoff.
Red Esports ke depan.
Tak dinafikan prestasi mereka melonjak naik 2 hari ini. Jadi satu penghormatan pastinya untuk pasukan Red Esports. Kita berikan peluang terakhir untuk memberikan servis kata-kata.
Bagi pada Aaron. Berikan tepukan guys, berikan tepukan. Aaron, Red Esports season ni ada naik, ada turun. Tetapi dekat sini, depan semua orang yang menyokong, ada tak apa-apa yang Aaron nak cakap kepada semua yang menyokong Red hari ini?
Terima kasih sebab dah sokong kita orang walaupun kita orang dah cuba yang terbaik. Kita orang minta maaf sebab tak dapat teruskan perjuangan Red Esports.
Macam mana sekalipun berikan tepukan. Emosi banyak ada dekat atas stage ni Sunfrost. Tapi buat kali terakhir kita akan beri peluang kepada Red Esports untuk bow kepada semua fans kat sini dalam kiraan 3, 2, 1, bow.
Terima kasih pasukan Red Esports. Dan seterusnya kita jemput pemenang pusingan kali ini, pasukan Team Hawk.
Bergegar kuis di mall, Team Hawk ke depan, ke depan. Anda dah menang, ini peluang anda, sini ke depan. Tapi, of course, Sunfrost, game tadi sangat seru, sangat menarik.
Betul.
Sini, dekat sikit.
Janganlah malu-malu, ramai-ramai kan.
Janganlah malu.
Menang pun malu.
Dekat sini, saya sebenarnya nak tanya satu soalan yang unik sikit kepada Team Hawk. Di mana saya lepak dekat bawah, saya dengar Team Hawk ada baju special. Di mana ada wish daripada fans. Jadi kita nak minta satu wakil dari Team Hawk untuk terangkan apa yang jadi kat sini. Ceritakan.
Test. Okay. So, baju ni adalah satu bentuk appreciation ataupun satu tanda penghargaan kepada fans kita orang. Di mana wish-wish diorang ataupun wish-wish korang, fans Team Hawk kita orang terjemahkan dalam jersey ni. Dalam t-shirt ni. Ni.
Ya, kita baca sikit kat sini apa. M4 tu pasti Chayot Team Hawk. Yang tulis apa? Good luck Team Hawk. No matter if you fall, you bounce back higher.
Yang ni. Good luck Team Hawk. Lagi-lagi si Hisham. Aku tahu kau boleh buat. Aku tahu kau akan terkenal kat Bukit Bintang satu hari nanti.
Dengan Instatech semua ada. Ini yang saya suka Sunfrost. Mereka punya connection sebagai player dan fans sangat rapat.
Memang cukup rapat. Malah komuniti mereka memberikan sokongan daripada pagi. Stamina mereka saya rasa sememangnya diberikan satu tenaga baru lepas dapat sokongan macam ni.
Yes, tapi Sunfrost, awak mungkin ada lagi satu soalan. Tapi saya ada soalan special yang ni khas untuk Gary sebenarnya. Dan Gary sebenarnya tak pegang mikrofon pun tak apa. Sebab soalan ni daripada fan. Nama fan tersebut adalah Nurul Aisyah.
Nurul Aisyah?
Tak tahulah kenal ke tak. Tapi soalan dia adalah, Gary, boleh tak bagi mini love 3 kali? Kamera fokus kat Gary.
Boleh ke tak boleh?
Sini. Boleh
kan?
3 kali mini love. 3, 2, 1.
Pandanglah kamera.
3 gitu. Okay, ready 1, 2, 3. Cantiklah Gary.
Memang cukup hebat lah Tapi kali ni lah saya nak cakap pasal love ni kan. Kita nak bagi dekat yang hati berbunga ni. Man. Tanya sikit lah Man kan. Berapa lama keinginan nak main Nana ni Man dekat NPL?
Ingatkan tanya soalan apa tadi Nana punya?
Nana je. Sebab semua orang nak tanya. Itu soalan pasal Nana memang tahu Aman memang suka nak main kan. Tapi next agak-agak lawan dengan siapa kita belum tahu lagi kan. Betul? Kita dah tahu betul. RSG. Betul lawan dengan RSG. Agak-agak hero apa yang nak bawa ni?
Kalau nak tahu apa hero saya nak main, tunggu esok lah.
Dah tak boleh tunggu dah Man. Dah tak boleh tunggu tak. Tapi macam mana Sunfrost? Perlawanan hebat hari ini.
Perlawanan yang cukup hebat tetapi sudah pun sampai pada penghujungnya. Jadi kita akan terus saksikan mic check perlawanan sebentar saja tadi.
Aku boleh. Kita nak naik. Guys, go. Najil. Tunggu je santai. Aku mesti santai. Go.
A well-deserved victory and an epic way to end the night here at the MPL MY Playoffs, day number 2. Terrence, how are you feeling after witnessing all sorts of MLBB action today?
I'm holding back my tears. I'm about to cry, but you can feel the emotions are pretty high here on this venue itself. Especially, I wasn't here yesterday, but I could feel it from the cameras itself. A lot is on the line, especially when it comes to tournament life. Today we eliminate two teams, and that is going to be Homebois as well as Red Esports going to be saying goodbye to the MPL MY journey so far. And the journey continues once again. Of course, tomorrow we're going to be eliminating even more. I don't know. It's tough. It's tough to watch your favorite teams, you know, especially with so many weeks we've been working with them over the seasons as well.
Yeah, it's a constantly heartbreaking process, especially considering the valiant efforts that they put in. But it is a competition, and someone has to come out on top. So having a look here at the recap for that second match, it ended up a lot quicker as it seemed like Team Hack were able to find their stride. As we can see, Gary going for a full damage build with the Calamity Reaper, the concentrated energy on top of the Divine Glaive as well. He was feeling himself. He was already full on level 15 very early on. And because of that, you could tell that he was just very aggressive. He was having fun with it.
Yeah, he was getting so much one-shot potential onto his Red Esports. Like, they had the idea of Angela coming in, going for a little bit more damage. The idea from Red Esports is to power farm with Mom's Heart Guard on towards either Mao or even Zaida Kimi to go into those one-shot potentials. But unfortunately, they just couldn't find those timings. They need somebody in the front lines to open up the map. And every single time Mao does it, everyone from inside Red Esports has to back out. And even Ren QT as well, one of the forerunners in the front lines, could not open up the map, considering that they needed some sort of magic damage to open up the plays. And Red Esports just could not do so. And Hawk, they're just so much better.
Yeah, and speaking of magic damage as well, Man, he has an interesting build here, going for Enchanted Talisman, and then the Glowing Wand is actually very effective in this meta because of the way that Glowing Wand works. He doesn't need a lot of damage items, and it does percentage damage over time, not to mention increasing the amount of magic damage that the opponents will take. And when you also have an Esmeralda and a Karina on your side, it kind of explains how Gary was doing so much damage.
Yeah, they're just chunking through all the back lines as well. And we were worried about how they didn't exactly have a lot of physical damage from Team Hawk, but the magic department here from Gary and Lola just shows you why they are one of the strongest team. Picking this comp in towards a shield-oriented composition from Red Esports completely shut them down. The idea of having a Dirov and Iridia was great, but they needed somebody in the front lines, and unfortunately to say, Mao just could not be annoying like how an Esmeralda or maybe even a Uranus to a certain degree. If you think about it, it's all about diving those back lines for Phobias instead compared to the traditional side lane XP matchups.
Yeah, unfortunately for Red Esports, in terms of their drafting here, it just didn't feel very strong. It felt very responsive and specific to countering what Team Hawk wanted to play without thinking about how well it would actually mesh well together in a 5v5. As you mentioned, no really solid front line. Yes, I like the Angela to counteract the Hilda, but I feel like they revealed it a little early. They focused too much on Phobias to counter the Wanwan, the Dirov, not tanky enough, and well, you can see how it ended. So let's find out our INI MVP, Kita.
Yep, you guys picked the MVP for the series, and it's going to be none other than Gary himself. And it's no surprise considering how Game 2 went. 100% kill participation with 10-1-3 and a Savage on the Karina here on MPL playoffs. The pressure runs high, but to pull off a Savage here in the playoffs.
Yep.
How difficult is that? Extremely, extremely difficult, but not that hard for Gary.
Yeah, you can imagine all of these teams are putting their lives on the line. So like you mentioned, getting a Savage is no easy feat. And thus, even more praise has to be heaped onto the shoulders of the jungler on the side of Team Hawk for being able to achieve it. But of course, also a lot of props given to his teammates for helping him achieve that Savage in the first place. Building up that snowball, taking advantage of opportunities. Man, constantly enabling him by pulling him in with the guiding winds. This was an excellent return to form for Team Hawk.
Well, the stakes are high, but let's take a look at how Game 3 went down from side Red Esports. You can see that Zaid Hakimi, the moment he had his 4, he was able to punish out members coming from Team Hawk, but somehow Hawk was able to break that momentum and just catch him off guard. And even in this place as well, Zaid Hakimi's objective was securing the kills. He was able to get the trade on mid, but at what expense? Because everyone was grouped up and allowed Lola to just completely catch them off guard and allowing Gary to get this Savage, which was huge.
Just in terms of play style and habits, Red Esports unfortunately has a win condition that's incredibly conditional. They have to be able to hit a lot of these goals. They need to be farmed. They need to be able to play together as a 5v5. The enemy team needs to be caught off guard when they go into these big fights with them and not have control. And when your victory is dependent on all of these different factors and you don't have a very clean way of achieving them yourself without depending on circumstance, you can see why Red Esports unfortunately ended up going home today.
Now, in case you missed out on a key objective on how both teams needed to secure their victory, let's pay attention to the key to victory here on both sides. Goal lane domination from side of Panda from Game 1 and Game 2. I feel like he was really struggling. He did his role well as a 1-1 from Game 1, but in terms of DPM, obviously Game 1 he does a little bit more. The game progressed a little bit longer, but I want to talk about mid laner impact a little bit more on how oppressive both Min and Man was in that particular fight. Because Man, his kill participation was 82%, 62 for second game. Second game, a little bit lacking because it was more on the Hilda making more plays for Min instead for the Metro department where it's a little bit slow when it comes to impact. And when it comes to impact for game number 2, Man definitely shows a little bit more presence compared to Angela, which arguably doesn't exactly do too much.
Yeah, we definitely got to see a lot of good things here. This is very much the best example of the 5G twin connection that we have seen in recent history. So I want to witness more of that between Min and Man. There's a reason why these two players are known for being able to play well together. Now, you mentioned gold lane domination here. Panda, I feel like he wasn't quite focused on enough by Red Esports. Yes, they picked the Phobias to counter him, but Wanwan as a hero needs to be punished as early as possible. And when you put Phobius directly against her in lane, you are giving a lot of free space to the gold lane.
Yeah, it's just so very difficult. Yes, the DPM may be a little bit lacking, but he was getting so much farm across the map. He's not joining the fights because there's just so much space being created across the map to deal with the rest of the teams from Red Esports. So props to Team Hawk understanding their objectives. So in case you guys want to know how the XP lanes work out, and I want to see how Lola played that match, because his Esmeralda for game number 2 was phenomenal. Obviously, it's going to be a lot of concentration onto his XP lane, 2 minutes and 7 minutes of the game, but you can see his rotations was a little bit short because for the fact that he's always prioritizing and making sure that he wins his lane and making space and taking advantage of the situation while he can. If when push comes to shove, requires him to rotate to secure a turtle, he is going to be there to do so.
We have to remember, Lola was 1v1 as an Esme against a Diroth, a matchup that he should always lose. But because of how he played safe, he never extended past the halfway point of his lane, making it difficult for the enemy Diroth in order to jump on top of him. Plus, we have to note, because Man was playing on the Matilda and roaming around the map, normally this loses a lot of pressure on the mid lane, but it was Lola and Panda making up for that. So they were actually allowing the Esme and the 1-1 to rotate over to clear up the mid wave when they had the time, thereby doubling their farm potential.
Yep, this is a good rotation coming from Lola. I'm curious to see a little bit more later on, but like you said as well, playing very safe, making sure he doesn't overcommit. Eventually, over time, you are going to get your items as long as you play safe. You do not drop bodies, it's good. We will be able to scale their way through. But now, I want to see how this Karina coming in from Team Hawk has played. This is going to be his heat map from this Karina from 10 minutes into 15 minutes into the game. What are your thoughts on this? Because the way I see it is all about concentration onto his lords, you know, a couple of bush stairs here and there. And I think on the bottom right side, on towards the orange buff, is where the ambush happened from Team Ha before they close out the series.
The important thing for a jungle, especially one as aggressive as a Karina, towards the later stages of the game, when you are ahead, is to apply as much pressure to the enemy side as possible. So because of that, we can see that Gary is mainly going to be playing around the enemy half of the map as compared to his own, and hovering in the riverside to make sure that he can secure objectives. Now, at this state of the game, he was already max level, he was close to max items, so you can tell that he can freely move around the map without much problem. The only time he got punished was when he dived a little bit too deep into the enemy base, and even then he came out with a double kill. So Gary had no issues playing this game at all.
Yep, definitely indeed. Well done coming in from Gary, but at the same time, in case you guys want to be opting to be pros, this is pretty much a little bit insights of how their movement rotation worked out. But as of that, day number 2 playoffs is pretty much concluded. I want to see how the rest of the teams are doing out, because we are going to be putting up the brackets up on screen as of now, with Todak and Orange was currently in the upper bracket finals. Whoever wins that best of 5 series will be our first grand finalist and also first representative for M4. Meanwhile, on the bottom side, we do see Team Hawk advancing. That means they will be to face off towards RSG, and we're finally down towards our final 4 team here, Stafa.
Yeah, the total pool of participants in the MPL playoffs has been cut in half, but that's not enough for us, because we will be seeing another 2 teams eliminated tomorrow, and meaning that at the end of day number 3, we will know for sure who our 2 M4 representatives are going to be. So that is going to be super exciting.
Well, down towards the final 4 team, and 2 will be eliminated tomorrow, and this is going to be tough, because considering how everything is going out so far, I don't know about my predictions. My predictions getting thrown out the window so far, especially from yesterday onwards. I don't know how about you guys, but because now we are going to be giving away the winners of our MPL Predictor. And of course, I would like to have you guys a little bit of an insight as well, how we can improve MPL MY while you actually redeem and check your name on the bottom screen in case you want your skins or rewards here from Moonton. We would like your help to give us a little bit more feedback by scanning the survey code up on screen and let us know what we can bring something new to the table for MPL MY, maybe for Season 11 in the near future.
Yep, make sure to tell us what you thought was great about the MPL playoffs. Make sure to tell us what you thought was lacking about the MPL playoffs, because all of your feedback will be used to create a more holistic experience for all of you in the following seasons. And of course, we hope all of you have been enjoying the MPL so far. Don't worry, there's still more to come. 2 more days to determine the winner of Season 10. And speaking of those 2 more days, let's see what's coming up tomorrow.
Yep, tomorrow's scheduled to start things off from day number 3 in the playoffs. We are going to be starting things off with a pretty exciting match, and that's going to be Todak going up against Orange Esports in the upper bracket finals, a full best of 5 series. And then proceeding with the lower bracket semis, where RSG is going to go up against Team Hawk, and whoever wins that series will be playing will be playing the losers of either Todak or Orange Esports for match number 9. So, whoever loses the upper brackets is going to be having a very, very long day tomorrow.
Honestly, right, it really does dig into your mental fortitude to not only have to play 1 but 2 best of 5s in the same day to determine whether or not you are moving on to M4. And the fact that we will actually be able to know who is moving on to M4 at the end of tomorrow is exciting. So that is going to be something that you guys do not want to miss.
Yes, I definitely agree. But at the same time, for you guys watching at home, thank you guys for joining us here for MPL MY Playoffs Day number 2. It's great to be back in the casting desk. I'm looking forward to see you guys again for tomorrow. My name is ICBaby12, and this is Stafa, as we are going to be saying goodbye for now and see you tomorrow.
Hey, hey, I'm a rock star. Yeah,
Rockstar.
Hey, hey, hey. I'm a rock star, baby. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. I'm a rock star. Panggil aku rock star. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rock star.
Kita rockstar, kita buat saja gaya kita. Makin panas apinya sudah membara. Macam mana pun kau menempuh segala. Demi negara kau buat semua bangga. Step into my world, you know I'm always in my zone. You know I got my team, no I'm never alone. Bring out my best, buat yang terbaik. Jadi juara perlahan kita naik.
Get on my way, aku nak push. Naik-naik jadi lebih bagus. Jadi hero, ku ada skill. Berapa banyak musuh aku dah kill. Ramai cuba mencapai, cause they envy me. Tiap game aku pasti jadi MVP. Easy.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar.
I'm a rockstar, baby, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, I'm a rockstar. I'm a rockstar, panggil aku rockstar. Ini kejohanan kita semua orang rockstar. Tengok nanti siapa yang juara. Ni peluang kita bawa pulang piala. This is my game, this is my time. Menang semua, everything will be mine. Kalau jatuh kau pasti kembali. Bangun balik ku tegak berdiri. Kuatkanlah tenaga, ganjaran diperoleh. Ni kejohanan kita, Malaysia memang boleh. Rise up to the top, kita buat bersama. Semangat kita kuat.